It's we'll survive. We'd had it was okay.
There are a lot of people watching the YouTube. Boys.
Yo.
Are there a lot of people at any given moment who are watching the YouTube stream, or kind of like up and down?
It goes up and down sometimes. I've seen like the most I've seen is like probably like 60 people, but it's normally between the 30s or 20s and around there. It's not that many people watching there.
Ah, cool.
And that that channel, it's been demonetized and targeted, so yeah, it's the flow of people going towards it is not gonna be as big as it will normally be under no censorship.
Right. Well, is there maybe a way that you can like potentially rebrand where you're still talking about the flat Earth, but maybe the branding doesn't get picked up by the algorithm, or you can maybe get remonetized? Or are these things scanning the audios? Maybe just for the purpose of maybe making this like more monetizable.
And like, should I go to like NASA headquarters and like with a flat Earth model? I don't know. That'd be funny, you know.
Wait, what was that, Fax Man?
Should I drive to like to NASA headquarters to like bring a flat Earth model? That'd be good, you know. That'd be funny, right?
Wait, they're gonna laugh at you if you bring a model?
No. If I bring a flat Earth model in like a T-shirt, you know, that would be funny, and I get the process. Space is fake, you know. That you know. Never mind.
Where are you wearing it to, Fax Man? Where would you wear the shirt to?
Well, wearing a shit, like, wearing what? Say that again.
Where would you be wearing this flat Earth model shirt to?
To NASA headquarters.
Oh, NASA headquarters. Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
It really hilarious because all these like stupid like my NASA believers are stupid, you know.
Yeah, you'd be really showing them.
I would record too. I would get my megaphone in it, you know.
Yeah, you could get on the news, buddy.
Yes. And like, maybe throw like a dildo to no. Never mind. I'm fucking high as shit right now. So, okay. Not that. Like a food, like a hamburger or something to NASA's like astronaut, you know. So, no, that'd be not good, you know. For like a water bottle, like empty water bottle, and I don't know.
Instead of no water.
The water, or for French fries at the Globers. my dad's a believers. You know, like this one church, and like, man, make millions of dollars each year. You know, and like the picture of the globe was like, oh my god, are you? These people are stupid, you know. The Christian church, bro, you pick up the globe, it's like, what the hell, you know?
Yeah, no, I definitely think that the globe and, certain organized religions goes hand in hand in the whole, even though they say that it's not a part of their religion, it's still like um, they utilize modern society in a way. They don't pay
No,
taxes.
I know, it's stupid, you know. If I was like the IRS, you know, I will like heavily tax the churches, heavily taxed, you know, so that's my opinion because like if you like if you show a globe to your organization, you know, we can heavily tax you. That'd be a good role.
That's hilarious.
Like tax in like 50% your money in the year. Yeah, you made 50% your money each year. So
How's your day going, Fax Man?
pretty good. Just getting through some homework and all that crap.
Been through some homework?
Yes.
What are you going to school for?
I'm going to college right now, but like, I don't really know.
You still in high school?
I'm still in college right now. But like, these like horrible things. So
Yeah, getting through all your prerequisites.
no, and then these all of no, I do like this. Like it's so fake. It's so fake knowledge, you know. Yeah. If you like go to the flat Earth, if it discovers the flat, it's game over.
Right. I think in when addressing that, like, I mean, you could always do a trade, but I mean, if you're pursuing college,
Yeah, I know trade, you know, so but I got like a scholarship to the famous the famous designer like make millions. So
right, you want to make a little bit more money for your work.
no. I got a scholarship by like a big
Oh, nice.
a very big like thing, you know, so yes, I'm like I said, oh, I want better education, so there you go. So and this yes, I'm going to New York. That scholarship, you know. It's called the New School. Yeah, so that Mac Jacobs fucking rich and that bullshit, so
What state do you go to school in?
um I'm wait a minute. Moist days. View your profile sees like Vince Jug House. Yeah, I actually have one more question I can tell you. Do you know spiritual soul, right? Zelda or no?
Wait, so you don't want to answer my question?
No. I just sing. So.
I've heard of him and I've listened to a lot of his videos. Yes. Just like I've heard of what's that one guy that wears all of the jade? He's another black guy. He talks about it's Diving Deep, Infinite Waters, that guy. I've heard of him too.
Okay. Like, do you know the Discord server, right?
No, what?
Do you know the Discord server, right?
Yeah, I'm a part of it, but I haven't seen any voice chats in for like a year, so I never really go to that channel. Yes, I've heard of it. Yeah, I know it's there. Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a few Discord servers for people who have a lot of publicity. Actually, his channel, I thought it was called The Chosen Ones.
Okay.
I guess his voice chat is empty. I mean, his general. Let me see, the last time somebody posted was today at 1:46.
Okay, yes, I live in,
Might fuck around and join Awakened State.
Dude, I live in, Manhattan, so.
This last guy said, "My depression won, guys. I'm sorry."
Hey, I'm answering your question, yo.
Hey, you don't have to get so,
I'm answering your question. I live in Manhattan, so.
Manhattan?
New York, Manhattan, yeah.
Oh, nice. So is your school like in the middle of the city, or is it kind of like out of the way?
It's in the city, yeah.
Interesting. That must be an interesting life. Given you're going to school in person, right?
Both physical and online, so.
Nice. What did you say? What year you were in?
What?
What year are you in?
That's. What year I'm born?
Freshman, sophomore, senior, junior.
I think in my second year, so.
Nice.
Yeah, I hate that, sir. I hate that spiritual sir.
Yeah, there's not much activity on it as of late, so I wouldn't know. Maybe you've gotten some experience from it in the past year. Yeah. So, what channel on YouTube do I go to listen to these YouTube debates? Or these Discord debates? Or conversations?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that sir is a bunch of. That spiritual sword channel, sir, is a bunch of losers, my all hands, because, like, stupid, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't really have an opinion on it that's that extreme, because most of what I hear from it are opinions and theories, and every time I hear an opinion or a theory, I take it for what it is, being an opinion or a theory, and I speculate on it, and I fiddle with it, and then I let it be what it is. I mean, there's not much else to do with it. It's not like there's a community of people who subscribe to these sorts of ideas that you can go and talk to in your own neighborhood. And if you want to find someone online to bounce your ideas off of, you have to go through an ocean of trolls and people who just want to hear you say certain things, um, so that they can argue about it. And I don't know. It'd be nice to have a community in public where we can have these conversations. That would make it a lot easier for the truth to be made known, so that people aren't having the opportunity to hide behind their phones and snicker and you know charge up their egos and personas and alter egos. And it'd just be nice to see people face to face and talk about these things in a free space. Because when you have a channel like that, I mean, the way I see it is that Spiritual Souls channel, I mean, I think some of his older content was a lot of bot kind of stuff, right? Like stupid stuff. And so once he got a spiritual channel, all of the people that were paying attention to that stuff joined that channel. And knowing that he was going to get a lot of people checking him out that were serious about their spiritual journey, they just received a lot of trolls, and maybe a lot of them became trolls, and that's how that went. People think that they can join a channel of somebody who has some clout or some publicity, and then they can just be super, um, be super, super exaggerated and super hype, and then
Okay,
just get fans.
let's switch the topic. We have New York. So,
Hey, what do you think about organic food and foods? How do you feel about that?
organic is much better. Depends on the thing. So,
I'm signing off, boys. Lottie, good luck designing, bro.
what?
Take it, buddy.
Well, I got a scholarship, bro. It's great.
Does anybody have any spiritual channels that they want to share? Since this isn't the channel to do that, any spiritual channels that are no BS and that talk about stuff in an actualizing way. Any servers where people are serious about each other's growth that are specifically spiritual. Anybody? I'm not sure which voice chat I'm supposed to be in. I figured this might be one of the last times I come into this channel because you guys want to talk about, oh shit, 24/7. Should have known. The channel deleted channel debate problems. Any of the followers on span. Him posting Australia isn't real and doesn't. What the fuck? Some people don't think Australia is real. That's interesting. I never knew that that was an issue. Wait, any of the following will result in a ban with no warning? What if the earth is flat? Why is what the fuck? Concern trolling. In any form considered trying to derail discussion by questioning why obvious trolls are being banned. Copy pasta. Repeatedly posting junk insults, off topic subjects, shooting violence. Vaccines, medical discussion, casual chat beyond brief intros. If you're serious and want to discuss flat earth, you're welcome to stay. Trolls get wrecked quick. This is live. The person who is streaming this probably muted me. This house full of conversation. Some people aren't sure of what we're referring to. We are mortals and cannot comprehend Discord's vast and boundless wisdom. We have halted all COVID talk. What they consider misinformation, so you consider all. Discord terms surface to determine that uneducated talk of certain illnesses is not allowed. Damn. It's crazy that that's even a thing. Why can't we talk? News channel. Announcements via people. Social media leaks. Content channel. Keep checking back for new content. Don't forget to like and subscribe. 24/7 Earth animated. Oh shit. Flat Smack Rant. Dandelion versus Fantasy Globe Images. Apple Podcasts. Oh, there it is. Convince people, convince them that they've been fooled. Are you guys all muted? Like, do you not have permission to talk in here? The religion and philosophy chats are locked. What the fuck? I don't get it. So, what was that part of this server? That's funny. Granting name and address. You said IG last time. Pick one and I'll follow. Mastering life. Business and socials. 24/7. Powered by. Crime of serotonin, please. Deja vu. Bro, no, they're not. Bro, what did I even try for? Oh, shit. They are stacked.
Oh yeah.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is. A composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a
famous on the galaxy.
They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Hello?
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
What do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay, if that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts. Okay, that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
this? I'm just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still low Earth orbit. And I'm sorry, as an astrophysicist, to me space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology. and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on space station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Do better than this. This is Mother Nature. You cannot beat diffraction. On your retina, when you look at a light source, the image on your retina will look like this. Will look exactly what you saw there. That is what your retina will see. And if those two lights are too close together, your brains will say, sorry, I don't see two lights.
I've been looking into the topic of this video for a while, and I really wanted to introduce the concepts of angular resolution, visual acuity, and diffraction as they apply to the horizon, so that these laws of physics, light, resolution, and perspective can be taken into account and hopefully further developed in order to better understand our Earth, and also to help dispel some of the tired old myths of ships and buildings disappearing over the edge of a ball Earth. Now, mainstream science teaches us that the horizon is the edge of a ball Earth as it curves away from us, because ships disappear bottom first when they sail over this edge. What's funny to me is that their argument of ships going over a ball Earth is just as silly as falling off the edge of a flat Earth. It is a very childish argument, especially in today's world where we can pull objects back into view with a telescope or zoom camera, not to mention the fact that if you ascend in altitude, you can clearly see that a ship or building is not over the curve of a ball. It was simply out of your view due to perspective and the angles of light propagation when you're at a lower elevation. From a higher vantage point, your eyes can clearly see that the water or land is completely flat. There is no curve or edge that boats are sailing over. Again, it is a silly assertion, yet it is one of the main pillars of the ball Earth theory. In this video, I will introduce the concepts of angular resolution with a basic explanation, and then I will show another short clip of MIT professor Dr. Walter Lewin in his Physics 3 course, where he teaches these recognized laws of physics that we can test and observe. This is basically judo, where we are using their own scientific admissions to form a logical explanation of why we observe what we observe, and this in stark contrast to how groups such as NASA interpret the same observations. The survival of the ball Earth theory necessarily relies on NASA images and other space claims. Otherwise, their theory has only silly stories such as a spinning, orbiting ball Earth and non-existent curvature, or the direction of toilets flushing and boats going over the edge of a ball, none of which is observed by the average individual. So to begin, what is angular resolution? Angular resolution describes the ability of any image-forming device, such as a telescope, microscope, camera, or the human eye, to distinguish small details of an object. It is the minimum angle needed so that an instrument can discern resolvable detail, and it represents the resolving power and precision of optical instruments, which includes the eye. This angle is created at the eye or the lens, and it is based on the diameter of an object and that object's distance from the observer or the device. This angle determines the size of the image that is projected onto the retina. So, once an angle is small enough that it reaches the angular resolution limit, no image can be resolved on the retina, and basically the object disappears. The formula to find the angular resolution of the human eye, or any image-forming device, is the constant of 1.22 times the wavelength of light divided by the diameter of the lens aperture or entrance pupil. Once you figure out the angular resolution of, say, the human eye, you can then determine how large or how far away an object must be for you to be able to resolve it. In other words, for you to be able to see it. This is the limit of eyesight, or the resolving power of a telescope, camera, or microscope. Anything beyond this limit cannot be seen. A shorter distance and larger diameter of an object equal a larger angle at your eye, thus easy to resolve. A longer distance and smaller diameter of an object equal a smaller angle, thus difficult for your eye to resolve. The size of the angle is also what gives us perspective. Objects do not physically shrink in size as they move away from us, but the angle in our eye gets smaller and smaller, which is what allows us to determine that it is moving further and further away. For objects coming toward us, the angle will get larger and the object will appear to be larger on the retina. This is an important part of perspective, This is how we distinguish objects moving away versus coming toward us. The angles also help us determine the size or distance of any given object. Visual acuity is another closely related term that means clarity of vision or the limit of one's eyesight, and it is a measurement of the angular resolution of the eye or the device. The generally accepted value for the angular resolution limit or visual acuity of the human eye is about 1 arc minute, which equals 0.02 degree. This means that at a distance of 1 kilometer, the human eye can resolve an object that is about 30 to 60 centimeters in diameter. Beyond this, the angle formed in the observer's eye gets smaller than 1 arc minute, and the object will blur and then finally disappear altogether. And here is another quick explanation of angular resolution by MIT professor Dr. Walter Lewin.
So in the remaining 5 minutes, I want to address the issue of the angular resolution of your own eye. You can now calculate what the ultimate angular resolution is of your own eye, because you can estimate what the diameter is of the pupil, the opening of your eye. 3 millimeters, maybe 5 millimeters, a little bit larger at night when it is dark. Pupil opens up, but we can calculate what this is. If I take 4 millimeters, so I put in for A 4 millimeters, and if I take lambda 5,000 angstroms, it's not an unreasonable value, then I find that the best angular resolution of a human eye is half an arc minute. Cannot be any better. There's just no way around it. You're always stuck with the diffraction limitation. I think, though, that most of you will not be able to see with an angular resolution of 1/2 arc minute. Most of you are probably in the domain of 1 arc minute. It's a little larger than diffraction limited, but it's very close to that. That is 30 arc seconds. That is 600 times worse than Hubble Space Telescope. When you think of diffraction, it's really an incredibly fascinating thing. Because what does diffraction actually means? That it is a limitation that is put upon us, on everyone, also God. No one can bypass diffraction. No matter how hard we try, we can never undo our chains and handcuffs that are imposed upon us by diffraction.
And he's definitely not a flat earther. He obviously believes in the Hubble telescope. The main reason I want to introduce these concepts is to demonstrate with logic that there are scientifically proven and verifiable factors that determine how far we can see with our own eyes and with telescopes. Angular resolution equations are used by NASA, astronomers, and scientists to determine the resolving power of the human eye, cameras, microscopes, and telescopes, including the Hubble Space Telescope. So when people say, if the Earth was flat, then we should be able to see Europe across the ocean, there are scientifically proven laws of light, diffraction, resolution, and perspective that render this statement foolish. Due to the resolving power of our eyes and even the most powerful telescopes, we could never possibly see across an ocean that is thousands of miles in distance. It is impossible due to the laws of physics, due to the physics of the angles, not to mention the additional limitations of diffraction. Again, it is a silly statement that we should be able to see across the ocean if the Earth were flat. However, the mistaken or disingenuous conclusion put forth by the so-called scientific community, in spite of these scientifically proven and accepted limitations on light propagation and resolution, is that the reason we can't see across the ocean is because we live on a spinning ball. Do you see the trick that they're playing? It is like telling little children that a guy on a sleigh in the North Pole brings them presents on Christmas. It sounds outlandish even to children, but they don't know any better, and they don't actually see the parents leaving the presents, and they are given this story by the authority, so they believe it. In our case, we have a knowledge gap, an unknown, because we can't see across the ocean, or we see ships and buildings disappear bottom first as they get further away, So we look to supposedly qualified authorities to study these issues for us and provide reliable explanations. For hundreds of years, the scientific authorities, now the space agencies, have both knowingly and unknowingly filled this gap with their own cleverly constructed explanations, and most people just accept their models without researching or using reason and logic. If people did think about the issues critically and logically, they would see that the authority is giving us beautifully wrapped presents and putting out cookies for their fictional Santa Claus, in this case, a spinning ball Earth. One way they fill this gap is to use the angular distance of a sky object to invent their model. The angular diameter, or apparent size, is an angular measurement describing how large an object appears from a given point of view. For example, this involves looking at the sky and determining that the sun and moon have an angular diameter of about 31 or 32 arc minutes, which equals a half of a degree. So this is the angle created in our eye or in a telescope, which means that the sun and the moon can be around 31 miles in diameter and 3,500 miles up, or, as the authorities claim, the moon can be 2,159 miles in diameter and 237,000 miles away. And they claim the sun is 864,575 miles in diameter and 93 million miles away. You see, both measurements are correct based on the angle we see from Earth. Knowing the angular diameter or apparent size of a celestial body, we can easily invent a model using trigonometry. We could say the sun is 500 miles in diameter and 57,000 miles away, or maybe it is only 5 miles in diameter and 500 miles up. Or, if we wanted to get really crazy, we could invent a sun that is 2 million miles in diameter and 229 million miles away. Of course, if we did that, we would then have to adjust all of the diameters and orbital speeds of the planets and distances, but this should give you an idea of how they have constructed their model, because they are all built on apparent sizes, the angular diameter of lights in the sky visible from Earth. So, relationally, the math works out. They then construct their universe model around these angles, filling in and changing the numbers as needed to fit their assumptions. This is why the spins and orbits are so ridiculous, yet mathematically they work out because it's all based on the angles. And this is also the reason why they changed the distance of the sun over the years to fit their model. This assertion of boats going over the edge of a ball Earth is silly. Check out this footage from a channel called Wide Awake. This guy filmed some great sky and horizon shots showing that objects can be brought back into view, and more importantly, his shots also demonstrate diffraction and the resolution limit of these objects at those distances and at those angles. As you can see in his footage, the boats, once they are close enough to resolve, appear like little smudges, and they also appear to be floating above the horizon. The boats are not mirages floating in the air, although there is an inferior mirage that appears inverted below the actual boats in his footage. To prove this, he actually tracks them all the way in, and the closer a boat gets, the more resolved it becomes, and the more detail you can see. This is a perfect illustration of visual acuity and the angular resolution of the camera, which is obviously better than our eyes, but the principle is the same. And again, if you increase your altitude, say to the top of a hotel or in an airplane or on a mountain, you create better angles and you can of course see further, but even there you will eventually reach a resolution limit. It is unavoidable, but it is not an edge that Santa Claus is falling over. Look at the water in his shots. Some would call the resolved water line the horizon, but you can clearly see boats fully in the water beyond the resolved water line. You can even barely make out the water being sprayed up from the motor. The surface of the water extends beyond the resolved waterline, but it is too far and at too sharp of an angle for the camera or your eye to completely resolve. There's also a lot of diffraction going on due to this angle and the light or atmospheric conditions. Therefore, you get a blurred section that reflects the sky and the boat as an inferior mirage. Again, this happens beyond a point where the eye or camera can no longer clearly resolve the water due to the angle and diffraction. It is where your eye or camera can no longer distinguish points of light. The image blurs and turns into a mirror under certain conditions. Look at the shimmering and changing edges of the top of the waterline as the camera resolves it at its maximum distance. Beyond this distance, the water is at too small of an angle to resolve any detail. At this point, it does exactly what a road will do on a hot day. It reflects the light waves like a mirror because the eye or camera can more easily resolve these reflected light rays than they can the actual surface of the road or water. On the ground or on the water, you can see the inferior mirage or reflection of the boats and cars. Some people will claim that the boat itself is a superior mirage and that the actual boat is over the edge of a ball. This is silly for two reasons. Number one, a superior mirage is inverted, and number two, in this footage, he tracks these boats the entire way in, so you can verify with your own eyes how a boat will barely come into view as a small blur, and then as it gets closer and closer, the angles get larger and your eye can then resolve more and more detail. This is observable, repeatable, apparent, and can be verified by anyone. Unlike NASA's theories, of course, that nobody can verify unless they can build a little rocket ship. Finally, I would like to discuss the issue of boats or buildings being cut off by the horizon line over water, which many people falsely attribute to the object being over the edge of a ball Earth. Again, I would start by saying that it is easy to debunk this simply by increasing your altitude. If there were a massive drop in curvature obscuring the boat or building, this would be apparent from higher up. Our eyes are not that bad. We can clearly distinguish slopes and hills in the distance, and when you increase your altitude, you can clearly see that the target object lies on the same flat plane as the original observation point. This is simply a function of perspective, angular resolution, and diffraction. When you stand on the seashore, you can see a horizon line, which is basically the limit of your ability to resolve the water, because at a certain distance, the angle becomes too small and diffraction also plays a part. Above this waterline horizon will be everything that your eye can resolve above your eye level. For example, from the beach I can see about 3 to 4 miles of the water's surface, which in my field of view extends from my feet up to my eye level, and it represents my horizon and the limit of my sight up to my eye level. Now, there are hotels located about 18 miles away in this picture, and these hotels are above my horizon line, yet appear to be cut off by the horizon. Not because they are over the edge of a ball, this is simply the point where they fit in due to perspective, where objects that are closer are in front of objects that are further away, which is also a function of diffraction and angular resolution. I cannot resolve the hotels any lower because the angle is too small. If I could resolve the hotels lower, then logically I would be able to resolve more of the surface of the water at a greater distance. But we know this is not possible due to the laws of physics. However, if I were to go up in an airplane, I would be able to see the entire distance from the beach to the hotel, and I could also see that it is flat as a pancake. The hotel is not obscured by the edge of a magic ball. It is simply perspective and angle of view. the limit of what I can see above and below my eye level converge at what we call the horizon line or vanishing point. So check out this little experiment I did. In order to simulate the size and distance of that hotel, I took a small glass bottle and put it on the road and then filmed from ground level. Now the hotel is about 18 stories, which equals about 180 to 200 feet. I used 250 feet just to be conservative and to give it some room above the actual water line, and the distance is 17.5 miles. The glass bottle is 3.5 inches, so that meant that I would have to put it at a distance of about 107 feet
Okay, so that's a fair chunk there. I have to do the math here. It's going to take me a bit, but
Yeah, why don't you just look at the Beyond Horizons? They're the professional long-distance Guinness World Book record-winning photography. They've got all the information in their website. They're not flat earthers. They're photographers. So why don't you look up Beyond Horizons and look up the information they've done, then you can put that together with what you're saying you're calculating or whatever. These are actual observations done by photographers.
Yeah, look at 29 minutes after the hour. It has all the information you need. The target distance is 255 miles away. The observer height is 9,136 feet. There should be over 12,000 feet of the target hidden by Earth curvature.
Do you have a favorite Earth curvature measuring program? Do you know how to do it? Grenade head.
oh, wait a minute. Am I on? Is my mic on? Oh, Dave, get the numbers here. I'm just seeing what's going on here.
Okay, so you see the picture right there, okay? You're not supposed to see any of that. We can see the mountains coming down to the shoreline, and we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
I'm
sorry.
I'm going to research this a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and make a comment about it until I know more about it.
Okay, fair enough. So you understand why we're saying it couldn't work on a globe, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do. But I don't understand what's happening in this picture, so I don't want to make any...
You want me to tell you a life jacket? You want me to tell you what your side's going to make you say?
No, I'm looking at this. I want to find out where this is at.
Request?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Because
this is just one of hundreds.
The photo's in infrared, by the way.
Yeah, which limits the spectrum of light, right? Which limits the effect of any type of movement of that light. I mean, this is so staggering. It's not even close. It's 3 miles should be there. 3 miles. Well, why can't I see the shore, dude? There aren't 3 miles there. There's nothing there. I can see the shore. 3 miles. That's super long, bro. So drive 3 miles on the road and then flip that up vertically. That's what should be there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why Flat Earth's censored? You wonder why famous people would never debate a Flat Earther for the world to see? You want to know why I've been kicked off PayPal for being a Flat Earther? And Venmo, and Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram, and YouTube, and DLive?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes you trust your own vision so much?
Well, it's not really about trusting my vision, right? It's falsifying the globe radius. Are you saying that if I can see mountains and they look exactly like they're there, and I can go touch them and know they're there, that it looks like they're actually there, like they actually are, but in fact nothing's there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that almost every single quote unquote empirical science, globe priests, whatever, one of the main first tenets of every science is that the first observer is the least reliable. So I'm wondering how come you're saying that your measurements taken by your senses are reliable.
Okay, we can do this. First of all, measurements, right? So the way we have measurements is we measure the Earth. That's how we know the mountains are that far away, because we measured it using planar survey, right? We measured over a horizontal. That's how you have maps. That's how we measured it. So we know how far the mountains are. Now, if we can zoom in with a camera and see all the mountains, we know we did not zoom in through a mound of Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how? I don't even know the question. And there's many ways you can do. You can shoot a laser over the top of water or a frozen lake, and it hits the other target completely horizontal without any curvature blocking it, when there should be hundreds of feet blocking the laser. You can use mirror flashes. Long distance observations test the globe, right? You're not supposed to be able to see stuff in the distance because we're supposedly on a globe.
And is there is there empirical evidence to suggest that a device that does not require your any of your sensory input will demonstrate that there is no curvature? Because personally, I don't believe in anyone's firsthand accounts or anyone's firsthand experience on globe or flat.
Space? Do you believe people went to space?
I don't believe any of their firsthand accounts.
Okay, nice. Just seeing if you're consistent. So we can throw the moon landing out and every story NASA said because we can't believe them. It's just first-hand accounts of people that are Masons.
I don't believe anyone's first-hand accounts.
Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. We want you to go test it. I've done it. I did it around the whole U.S. for the last year. Almost everyone in this room has done it. This is one of thousands of observations. You can test it yourself. So would that fulfill your parameters where you can verify or falsify it yourself?
Sure. Can you explain to me the experiment?
Well, this is an observation. This is actually not an experiment. But yeah, you just take out a P900 or a P1000 and you zoom in to the distant object and you see if it's blocked by Earth curvature.
That sounds to me like your senses with a filter on it. Very,
so you're
very, very rudimentarily.
Oh, so the 125 times zoom camera is making images up, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's filtering your view. It's still filtering your view. Your view is not.
How is it filtering it?
So it's not your original. It's the same. So light enters the camera. Light enters the camera.
So tell us how it's filtering it. Please.
Light enters the camera. It's refracted by lenses and changed and zoomed in whatever way you've set it, and it hits your eye. And that's not. Wow, that is actually incorrect. So light hits the object you're looking at. Light hits the atom you're looking at and bounces off directly at you. We're assuming that nothing else occurs outside of this. It bounces, goes inside the lens of your camera, goes through whatever refractive lens and whatever mode or settings you've put, and then hits your eye. So the baseline receiver of said at all interactions is your eye.
So you've been told to not trust your senses, and what you're telling us is a religious doctrine that comes from your school of thought that has basically been driven into you that you can't trust your human senses. So congratulations on that. We're talking about empirical evidence that could be verified by measurement. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes.
Could you explain the differences, please?
Sure. Do you want a dictionary definition, or do you want my perception of it?
You said you know, so I want to know how you know the difference. Tell us the difference between calculation and measurement.
Okay, so a calculation would probably be. It's hard to say probably be because I'm sure there's a universal definition for it, or
probably is not an answer to the question. But continue on.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording that you would prefer.
It's not about what we prefer. You're making statements. All I'm asking you is to tell us how you know the difference between calculation and measurement. So explain the differences, and I've heard nothing yet but evading answering.
Evading answering.
If you don't know, just say so. It's okay. I mean,
I don't know your exact wording, so I'm going to try and find the most universal wording that I can.
We're not
don't be afraid of the exact words. We're just asking if you know what the difference is.
I didn't ask you to go find something. You said you know. Okay. I'm asking you, what is the difference you said you know between calculation and measurement? And you can't seem to tell us. Okay, I'll just ask you directly. What is a measurement? A direct measurement. What is that?
A direct observation of...
No, I didn't say observation. I said measurement. What is the definition of a direct?
I'm trying to explain to you without using the word
I don't
measurement.
want an explanation. I want a definition. What is
Okay, so then I'll find you a definition. I'm not a dictionary.
So you don't know.
So I don't know the definition. No, I don't.
You don't know the difference between calculation or a measurement. And you don't know what it's singularly, what a measurement is. You've just shown that to the whole entire audience. Thank you.
A measurement is the act of measuring something. I'm so okay. And then a calculation is like, wow. I'm not.
If you want to know if something is curving, or flat, would you measure it directly?
To answer your question directly, yes.
All right, so do you think that in order to know whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a topographical plane of existence, do you think we should measure it directly to know for sure?
I think to know for sure you can measure it directly, yes. However, for me personally, and the results of an experiment that I would accept would have to be again, where none of your human senses are involved, because I don't trust human senses. I believe that very simple things your senses are usually wrong about. Just like on a neurophysiological scale, it just doesn't compute.
So you already so by default you're already
just saying we can't.
Real quick, can I just say this?
Please, one at a time.
I know, please, one at a time. Right, one at a time. Just 1 second. So you're already admitting then you don't believe in outer space or the globe religion.
I did not say that. I believe in the globe religion. Yeah.
So
this is like the guy who was on here a little while ago, who's like a brain in a jar guy. He thinks he's a brain in a jar, pretty much.
I joined yesterday. I joined actually earlier this morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this isn't that guy. But real quick, you just by your concession of expectations and point of view, you don't even have a claim for a globe Earth.
I don't have any claims as of yet. No. I asked the question, but I have not received an answer yet.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy.
Yeah, you just have a belief, and then you don't want your senses to be true. So here's Marconi wireless telegraph. That's a transmission of 10,553 miles. That's impossible on a globe.
I mean, I'm hearing a lot of measurements, and this would be impossible. But nobody's answered my previous question. You guys assumed as to where I'm taking it and given me answers to where you think I'm taking it. And
what's the question?
The question was what makes you, or by you, a person who believes in flat Earth, what makes you
it's not about belief.
Trust your senses to this
We don't
degree.
believe.
I just explained to you something that didn't require just your senses.
One at a time,
so what the fuck?
Listen, hold on. We don't. So stop putting words in our mouths. That would be a good start. For one.
Sorry,
we don't believe that the Earth is flat. None of us in here have a belief. It's
so
based on fact. Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
So that's the first starting point. I don't have to believe if I measure my table. When I go into the restroom and take a pee, I know that I measured it. There's been a transfer of energy. That's what a measurement is. Okay?
Let me ask him a little question. And I'll just be real quick. Say you don't trust your senses. So if you look outside your car, your window, and you see a car out there, and you don't think you can walk up to that car, touch it, feel it, and verify for yourself that the car actually is there and you're actually seeing it, it's real. I mean, you can trust your senses at least that far, right? If you're looking at something and you can go out and touch it, you can then verify that your senses are not lying to you, correct?
In the exact scenario of the parameters you've laid out, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, no, the second part was going to be, so if you go out and you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, oh, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat, by the way. I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Okay.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, like that's where you begin, because that's the observation, that's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have plains. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of planes on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat and stationary and the stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to that, then you would have the burden of proof, right?
Can you say what my claim was? But I don't.
That the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics.
I just said I believe that. I don't think that.
Yeah, you believe in something. You believe in something.
I'm not claiming. I've asked a question, and I've received like your claim is wrong. You're you're going down pathways that I maybe would like to go down at some point, but like right now I just want to know like why like no quote unquote globe priest trusts their senses, but flat earth, like everyone.
Do you have a citation? Do you have a citation for what you just said about no scientists believe their own senses? Can you give us a citation? Which scientists?
Well, I don't have a specific citation.
There we are again. So you're making these claims, bro. I'm just trying to point them out. I'm really not a bad guy. I know I sound like the bad cop today. I make a really good cop.
He didn't say scientists, Sonny. He said globe believers. He said globe believers. He said, I'm wondering why globe believers don't trust their senses, but flat earthers do. That's what he said.
Okay, there you go.
Welcome to flat earth.
Yeah.
I thought I just clearly explained to him why we trusted our senses, because we went out and verified what we'd seen was real.
Well, let's hear him respond. Let's hear him respond, please.
I mean, I thought I gave him an
answer. I have nothing to respond. I don't know the answer to the question I asked.
Because to believe the globe religion, you can't trust your senses. That's all.
So here's the thing: why flat earthers we don't have a belief. Because see, you've come into a place where we've studied and we've investigated these things about the human eye, the sizes of things, ocular resolution, like all the how perspective works, all these different things that we've looked into. That's why it's not a belief anymore, because you can take the size of the aperture of the eye and you can make certain reasonings based on that are real, empirical data as far as size, distance, and so forth. So we've done measurements where we have known distances, known heights of objects. Over and over and over and over again. It's like measuring your kitchen table 1,000 times, or measuring every kitchen table within 100 miles. Like, we've looked into this, so that's why it's not a belief anymore. I wanted to clear that part up. What you have is a belief. You have a belief because you cannot provide any kind of empirical data of anything exacting or specific at all about your fairy tale globe.
I'm laughing because I have nervous laughter. I apologize.
There's nothing that you can provide. Listen, if you could even provide us a claim that a globe Earth is being used in any technology that is using real physical objects, over, under the water, anything like that, we would love to see that because we've looked for it for almost 7 years.
I got a question too for the new guy. Why are all flight simulators, and yes, all of them, programmed over a flat stationary Earth? Why would they do that? Why would they teach them that if it's a globe?
Yeah, that's why it's called a plane, right?
I actually have not yet seen any simulation that well, except for Kerbal Space Program, which
that's a video game, dude.
Yes, that's what a simulation is it not?
We don't have to talk about simulations. I'm talking about the flat and stationary being used everywhere, all military, radar, rail guns, okay? Line of sight, hundreds of miles. Get out of here. It's not a globe.
When they train a pilot, bro, right? They put them in a simulation to learn how to fly. And in that simulation, they negate what's called the gravity vector. They just completely negate it in the simulation. And then the simulation is built to fly over a stationary flat Earth. That's how they're trained. That's how the blueprints of the plane read as to how they were built. That's what he's explaining to you, right? When we're talking about a video game.
Yeah, it's not video games. It's real world shit, because those people are going to be in flight training in the real world. A lot of those people are going to be pilots who love to play those kinds of games, or they already are pilots. Again, why would it ever be considered once to teach someone about flat and stationary if it were a globe? Why would you ever have to bring up flat and stationary, let alone the amount of times that they already have, which is in the tens of thousands at least?
Y'all.
You gotta admit that's kind of weird, bro. What up?
I'm sitting here watching. I know you guys are talking, but I just want to mention this as an aside. Like, I'm watching Vinny, Vinny B from the guy that was on the podcast with Dave Weiss. I went back to his original video that he did on there, and he's talking about the Jesuits and laying down so much information. I'm like, oh my God, I got to look into this. Talking about the Roman Empire is still running things. And the reason that these people have this strong heliocentric belief that they live in a ball in a vacuum is literally because of the church. The irony is killing me, bro.
Yeah, the Jesuits, bro.
That's got to be pretty shocking. I mean, think about that. Iron Dan, is it Iron Dan?
No, it's
Iron Dan.
Is it?
What do you think, Iron Dan, that your whole entire paradigm of the space thing, the Big Bang, was created by a Jesuit, a Catholic priest?
The entire thing?
Yeah, George Lamont.
Yeah.
He proposed the Big Bang.
And he was buddies, many meetings with Einstein, other pseudoscientists of the period.
Okay.
Which is why we say heliocentrism can't really be that old, because all of the other sources for it, they're not primary sources. Like Eratosthenes, nobody knows this man existed. There's no other literature surrounding where he's come from or wherever he's come. Like, none of that is. You can't really verify any of that, even from a historical standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, it's.
Doesn't it find it interesting that you were never taught any of these things? Doesn't that kind of make you think, like, why wouldn't I know these things? Why do flat earthers in 2022 have to teach me about all these things, right? And we didn't get taught them either. We had to figure them out, but that should make you wonder.
Before you brace against it as like, all right, they're saying some more crazy shit and blah 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 blah. Just look up the name Georges Lemaitre and type in "father of the Big Bang" and see what comes up. I mean, it's none of this stuff is hidden that we're talking to you about. I think I heard them telling you about all of the government documents that in there reference flat Earth. Like, I mean, why would that exist? Think about it.
You can actually go get these documents and read them, where they say that they train pilots and build planes to fly over a flat plane.
What you do have is YouTubers who tell us no. What you do have is various YouTubers that popped up after people have been questioning flat Earth to tell you that, well, mentioning that stuff is in there is out of context. Tell me how you can simplify mathematics for a sphere to flat planar geometry. How do you? It's not even the same thing. When they say, "Oh, this is just the simplification," and they're actually misleading people. Okay, well, whenever we ask them for the complicated version, that doesn't really exist. So it's kind of like you have to fact check the fact checker. Because imagine you find out some bullshit, then you go to a person and you're like, "Why'd you lie to me?" And then they give you their first objection. Do you normally go, "Oh, okay, I guess you're right"? No, you dig into it a little deeper. Have them give you verification for their justification.
Can you imagine flying a plane and trying to land on a surface that was spinning or moving at 1,000 miles an hour? People want to say, "Oh, it's your momentum you took with you." What if you turn the plane and go opposite direction and then turn around and go this direction, that direction? Then you go to land on an object that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. How do you really think that's possible? Do you really think a plane could land on an object moving that fast?
Answer your question directly? No.
Oh, the plane is moving that fast too.
That's exactly right.
They forget about the
Hey,
gravity.
Iron Dan, you can read, right? Simple.
Before you, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Because I'm just trying to dispel. Because I know what people, like normal people, respond with. And okay, so obviously you can look and then people will say, "Oh, flat earthers are wrong again because actually it's 1,000 miles at the equator, not everywhere." But it's really an RPM, right? So if you have a surface of something that's moving like a sphere, look, matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Imagine something spinning like a tire. Does it matter where you put your finger on that tire that's going 100 miles an hour? Honestly, it's not like it's not going to be moving if you land on one place of the tire versus the other. Like if you land on, say, like the middle, like where the axle is.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's still moving.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Earth's movement, there's no accounting for it whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a justification for why not. It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
We can't find any citations where it was empirically demonstrated to measure or detect the RPM of the Earth. So many people tried in history and never actually did it.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Einstein said that he's come to the conclusion no optical experiment would ever prove the rotation of the Earth, the movement of the Earth. So even Einstein said it can't be proven, and that it's because of relativity. And that, basically when things fall down, really the Earth is could be going up as well. It's all relative, and there's no way that you could know. So it may look like it's still, but it could just be moving. That's the actual, still to this day, best argument.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
But
sorry, my mic was done.
If he's new to this, he's getting all this information for the first time. So, it's all good. It's crazy, bro. It sounds crazy, but just keep listening. These are all verifiable facts.
If you really think about it, you've never seen Earth curvature, right? If you've been in a plane at 35,000 feet, because the globe indoctrination is so thick, people will see like the two sides of the window on left and right bend just a little, but that's because there's 7 fucking panes of glass between the viewer and outside. You think none of that's going to be bending? It's crazy. It's flat, horizontal, all the way up. The horizon stays right in the middle of your vision. How is that possible? The higher you go up, it should be dropping exponentially. We should be able to see half the fucking Earth from 30,000 feet.
Again, you got the. I'm sorry to bombard you. So I know I just jumped into the conversation and I said all this. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Elijah. It's good to be speaking with you. Sorry to just unload on you like this, but I just feel like every time someone says something, I'm thinking about the counter, and it's like, well, let's think about that counter for a second. Like the fact that people. First of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out. There's another guy, planetarium director Paul Larson, came out and said mathematically, obviously, with the area that you can see with your field of vision, you can't see the curve. In response to us sending up balloons to, I think, 120,000 feet, and it was like, where's the curve? Why is this curve that they're telling us is the curve? Why do we not see it when we send up balloons? Which is why they had to start saying that. But ask yourself this, like for all of because there's a flat earth debunk website that says, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong and he should apologize. Ooh, scary words. But if it is curving in your field of view, just put that image in your mind for a second, that it's curving just a little bit. And then begin to do a turn. And when you get 180 degrees in your mind, tell me how that curve makes sense. As a matter of fact, tell me what you can get on a plane and you're looking out and it's curving. So then you go to the other side of the plane and it's curving the same way.
Yo, I have a question.
How does that make sense? But this is what they tell people, and this is what they've reinforced people with. I've seen the curvature on the plane. I've seen it.
Bro, I have a question.
Because it's on like Good Morning America or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, people. Of course, people. No, they haven't. And if you claim you have, it's like, word, you seen the curve through that little window, and then you didn't really think about what happens if you did a 180 degree or 360 degree on that curve that you think you see. How does that even make sense geometrically?
I have a question. So if I have
Did you know that every single
telescope,
star in the sky moves east to west in a circle around Polaris, the North Pole star in the center? And it's done that for all recorded history of mankind. They say we're on a 66.6 degree tilt, wobbling, revolving around the sun, 66,000 miles per hour, as the sun drags us through space 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy shoots through space 1.3 million miles per hour, and we're on an elliptical orbit that constantly changes, and yet the sky has done the exact same thing, resetting back where it started around the center star for all recorded history.
Which indicates no movement at all.
And that all of those stars reset at exact geographical locations over the flat plane of Earth, as they have for all those thousands of years as well.
Surely you've seen these ancient buildings that show the summer solstice. They show the sunlight coming through a little hole in the wall, and it shines on a specific spot. And they view that every year, year after year after year after year. If we were spinning, flying through the universe or whatever, you think that light, that the sun would shine on that exact spot every time, the same time of year, exactly in the same spot? It's impossible, bro. We're not moving. That's why.
Iron Dan, your thoughts on any of this?
At this point, I feel as though anything that I say is going to create controversy, give me name calling, and
No one's going to call you names, bro. That's not what we're about.
The
It hasn't
live stream
happened yet,
voice
has it?
text would disagree with you.
Well,
why not? Well, why not answer the question? What was that about? You know how weird it was to say, "What are your thoughts on what's been said?" And for you to say, "Well," unless you're gonna answer with a non sequitur, aka things that are totally not related to what's been said, which would kind of piss off anyone in any conversation. Why wouldn't you just answer the question as it relates to what we've tried to say? I mean, I know we've said a mouthful. Maybe you could say something like, "Could you repeat that thing about the Jesuit priest? Like, that was interesting. What were you saying? What was his name?" Or something like that. Like, I mean, because unless you're going to say what we're saying is wrong, in which I mean, only thing we're doing is citing information. Why? Because we didn't make it up.
Right, but he's not being real combative, right? So like he came in here, you know, maybe thinking that this was crazy, but to be fair, if someone was going to be honest, if we were unloading information on like this, they probably would kind of not have much to say because it's a lot to take in. So
Yeah,
Well, I mean, you can hold on. You can just say, "I don't really have any comment right now," because it's a lot to take in. That thing about, oh, people be mad if like I said, only if you don't respond directly to what's been said. If all you have to say is, "I don't have anything to comment right now, but I do have a question," that's honest. Or I mean, it's better than nothing.
Sure. I don't. It's hard to recollect a lot of the things that you were saying. I think it's interesting the analogy that you made about the spinning tire. You said 100 miles an hour, right? And you said at any point that you put your finger on the tire, it's still 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like if I comment at all in any way, it's just instantly, globe priest indoctrination, and you can't make assumptions based on your school of thought. Like I'm really cornered here, at least intellectually.
Well, we don't make assumptions. Everything we've told you are not assumptions; they're just facts that can be verified. So
yes, but like when I'm solo and there's like 30 of you, then everything I say is assumptions, and everything you say is assertable fact.
if you state a fact, we're gonna go with it, dude. We're gonna know if it's an assumption, though. We do know these things.
Yeah, so let's break through some assumptions and some of the stuff that we were talking about initially when it comes to planes flying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody mentioned that all flight simulators are, flat stationary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do, just to get some participation here, is I'm going to post something in live stream voice text. It's from NASA. It's a nasa.gov website, and it's a PDF. Do you have the ability on your computer or your phone where you're at to pull that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, cool. Can you do me a favor and just read me the summary? So you'll scroll down past the table of contents, and then you'll come to the summary of the document. Can you do me a favor and just read that aloud?
I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm sorry. I'll read it to myself.
I mean, you can go through it slow. Nobody's going to make fun of you whether you're mispronouncing something or anything like that. That's not the exercise I'm trying to do. And let me know if there's anything in that summary that stands out to you.
If someone read it to you, would you listen to every word?
No, that isn't my point. But yes, I see that it says that it's a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. So this is NASA.
Linear aircraft model. Okay.
Yep. So this is NASA's derivation of the linear aircraft model, right? Okay. Why would they utilize that language, and why would they use a flat, non-rotating Earth for their aircrafts? Why would that be the case? Why do you think that is? Because this is coming from NASA, right? Which is obviously you've heard us say that we don't necessarily trust NASA. So what we're doing is we're using what's called a hostile. Yeah, we're using a hostile witness. So we're using NASA as a proof of our point here.
Okay.
Fortunately, they're telling the truth on this document.
Well, yeah, so people's lives are at stake when it comes to flying planes, things like that.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So when people's lives are at stake, we have to assume that it's a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. I mean, that's the only way NASA can fly anything. I mean, what does NASA look like not being able to fly anything?
Even if you go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna ask your thoughts on reading that document from NASA. Do you have anything that comes to mind? Anything on your mind?
I'm going through the introduction right now. The only reason I could think of that they would be specifying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is because, as you mentioned, that's what their current model that they're speaking of here. And what does it say? 1988. The model that they have for linear aircraft. It doesn't even say flight. It just says just a linear aircraft.
Right. So why would they have that in the 80s if they went to the moon in '69, bro?
Those sound like two totally separate topics. It seems like the only reason they would support that would be because they're, especially early models like models and simulations definitely just couldn't compute a full rotating body beneath you. To do that, you have to render the whole body.
That's ridiculous.
Otherwise, it's just like a treadmill.
So you just assume that the thing is the exact opposite of what it really is when you're preparing to fly over it? That's ridiculous.
Hey, you want to know why they? You want to know why they can't do it?
Wait a minute.
They actually. Okay.
What's it? This is one of those moments where everybody just needs to take this in, because realize everybody, we all know this matches reality. This matches reality. Isn't that crazy? And that's the point, is that this model matches what we experience. Wow.
That
is kind of ironic. I want you to know, though, like they can't even mathematically propose it on a spinning ball. So they actually can't even come up with an equation. It's called the three-body problem. They can't do the math. They have no choice. Like, they can't even mathematically explain this model. But like you said, they model it based on reality because they're flying in reality, and if they don't do that, people would die.
So the linear verbiage there, linear being a straight line. Yeah. So that would insinuate that this model craft is flying at least in a straight path.
Do you see kind of how this kind of comes back to what I told you at the beginning, bro? Like how this is actually the default position, right? Because like all observations and measurements show the Earth is flat and not moving. And to do anything successfully in the real world, practically, whether that fly, shoot ballistic missiles, use ground weapon system towers, whatever it is, you have to assume the Earth is flat for the practical use case to work, right? For you to be able to practically do things, you literally have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary and flat. So it's the default position. It's the only way anything works. So if you're going to claim anything else or believe anything else, you have what's called the burden of proof, right? You have to substantiate that what you're claiming is true, even though opposite to all evidence ever.
So, for example, in this case, can you find us a document that describes how nonlinear aircraft work on a curved Earth?
I can't, no.
You could try. You didn't even try. Come on, give it a search. Give it a whirl.
I mean, you agreed with me a minute ago that it wouldn't be possible to land on a surface that was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
I agree to your direct premise. Yes, I don't agree in the sense that a plane taking off, like you said, the detractors would say, is that that Earth constitutes an inertial frame of reference relative to the rest of the quote unquote heliocentric model, and when that plane leaves the ground, it still maintains the momentum of the rotating Earth relative to another body that is within the same heliocentric model. So that would be relative to the moon.
Yeah, but you didn't. I guess you didn't hear the part where I said the plane went up and turned and went in one direction and then another direction and another direction, which takes away all that angular motion, all that momentum. It's gone at that point because you're going in completely different directions.
There's also a problem when you're traveling from the equator and towards the imaginary poles on the ball. You're going from an area of higher rotation to an area of lower rotation, so there should be a deceleration somewhere.
So turning in a plane is not just turning; it's also I'm sorry, what are the four forces? Lift, drag, thrust, and load. No, weight or load. I don't remember which one.
All on a flat Earth. Yeah.
So when a plane is turning, there's a lot more involved than just turning. There is first it has to bank, right? It has to.
I'm not talking about turning. I'm talking about the change.
I'm answering the previous gentleman's. I'm answering the previous gentleman's thought, where he said that you're losing all of the inertial momentum imparted on you by turning. I don't believe that's the case, considering that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. Not exactly right. It's not.
Give me evidence of this.
I'm sorry. I was told I shouldn't interrupt anybody. So could you?
Well, when you make a baseless claim, I'm asking you to clarify your baseless claim. Can you give us evidence of the gas being attached to the rotating object?
I'm not saying it's attached to it. I'm saying that it's a part of it, so to speak. If we are to follow the premise of the globe model, my point ultimately, like I'm not going to go into stuff that I can't prove to you or that I don't know personally, but I will tell you that
that violates gas law 100%. Gas does not attach or bond to anything. That it violates all gas laws.
Sorry, that was wrong. That was wrong of me. I didn't mean to phrase it that way. I meant to say that the air still acts upon the aircraft, and still, like, the momentum is still conserved somewhere, right? So if a plane turns, the momentum of the plane changes, but some energy is still dispersed into the air, some minimal amounts of it, but it's still primarily efficiently pushed in the direction that the flaps are turning it in, and thus going in that direction. However, you're still conserving the same momentum that you had when you took off, because if that were not the case, if there was no atmosphere, for example, and it was a rotating ball, then yes, you would have to, depending on the speed that you attained in the plane, and that could be honestly however much the proportion speed, whatever of said thrust generating source.
This is what I wanted to ask you before we got. Look, okay, because I just wanted you to think about the words that you're using initially to justify this. But I'm going to ask a question, which is kind of annoying to us, so I would understand if, but trust me, it makes sense to ask this.
Sure.
What kind of momentum are we talking? Linear momentum or angular momentum?
That you're discussing right now?
Well, when you say it has to conserve momentum, which kind of momentum are you thinking? Because I would be thinking angular momentum, seeing as that you're traveling over a curved surface.
So you are, but as the globe priests say, you're moving at 1,040 miles an hour before you even take off, right? And then depending on the direction that you take
That's
off and the
kind of
vector in which you take off,
a red herring. And let me explain why. Because it's not dealing with the kind of momentum you're saying you're conserving. I'm just asking you which one you think it is.
I don't know. I just know that there's no such thing as absolute motion, and that every motion is relative, and the plane is relative to at least in the context that we were discussing, the plane is relative to the ground from which it takes off. So
right. So the ground is curving and the air is curving. So you would have to conserve angular momentum. How would you be doing that? Seeing as that you're flying a linear aircraft. I mean, have you thought about it before? You don't have to force an answer.
I'm trying to force an answer that makes sense to me, let alone applies to either globe or flat.
Okay.
But it doesn't make sense to
like
me.
for instance, if I spin a yo-yo, the yo-yo portion is attached to the string and it's attached to the rotation. However, if I cut off the yo-yo, it's going to fly off in a linear fashion. Well, obviously, it's going to drop to the ground at some point, but we're talking about moving in a linear path. So,
and without the influence of gravity or any sort of atmosphere or anything at all, then yes, it would most likely be linear motion. But it's not, considering there's so many other factors involved when a plane takes off the ground, like 4 forces, right, that I mentioned, which is drag.
That's what we're saying. Why aren't the ones that are actually manufacturing the aircraft or flying the aircraft, they're not doing any of what you're saying? Why is that?
Well, they're not doing it in 1988, and they're not doing it based on this assumption of a linear.
No one's assuming anything about a rotating globe underneath the aircraft. Only flat and stationary.
So I think it's because it doesn't make sense to assume that it is rotating, because it wouldn't have an impact. In the sense.
Do you realize that all you can do to argue for the globe is go on and on trying to explain why we never experience Earth as a globe?
I also want to point out, like,
you could put it that way,
use this argument now a couple of times of in 1988, like, it's just so outdated. Don't you think if they came up with new information, NASA.gov might have updated that information?
Yeah, because actually, the other gentleman is right. All you have are excuses for why none of us ever experienced, nor has anyone ever experienced, a rotating globe.
Yeah, just nothing can explain the ways.
That's excuses.
How long has the Boeing 747 or the 737 been in use? Do you know?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
Well,
because we've been flying planes the same way since 1988, right? The surface of the Earth hasn't changed. The way that we fly these aircraft really hasn't changed much, right?
Okay.
So at what point does the spinning, rotating, and curving Earth come into play? What year? What year did we have to account for?
I'm not saying that it does come into play at a certain point, but I just, like, it doesn't. I can't even give an example that makes sense. Like it.
Well, okay, so because the problem is logical fallacy. And so we're saying, well, the documents say that you're flying for all intents and purposes over a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is in opposition to what people believe it is. And so when we ask you questions where we think, well, if it were curved, if it were moving, shouldn't these problems happen? I mean, obviously, if you simulate it in your mind, it presents a problem unless you accept the ad hoc explanation for why none of this would happen. So it's actually begging the question, because the conclusion already is, well, it is a globe Earth, so the reason that we don't experience it is add whatever ad hoc explanation you like. So the question for me is, why do you believe that?
I want to hear it.
I'm just asking why one would believe that. I mean, it's like so many different. I mean, you can believe what you want. I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you not to think what you think.
I just feel like I haven't fleshed out like what I'm trying to say. It's that in the reason that they're speaking of linear models for aircraft, because I think especially at that time, and probably even now, there aren't aircraft that it could make. Well, actually, maybe today there is. I don't know, but at that time, I don't think that there were aircraft that could end up in a situation where a curved Earth would have an impact. And what I mean is that if you were to, let's say, for example, that you are flying through an atmosphere filled with air, because that's what you can't have quote unquote flight with.
Can you provide? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but can you provide a citation for what you just made a claim for?
Sorry, sure.
In the very first part of your statement, just now, you made claims. Can you show us a citation where that is, or are you just making it up?
Could you repeat the claim that I made?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. Like I'm not tracking what I say. If you're tracking what I say, then you should be able to repeat it.
You don't. I don't think you even know what you're saying. That's what sophistry is.
Sonny, everyone, can I just point out what he just said, though? Right before Elijah started speaking, he said, when asked about it, he said, I don't even have an example for the globe Earth. He said, I can't even come up with an example for why we would need to operate over a globe Earth, and nobody noticed.
That's not what I was referencing to, but sure, I guess. Yeah.
No, nobody noticed.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I did notice. That's not what he said, but I get your sense of it, is what he did say.
No, it is what he said, Elijah. You're not paying attention.
That's not what he said verbatim. No, it's not.
No,
what
he clearly made the... Bro, you guys need to open your ears, please.
But can you not interrupt and allow me to actually repeat what he did say, so you can say, you know what, you're right, that's more accurate, or no, that's not what I heard. Do you have to be this oppositional? Okay. So what he said was a whole bunch of trying to explain why you would have a plane conserving momentum after I made the thing about the yo-yo and yada yada yada. And at the end of that statement, he said, it's not really making sense to me right now. I don't even know how to explain it.
I'm saying I can't give you an example where that would where
that would make sense.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not an aeronautics professional, but I can say that I do know that there are four forces that act on a linear aircraft when it's traveling through an atmosphere. I mentioned
That's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted the citation for, right there. I need something stating that those four forces. Right there. Sorry to interrupt you, but you move too fast, and it's like a moving target. So right there, you said there's forces acting upon it. So we need a citation. Can you provide that citation for that statement?
Sure, I definitely can't. If
and how it's used in linear aircraft model, please show us where that is.
He said he can't do it, man. Like, this is the only beef I have with this place sometimes, is like, it's probably pretty hard for someone new to the subject, right? Yeah. And so if someone is being decently honest, where he's speculating answers, and when he's told why it's wrong, he's trying to figure it out, and he admits it doesn't really make sense, we don't need to make it more difficult. He said he doesn't have the citation. I think the point is that instead of just making claims in your head, right, it'd be more productive if we can actually discuss things that can be verified. We actually know your side's information and all they have to offer, so the more efficient way would be to stick with empirical, verifiable things. And I think that's what Sonny's kind of trying to say to you when he keeps on bringing up the citations. I do think that we
Oh my God! I found it by accident. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I found what I was talking about by accident. If you go to page 26 of what you linked me, 1.3.4 discusses energy-related parameters and then force parameters, and they discuss these quantities are total aerodynamic lift, total aerodynamic drag, total aerodynamic normal force, and axial force, which I'm guessing is.
And how does that? And how does that relate to the actual in-flight, physically flying the aircraft? Tell me how are they adjusting for those forces?
So,
no, it is actually what that page is talking about is exactly how they engineered the plane to fly in reference to a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's the point.
And I can probably see how all four forces would still apply on a flat Earth. What I can't see is that it would make sense to think of it as a rotating Earth, because there's just like you would have to travel a very fast and very far distance in order for curvature to apply, especially at that altitude, and then you would have to adjust for that.
So the thing about
I don't know how far.
Oh.
So the thing about curvature, right? Let's get into that. When we're talking about curvature from where you're starting, it's an exponential equation that you're talking about. So when the plane takes off and it's flying in a straight linear line, right?
Exactly. Where height is not increasing or decreasing.
No, we can do it. We can do the math. I'll help you out, and then I'll let the guy that was just talking previously take back over. 500 miles an hour. So how much drop would you have to negotiate with that?
I don't know, but it would have to be relative to the plane. I'm really sorry. The spherical plane on which it is in the atmosphere relative to its height above sea level. That's the only universal one on the globe. And so as long as that doesn't change, then no extra force would be needed to climb higher, because then gravity would be, a different load, a different weight force would be.
It's not about extra force to climb higher. It's about the floor that's dropping away from you at 500 miles an hour.
So think of it this way. Yes. Think of Everest as a plateau that has a airport on the top of it. Your plane takes off from the top of Mount Everest.
Okay.
And you have a slope. We can even use a slope, which isn't an exponential curve, right? If that plane takes off and it flies flat and level, like planes do, as it takes off and the mountain below it begins to drop away, is it gaining in altitude?
Above sea level, yes, technically.
So at what point would it be going downward to either follow some sort of curvature? Does it do that? Does the plane
how long it flies, right? Like it has to fly a certain distance in order for it to even begin to account for curvature. Otherwise, if it didn't, it would technically be climbing as it went straight.
Right. So think of it this way: no matter where you're at on the ball, from your perspective, you're on the top of it.
This is why I interrupted the first time. Because he seems to think that you have to fly a vast distance to have to negotiate the amount of drop there would be in an hour. We can even break it down to minutes.
Yeah, I was just trying to
assume it was just trying to say anything about distance or time.
Can somebody just pull out like a quick Earth curve calculator and figure it out for him? Because that seems to be his main point of contention. So let's deal with it.
Well, I was trying to display the fact that when that airplane takes off and it's flying flat and level, you are flying tangential to the curve, right? So then we can do the math and we can figure out how much curvature it would be that would be falling away.
So if the engine is never given extra power, and if the engine never decreases in power and maintains straight and level flight, no extra force is applied on any floor, then on a curved Earth, like the simple act of traveling straight would technically make you go straight. Like you're not going to fly off the globe just because you've changed trajectory. And if you do,
You would be gaining elevation.
more. You would need more power from the engine in order to continue to move further away.
Exactly. That's exactly. I don't understand why you're saying that. You can't say fly straight, aka in a tangent, when the ground is not. The ground is curving in relation to the tangent that you're flying. Like it doesn't
and a certain amount per distance, right?
That's what I'm trying to get to. Do you not think it's significant?
So it depends, right? Like if we're doing the example of Everest,
doesn't really
right?
depend because you can use the example of just say 0 altitude. Just use the curvature of the Earth. Obviously, it would have to be more because the radius would be increased the further in altitude you go. But just using 0 altitude to tell you how much curvature there would be would suffice. The question is, does anybody ever have to account for this kind of drop when they're going straight in a tangent in relation to the curve of the Earth underneath them? Before we even answer that question, we have to figure out some kind of hypothetical number so that you understand what we're talking about. Can somebody just whip out an Earth curve calculator and figure out how much drop is in an hour for 500 miles?
Well, Matthew Learns helped us out there and posted something in chat where he said it would be 8.33 miles per minute would be the drop.
That's false.
Well, either way.
It has to go by the 8 inches per mile square drop. It's about 2,790 feet per minute.
Yes, well, I just wanted to point out Napalm and Sunny. So Napalm, this is what you said. At what point does the spinning, curving, and rotating Earth come into play? And Iron Sophist's answer was, I can't even get an example that makes sense answering that question. And I just can't believe that these can constantly ignored. We're reviving a dead dog with electroshock therapy when the guy's admitting he doesn't have a claim.
I don't have an example that would make sense to somebody who's looking for exact.
All right, I've heard enough. Someone black swan me.
Please, something.
All right, black swan me. So look in the voice text. There should be something called the black swan coming up. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get straight to the heart of the issue. Okay, so they say the Earth's a sphere and has a radius of 3,959 miles with a circumference of 24,901 miles, right? So we have something called geometry. That is the measurements of shape. So if you claim the Earth is a shape with a certain dimension, which is a sphere with a radius of 3,959, you can use geometry to measure and test that, right? So we're going to use this radius value and see if it's true. Now, if we are on a sphere with that radius value, if we're 1 foot above the surface, we would see the curvature of the Earth, the geometric horizon, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which I said was 1, which means you would see the horizon at 1.2 miles away. So very simply, if the Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, if you're 1 foot above that sphere, you have to see the geometric horizon no further than 1.2 miles away. We have an observation right here, 1 foot off the surface. The horizon is over 10 miles away. This is utterly impossible, geometrically impossible. On a sphere, the radius would have to be 264,000 miles. What this means is we have falsified the globe Earth radius. Did you understand that?
Wait, did you just plug in 1 foot and one point? I think it was, you said 25 miles in the same equation without equating the variables first?
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is how you determine where the curvature is based on geometry if you have a radius of 3,959 miles.
Are there different variables in that equation? Because if not, then they have to be weighted.
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department. Comes from your side.
That equation. Could you post that equation, if at all possible?
Wow. Sure. So real fast, we encourage you to verify the equation. This is not our equation. He just now invoked Andrew Thomas Young. That's the subject matter expert for your side. We are using your side. We are testing your claim. So if the math is correct, which it is, do you understand the argument?
And do not forget that a sea mile is big of is 1.8.
If you're talking about nautical miles versus statute miles, you would multiply the nautical miles times 1.15 to get the statute miles, the regular miles that we're used to. Roughly, it's about a 6 bigger than a nautical mile.
Yeah, it's a nautical mile.
Well, you really need to make sure you understand this and address it, because if that radius value they told us is wrong, the entire model is also wrong. The entire model requires the radius value be accurate.
I just light is bending exponentially.
Okay, that's just, you're just saying words. So
I'm trying to read. People are speaking and reading at me at the same time.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not. I'm trying. I don't want you to get worked up, man. I just want to help you out here. You were lied to about the Earth. Not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal, but it's not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Don't make it weird.
It's
not.
Just because you're based in Red Pill doesn't mean it has to be awkward or weird. It's just, facts and stuff. That's all.
So once again, if the radius was 3959 and we were 1 foot above the Earth, we should see a geometric horizon. That's a curve, a mound, a hill, a physical obstruction that's tangible, real, actual, has to be there blocking us. Like a pregnant lady can't see her feet. Like you can't see through a hill of dirt. Like you can't see through a corner to the other side. The Earth has to do that if it's a sphere. And instead of it being where it's supposed to be, blocking our view at 1.2 miles, it's 10 miles away. Actually, much further than that. We're just going to rock with a 10 to play it safe. That means that it's 10 times too far away. So if the Earth was a sphere and that horizon we see is actually curvature blocking us, that would mean the sphere would have to have a radius of 264,000 miles. Yet they claim that it's just under 4,000 miles.
That's a 1,000% error. Is there any explanation that would account for an 1,000% error? Like mathematically, that figure, 1,000%. Is there anyone anywhere on this green earth that would account for that kind of margin of error? I'd love to see that citation. I would love to see the citation, regardless of that word, which is misapplied all the time. I'd like to see it used to explain 1,000% discrepancy.
I mean, there is no reason to talk about planes. There's no reason to talk about how you think it could work, how you think it could be a ball. None of it matters. It all comes down to this right here. All of it. Let me explain to you why. We have day and night cycle. The Earth says it's because the Earth's spinning. That's what makes the sun look like it comes up and down, right? That uses the radius value, day and night cycle. Quote unquote gravity uses the mass of the Earth, thus the dimensions of the Earth, thus the radius value. The distance to the sun, to the moon, and every other quote unquote planet uses the radius value. Distances on the Earth that we use and are mapped out and we use daily to travel, they all use the radius value. Every time they've ever claimed to go to space, they need to attain gravitational orbit, quote unquote. In order to do this, you need a radius of orbit requiring the radius of the Earth. Every story they say about going to space cannot be true if the radius value they were assuming was wrong. So all the conversation boils down to this one point, and that's if the radius is accurate or not.
And we've got dozens of observations that verify this exact same thing, that the radius is not what they tell us.
Now, technology just outpaced the lie. Now, we have Nikon P900s and P1000s with 83 times zoom and 125 times zoom, and we can go test it for ourselves, right? When they came up with this idea, they did not have the P1000. So technology outpaced the lie. They actually discontinued the Nikon P1000 at Best Buy recently. Maybe the number one selling camera in the world for like 3 years. Maybe you would wonder, why would they ever discontinue their number one selling camera ever?
Too many truth bombs.
People are going out there and measuring flatness, regular people.
Like, someone went to Best Buy to buy a P1000 and the employee said, "I've never seen this before. I don't understand. It's just discontinued in the system."
So without an
There's also
atmosphere, you
lie.
should be able to see to the other side of every body of water?
No. What?
That's what I'm getting from this, that
No,
without
look,
an atmosphere and without...
well, there's no such thing as without an atmosphere, right? So that's just completely detached from reality. There's
The
no such.
moon doesn't have an atmosphere, allegedly.
Well, hold on. Look, can I take this one? Because I would like you to respond to, everything that Witsit just talked about. But to your question, looking at what's your question? Can you ask it one more time so that I'm clear?
If there is no curvature, should you, without an atmosphere, be able to see to the other side of every single body of water?
No, because every optical device has an angular limit.
And this angular limit increases with the devices like the P900 and...
Well, you can look at it depends. You have to look into the specs of the camera with the lens and all of that. Yeah, it all depends.
Yes, that's what they do. They increase angular limit.
Now, with an atmosphere, obviously, well, with air, let's just say, because atmospheres, the air takes the shape of a container. It doesn't just have an inherent shape. The atmosphere denotes that it does. So obviously the meteorologist that comes on to explain the weather tells you the visibility for that day. So hypothetically, not even hypothetically, it's just you would never be able to see more than 5 towns over, let alone over the entire ocean. Like, that would just never be possible. I mean, this is obvious if you live in a high elevation location. I live on an island. I live in New York City. And when I'm on Park Avenue, looking over to the east or the west, the trees in the background are grayed out for this reason. So what's the point of your question? Because can we get back to what Witsit said? Could you respond to that?
He's asking why can't he see China?
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So, I mean, do you have any thoughts about what Witsit just laid out?
Nothing that makes sense.
Right. So maybe I'll break down the basics for you so you understand. There's a fundamental difference in the horizon, okay? Which is, of course, horizontal. That's why it's called horizon. Now, Flat Earth knows
that the horizon is just an apparent location. It's defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, the sky and ground never physically converge. It's just apparent, right? It's a vanishing point in the distance. Like if you stare at the end of a long railroad or street with streetlights or hallway, it'll look like the floor and the ceiling or the walls are converging. They're not. That's just an optical effect because you can't see forever because of limit of view, angular resolution, right? So that's all the horizon is. When it's clearer outside, you can see further, so the horizon is further away. Whenever it's not very clear outside, the horizon is closer because you can't see as far. It just moves around. It's just apparent. It's not an actual place. Now on the globe Earth, the horizon is an actual place. It physically blocks your view. It stays in one place and blocks your view. That's the fundamental difference. Now, when we make this observation, we see that that horizon is 10 times too far for it to be the physical, actual place that the globe necessitates it be at. That is the fundamental difference.
So, wouldn't a radio telescope be able to see to the other side of every single body of water then?
Radio telescopes don't even have as high of a zoom as 125x.
But they can penetrate through any kind of atmosphere, any kind of gas.
That's inaccurate. It can't penetrate through any type of atmosphere. But did you wait? What did you say? Microwaves?
No, I said radio telescope.
Oh, so you can shoot radio waves 10,000 miles on the Earth. That doesn't help. Radio doesn't help you. Like, wait? You're saying that if we use a radio telescope, we'd be able to see all the way across the Earth, but the reason we can't is because
No, I'm saying that I'm saying that that without an atmosphere, you should be able to see across every body of water if the Earth is flat, right? So if you'd wanted to get through the atmosphere, it would just take a radio telescope.
Now, see, the radio telescope still has an angular resolution limit. The telescope just helps you increase it, right?
Okay, so then you should be able to get across any body of water then with a strong enough radio telescope, because radio telescopes are observing quote-unquote nebulae from apparently millions of light years away, so a couple thousand.
That's just a cool story. The fact that you think that
it still indicates their capability, does it not?
I'm trying to explain to you why it's not accurate.
Sorry.
So when you take the telescope and you point in the sky, for one, you're looking straight up to the less dense part of the air. If you put it over the surface of the Earth, you're looking over the surface. That's the most dense part of the air. You can't see as far through dense air as you can through less dense air. In addition, those lights are in no way thousands of light years away or anything like that. That's just a story. That's a mathematical claim. It's just a story. So when you look up, you see the stars that are there. You see them the best you can, right? And even if they were that far away, which they're literally not at all, it still doesn't matter. It's not analogous to looking through the dense part of the atmosphere. And by the way they came up with the distances is they use something called redshift and blue shift. And they constantly have to fluctuate it. And they misapply the idea of the Doppler shift. So it's not like they measure this or anything. They literally just mathematically work out what they think it is, and it constantly changes.
Thank you. I definitely have a lot to learn and review.
Yeah, of course, man. It's just a lot of info, bro. Just stay honest. Like, don't be combative or anything, right? Like,
have I been? I'm really sorry.
No, I don't think you have. I think you've been pretty cordial. That's why I keep them coming in and trying to calm it down, because people just get they're like passionate about it. It's a big lie, and we hate to see people that seem decently reasonable be tricked into doing these mental gymnastics, right? Where we have researched this for years, and we know people don't know anything about it, but they just kind of assume that it has to be a sphere, and so people get a little frustrated. I do try to remind people to be patient, because when you first hear this, it seems wild, and it is a ton of information. But that's why I brought up the radius to you, bro. All the rest of it, you can figure it all out. I encourage you to do so, but you need to hone in on that radius value, and you can go test it for yourself, right? So provably, they lied about the radius of the Earth. It is not real, provably. And so now we have to deal with that reality. We were lied to about where we live. So that model, those cartoons, all those cartoons, all those claims of space, they are not real. They are not real. They cannot be real. They've been falsified. So, which is why they're all CGI pictures anyway, right? So.
Well, thank you. This has been kind of enlightening.
Well, it's really funny when you go back and look at old videos, especially like other countries like Russia or China's moon landing. It's so bad. You have to really be wanting to believe it to not obviously know it's Photoshop, CGI.
Okay, well, thank you guys for your time. I'm sorry if I angered or triggered anyone.
You're fine, bro. You're fine. Like, just look into it, man, and just be honest. Because you're going to find out that everything proves it. Nothing works on a globe. Like the magnetic field, Harvard still can't explain the magnetic field on a globe in 2022, nor can Stanford, nor can Yale. So, like, the only way to understand where you live is to throw away that model, right? It's patently false. It's a big lie, and it makes people uncomfortable because it's like, wow, are you saying these countries work together? And then they find out, well, every major country in the world actually does work together. There's something called the Antarctic Treaty, and they've all agreed to it, including China. And it's illegal to go past the 60th south latitude. It's illegal to privately explore Antarctica. So yeah, all these countries do work together openly. All the space agencies work with NASA openly. NASA worked with Nazis openly. It just doesn't stop. The rabbit hole is endless.
But I mean, in regards to that, I feel like there's a certain risk that comes with opening the public to dangerous places, like for example, Everest, which has been open to the public for I think it's now like a couple decades. I'm not gonna presume to give any level of facts, but like tourists go up there to die, and apparently like more than half the mountain is covered in shit, and it's mostly just rich people that really badly want to say that they've climbed Everest, and they go there and they usually get injured or die or like get Sherpas killed and things like that.
Well, you're making a great point. Like Mount Everest is dangerous, but if people decide to go take that risk themselves, they're allowed to do so. You can climb to the top of Mount Everest and jump off if you want to.
Exactly, and I'd say that in some ways Nepal is kind of responsible for those deaths because they're earning money for tourism on that, and that's the only reason they allow it. But in Antarctica, it's a bit different, right? Where a bunch of nations have decided you can't go here because it's extremely dangerous, and even if you do want to explore, like you should do it with these sorts of organizations that know what they're doing. And like I don't know, I have yet to see many people to say that like we're being prevented from coming here.
People have tried to go and they've been intercepted. You can't go. The only way you can go is you go on an approved guided tour. It costs anywhere from like $10,000 to $60,000. You're not allowed to go anywhere except for where they tell you, and typically you're not allowed to come off the ship. But so you don't actually. It's okay, but you don't know the history of it, right? So Operation Paperclip, we brought Nazis over here in 1945. The very next year, we then went and explored Antarctica in Operation High Jump, which is also declassified. And they went and explored that area for many years. And after they explored it, they founded NASA and signed the Antarctic Treaty within 1 year of each other, saying it's illegal to go where they just explored. So if they were to find something they didn't want us to know about, that's also exactly what they would do, right? It doesn't require some benevolence on their part to take care of everyone. And that also comes with the illusion the government is responsible for taking care of you, when actually, as a man, you are responsible for that and for protecting women and children. But my point is that the government doesn't just give you rules to save you. The government didn't shut the whole world down on the same day and give you lockdowns and curfews to keep you safe. It's because the government likes to have power over people. And the government's not a person. So that's why as it gets bigger, it gets more corrupt. So anyway, the point is they went and explored that region and they came back and said, we can't go there. And if China's our mortal enemy, why are they in an agreement with us?
Do not know. I will try to come back with more information next time.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm saying I know you haven't heard all this because they intentionally omit this from any type of education. And so what you're going to have to do is if you actually do want to know the truth, you're going to have to learn a bunch of stuff that was hidden from you. Not that are lies, just that was hidden. That's what it comes down to. And you're going to have to face ostracism, right? Like people ridiculing you or acting like you're crazy, as I'm sure you thought we were at first. But just stand tall and represent the truth and find it, bro, and then you'll be fine. And that's the biggest lie ever told. So it's like it's a big deal, right? You don't know where you live, and they told us that there's nowhere else to go. And don't worry, we went and checked this place for you, and you don't need to go there. It's too dangerous. They drew a circle on everyone on the earth. It's like the Hunger Games in real life. It's actually insane.
Cool. Thank you. I actually do have to go. Sorry I can't stay longer, but thank you for the information. And again, sorry if I triggered anyone.
Nah, you're good, bro. Come back, man.
Have a good one, guys.
Later.
Yeah, good job there, Austin. I think initially the guy was coming in to not necessarily be sincere, but I think after a little while he started to realize that our arguments have validity, right?
Dang, I missed the tail end of that. I was on the phone. But what happened in the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
He started conceding that he didn't really know much and was thankful for us telling him information and that he'd have to go look into it more.
Yeah, and I think that's the best outcome we can have here, right? Is somebody that realizes maybe they don't have as much knowledge on something that they think they know is truth, and they're leaving here with some homework to do, and hopefully they do that and they come back, right? Good job.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Warming, get bigot.
It is serious problem. Global warming.
It's the first time I hear it.
Buenos dias, senor.
Buenos dias.
Good day.
Che faccio?
Did you see the question that was asked by Glober up there in the text chat?
Oh, what did he ask?
Well, he was asking if he had a really good telescope. Could I see Australia? And then he jumps over to, I can see stars a million miles away. So why can't I see Australia? Yeah. That's the type of logic.
Well, that's a loaded question fallacy, you know, because the question itself includes an assumption which you're guilty if you don't address it, you know. So yeah.
Well, yeah, the claim of the distance to the stars.
Yeah, correct.
Mm-hmm.
You have to take it like default verified knowledge, you know. Yeah. Cool. Be right back. Have to go short.
Hey, check out this reference I just posted. It looks interesting. I don't know. I haven't gotten all the way through yet, but I thought it was interesting.
What does it tell you?
Talking about how a lot of things in American history are not real, just made up, and it's from another country, so I'm assuming that they've analyzed it. So I'm still looking at it, but it's just an article. Just check it out.
All right.
Wow, there's references for all the stuff in here. It's pretty trippy.
I look how the first topic is Einstein, the mythical genius.
Well, I've been talking about this for a couple of days now.
This guy's calling Einstein a fraud? How dare he?
Yeah, how dare
Just
you?
give the guy a pat on the back if I could. I think he's probably dead now.
Yeah, Einstein's a genius. They saved his brain.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they saved they saved a grade school dropout. Sure, they did.
I would love to visit that brain of his somewhere. Where is it? Is it on display?
Did they attach it to a computer so we can talk to him?
Oh, there's a book called Einstein Plus Two. You ever heard of it?
No.
No.
It was written by Professor Emeritus of Electrical Engineering from the University of Colorado, a guy named Peter Beckman. And it basically destroys Einstein, basically. Destroys the whole, not really the underlying physics, but more like the deification of him. So I'll just read like a little part of it. It's like an excerpt. It says Einstein's formula for the advance of Mercury's perihelion was first derived by Albert Einstein from his general relativity theory in 1915. It says no, it was derived 17 years earlier by Paul Gerber by classical physics using the same assumptions as in the present book that gravity propagates from its source at velocity c. This is easily checked in any college library that has the 1898 volume Dirk F. Mathematica Physica. I don't read German, so I'm not going to butcher that. But that's what the book's about. It like goes through all these claims that Einstein invented or came up with or derived, X, Y, Z first. And it basically goes through it all and says, no, this person invented it. The general argument is that Einstein is basically just plagiarized everybody. So in electrodynamics of moving bodies, which is the theory of special relativity, there's 0 citations. 0. That's plagiarism. Literally, if you submitted a college paper with 0 citations, you'd get a 0 on it. You'd probably be kicked out of university for plagiarism.
I thought it was Henry Poincaré that came up with the.
Well, there's all sorts of ones that came up with E equals MC squared first, and the Lorentz transformation. There's a whole in the theory of special relativity and general relativity. There's bits and pieces that came from other places, and then he put them all together, like linked the mathematics together, but didn't cite anybody. Which is plagiarism. That is textbook plagiarism. That's what plagiarism is when you take a bunch of people's ideas and claim they're your own.
In this thing that I posted, it says that an Italian physicist, Olinto di Prato, long before Einstein was getting credit for it, came up with E equals MC squared. That's what this said, but I don't know.
Yeah, it was actually derived by a bunch of different people in a bunch of different ways. So basically, there's other formulas that are equivalent to E equals MC squared. E equals MC squared is like the reduced formula for a special case, right? It's for a body that is not in motion, right? So if you have a body with no mass that's not in motion, if it's completely at rest. So it's like a special case, but it's more like a meme. You know what I mean? Because it fits on a T-shirt, right? Equals MC squared. How cool! But the actual formula for that is actually quite a bit longer. But that's not as cool as E equals MC squared.
Well, here it says it claims that prior work on E equals MC squared was James Maxwell, Hendrik Lorentz, Joseph Larmor, Pareto, which I already mentioned, Robert Brown, Ludwig Boltzmann, and Friedrich Hassenauer, and many more. It says, but yeah.
Yeah, and many more.
I didn't know that. I did not know
There's like many, 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 many more. Like I've heard as far back as the 1500s, people came up with it. They just didn't know how to apply it. You know what I mean? That like because it's just a formula for mass equals energy.
Right. Well, yeah, right. I don't know. I think it's interesting. I didn't even expect this article to actually pop at all. I just posted it because it looked interesting. But now I'm taking a look at it. There's a lot of interesting stuff in here.
Yeah, for anybody wondering about Einstein's brain, I think if you type in the Stephen Hawking's program, it might be still under top secret, but I'm sure you can figure it out. That's a joke, by the way.
We'll keep that in mind. Yeah, I might actually have to write a paper on this one.
Yeah, if you do, just be glad that you don't live in Soviet Russia because the Einstein scare, I don't know if you can still find it on the internet, but in 2015 you could. It basically said the people who are writing papers against Albert Einstein were sent to the gulags. Like they're arrested and, pretty much worked to death in Siberia.
That's terrifying.
The acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared is actually a law in some countries.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually a law.
How do you get a law? How do you get something made into a law? Like how do you just make up something silly like don't step on my toes and then make everybody else?
That value in the first place is not a measured value. It's just agreed upon by convention. So hold on, I'll post it. I'll post the actual thing. Hold on.
Yeah, please do.
You always post the drop tower experiment. I can't remember who gave it to me, but I have the worst trouble trying to cite my source on that.
I think I posted the video was originally in a while ago from the guy who did the test. It's in German. It was like a couple days ago, like 5 days ago. I think I posted it. I'll post that again too. Hold on.
I did not know this. Did you know that Coca-Cola wasn't invented by Coca-Cola?
Oh, in the documentary I saw about Einstein's brain, they saved it, and they said that he had like a really good connection between both of his hemispheres, and that he had a brain of a young man. So does that mean he didn't use it? And when he was younger, he had the brain of a baby when he was a young man.
Really?
I'm bullshitting. I'm joking around. But that is what they said. They said he had a brain of a young man.
I'm going to check out some of these references about Einstein. I'll get back to you guys in a little bit.
Hey, you want me to DM that to you too, Hank?
Sure. Yes. What is it?
The original video for the Bremen Drop Tower.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you. Yeah, because every time I give it to somebody, they're like, "Why aren't you citing your source?" It's like, you guys like say everything by decree, but yeah, I'll cite my source. Like, this is what I got. I'm sorry.
Oh,
So
so
yeah,
also
that'd be great.
in the description is a link to the guy. So this is the guy who did the test. He actually, paid to do this test. So that's like you can't get any closer to the primary source than that. It's the guy that did the test. In the description is a link to his webpage. Now it's all in German, so you know, do what you want. I don't, Google Translate or whatever. I think
That's
he
why I
has
had
some.
such trouble then.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like that page is nuked. Shocking. Or Thorsten Mueller is his name. Let me find a.
Well, at least he didn't have to go to Siberia, right?
Nope. Probably just chucked him over the Berlin Wall. Yeah, he had a web page. I'm having trouble finding it. Yeah, I found it. Damn, I'm good at this shit.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not too good at finding sources. I just copy everybody else's sources.
I just meant
I ain't
like
gonna
I'm
lie.
good at finding shit on the internet. It's like a special talent I fucking have. I don't know what it is. Probably because I've been using the internet since the shit was invented.
Right. You know about all the quotation marks and the plus and the minus and
Yeah,
different
exactly.
ways to search. Yeah. I think I
How to
learned that in the
search
ninth grade.
pictures, and then sometimes you can just get a picture, right? And then you can use like Google search engine to find the picture, and then you'll find links that use that picture, and then you can skip through that and then find, the original source.
Nice. I have to remember that.
Yeah, so like they use that AE map, right? It's it's so funny. The one Professor Dave uses, and who else used it? Some other chump. So it's the one that's like bluish. I'm sure you've seen it. It's like an AE map. It's got like has Latin long lines, but it's like a bluish tinge. Hold on, I'll find it.
I never heard Professor Dave's voice until last night. My wife was on TikTok and she was listening to Dave versus Dave on TikTok. And I was like, hey, I know that guy. And she was like, yeah? I was like, yeah, I've been in a couple of hangouts with him. And she's like, yeah? And she said, what about the other guy? So that's the first time I ever heard his voice. I don't know who he is. I mean, I know who he is now.
They've put this all over TikTok. I can't Me More Vet was saying that last night. He was like, I almost can't believe that. I'm actually stunned. Like, why would you put that up if you're a Professor Dave?
Well, it was both Dave's voices. So the guy was saying, that you don't understand that, gas compiles into stars, and he was like, sorry, Flat Earth Dave was like, well, that's not how it really works in reality. Gas repels each other. It repels, against itself, and it spreads
Yeah.
out. And my wife listened to that, and she was like, yeah, he's right. So even though she didn't know much, she
Well,
knew
that's
that
because
was right.
Professor Dave's response to that said, "Yeah, because you're a moron," or something like that. Like,
yeah, that's what gas actually does. Anybody who's ever used a modern cigarette lighter, like they know as soon as you hit the button, the gas is expanding out of the lighter.
nobody that's ever used anything involving gas pressure.
Yeah.
Even a little kid, like balloons, right? You blow
when I
up a
was in the fourth
balloon, what
grade,
happens to
I
the
had
gas, right? It gets squeezed out. Like,
I had
everybody
pumped
knows
up
it.
kicks. In the fourth grade, I had the pumps. So I had the shit figured out in the fourth grade.
You have somebody because he's got like letters from Bremen. Because I told people he ended up getting banned from there after this experiment or something. Is my understanding.
Oh yeah, he wasn't allowed back. Yeah, I've heard that.
I'd like to get
And this
somebody
has
like
kind
to
of
actually
been.
translate this shit, like to see what they actually say, like what their excuse was.
He dropped the camera, and we love cameras around here. He cannot come back. He drops the camera.
Here's the original.
Dude, that's awesome. Can't wait to cite my source. What is it, Dr. Bob's dumbass? Here you go, Professor. Hope you speak German. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? You wanted my source. Chew on that.
With the
Because they
description,
love.
the
Go
description
ahead.
says The experiment shows the inside of an aluminum drop capsule in the drop tower, 110 meters of ZARM, which is Bremen. It's like their abbreviation. During the fall of the test bodies, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, aluminum, iron, and
lithium.
Well, lead. That's lead. They call lead which is really weird. You can see the different accelerations between the elements. But if the accepted physics says that these bodies should all fall at the same acceleration, the drop experiment is the falsification of UFF of Galileo's law. More information can be found at atomsc.com, which is the other link I posted.
So you sent all that to me? Thank you so much.
No, I didn't send all. I posted it in I'll send it to you right now, though. I posted it in live stream voice text.
Yeah, thank you so much. Because if you send it to me, because you know what I do, bro. I destroy gravity.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So,
the gift that keeps on giving.
Do you eat for breakfast like cereals?
Dude, yeah.
The great thing about destroying gravity is the instantaneous spiral. Because it's like you just pulled the rug out from their feet, dude. And they don't know what to do. And they don't just like fall back like on their head like a normal person. They try and do backflips and land on their feet like a cat. But it don't work.
Most time when I do it, they don't understand what I've done. And they say, what does this have to do with the shape of the Earth? And I go, how are spaceballs made? And they're like, what? Like, how are spheres in space made? With gravity. Oh. So yeah, I stepped up the paradigm to destroy it.
It's crazy though, because they come in and make the gravity argument. They don't even understand why they're making it. This is the level of critical thinking. They hear somebody else say something and they just repeat it. But they're not actually even repeating like science or scientists. They're repeating other anti-flat earthers. That like to me, it's crazy. It's like you're not even citing an expert. You're citing somebody that doesn't understand the gold model in the first place, and then you're citing that person, and then you're making yourself look even dumber. It's like the blind leading the blind leading the blinder.
Yeah, I was on the fence for a long time, and it's just because I wanted to be like as thorough and least biased as I possibly could. But I was like, okay, I'm gonna take a little break for a little while. I'm gonna let flat Earth progress, give them a little time. And when I came back, you guys were like knocking it out of the park, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna hold out a little bit longer and see how the globe Earth responds. But 7 years, and what did they come up with? Refraction? Like one word? Like one single word? And granted, I haven't watched Professor Dave's videos, but I'm sure there are a bunch of, straw man, ad hom.
That's all it is. 30 minutes of straw man. And that's not even like an exaggeration.
That's not 30 minutes.
Yeah. Because he has that particular style, right? He has that, it's like, Simon Dan, he's straw mans, but he's like snarky. Professor Dave is straw manning and belligerent, insulting, and just toxic. So it's like, it's hard to even watch any of his stuff.
He's the American version of Simon Dan.
I saw the beginning of the discussion between Professor Dave and Dearth, I think it is. Another Dave.
How long did it last?
Not even 5 minutes. I just saw. I asked what gravity was, and he said it's the bending and warping of space time. It's like saying what's blurb. It's guru. You can't use something which is nobody knows what it is to define something which nobody knows what it is. How does space-time clarify what gravity is?
It's like defining Bigfoot by the Loch Ness Monster. Like, they're both fictitious things. Like,
I mean, what? I just gave up then. I don't know how the conversation can continue after that, really. I don't know if anybody here knows what space-time is, but I've been trying to find out for quite a while, and I'm none the wiser. Someone showed me it was a trampoline with a ball on it. It didn't really enlighten me.
Yeah, but that's an actual straw man, because the trampoline is made of fabric, and space-time exists in the vacuum of space, which means that it's metaphysical. It has no physical properties. So if you want to know what space-time is, I just posted it for you.
Oh, it's like they can't show us because you can't display warping of space-time in 4 dimensions. That's literally the problem, too.
So let's see what I got here. Space-time, the concepts of time and 3-dimensional space regarded as fused in a 4-dimensional continuum, Oxford Dictionary. Well, what's a concept, since, space-time is the concepts, okay? So, concept, an abstract idea, a general notion, Oxford Dictionary. Abstract, huh? Well, what is abstract? Existing in thought or as an idea, but having no physical or concrete existence, Oxford Dictionary. So what is space-time? In your head, zombie.
Yeah, with the rest of the entire globe model, just something in people's minds. There's no
imagination.
It has no outer physical realness to it.
No one on Earth has experienced the Earth as a globe. Allegedly, there were some guys who walked on the moon, but I don't know if I believe that. I think it would be easier to fake than to actually do. Unlike Bill Nye the Science Guy, I believe he actually said that it would be harder to fake the paperwork than to actually walk on the moon. Because you know how hard it is to fake paperwork. I mean, you got to find ink, and then
I've heard Jem Panda say that. Jem Panda said that just the paperwork alone would be impossible to fake, because there's thousands of reports, right? There's paperwork with letterhead on it in type. It's amazing. Like, how could you possibly fake that? We just invented the printing press like in 1969.
Well, I'm about to talk to my neighbor. Peace out.
All right.
Would you say that the Globers are trying to equate spacetime to something similar to like an electromagnetic field, and possibly the reason they don't want to call it a field similar to an electromagnetic field is that you would have the ability to measure something like the Gaussian flux, and then that could destroy their uniformity of the bending based on some spherical shape?
Well, it's space-time because you need the bendy ruler, because you have to explain how you can't measure anything. When I say not measure anything, right, is that they have the relativity, right? Because it's like everything has to sum to 1. Let's put it that way, no matter what. So everything has to sum to 1 because of the speed of light restriction. So if you add velocities, right, so if I'm going 0.6 the speed of light, you're going 0.6 the speed of light. The sum of our velocities still equals the speed of light. But the only way to do that, right, because speed is actually time over distance, right? You have to change one of those. Either the clock has to slow down, or the metric that you use to measure distance has to distort, right? So you have to have a bendy ruler.
Right. Both of these have been claimed, right? But I haven't seen sufficient evidence for any type of like Lorentz contraction within some sort of interferometer, right? It's just factored in because it makes the math work, nor have I seen any significant evidence of slowing down of time. There's some claim of, clocks on planes, but the difference is so minuscule, I don't even know if they could measure it, let alone it being outside
The clocks on planes experiment has problems with it, and it's not even like flat earthers that are saying this. Regular mainstream science says that they actually cherry picked the data and that they threw out because they had some anomalous data. Like basically their expectation was inverted from what they expected. Like they flew it west and it was supposed to slow down, but they measured a higher speed or the clock was supposed to slow down, but the clock actually sped up, right? And then there's a problem with because a lot of this relativity stuff is like what reference frame you're in, right? So what they're saying is you're still in the Earth reference frame, so like you shouldn't actually measure a difference in the timing of the atomic clock. But I'll find the actual.
Yeah, Lewis.
There's actually a paper refuting the half-L key. It's called the half-L Keating experiment.
Yeah. Yeah, Lewis Hessen commented on it, and Lewis Hessen is the person who created atomic clocks, and he said that the amount they're trying to measure was smaller than the reliability of the clock. So yeah, I'll find Lewis Hessen, look him up. He's done some good stuff refuting relativity. He says it's just a joke. There's a lot of serious people who think that relativity is absolute nonsense.
Well, but the link I just posted, the worst part is that they actually were dishonest in their experiment. That they actually cherry picked, ignored data, and like basically committed scientific fraud in the first place. And then barely got the result they wanted. Even and this is the same thing with the eclipse observation. That Eddington committed scientific fraud. That not only can they not measure to the precision that they claim to, that he never actually did the observation. Because supposedly it was raining when he was there.
In what's his name? Brief History of Time, Stephen Hawkins said that they just jiggled the data to get the result they wanted, and he said this is not uncommon in physics. So, a bit of a joke there.
Yeah. So what they do is they'll make these models, right? And these models will have parameters like variables that you can they add a lot of variables. So you have all these equations, right, that are complex, and you can tweak one variable like some value, and it changes the result. So what you do, it's like having a bunch of knobs. Like the end result. So the data says this. So you come up with this model, this mathematical model with 50 variables in it, and you can tweak each variable just a little bit until you get the result you want. And then say, look, our model works.
Yeah, that's kind of like.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that's kind of like no actual physical measurement has been taken of an apparatus physically contracting, right? There's been no direct measurement of this, but there's been a calculation of it in order to make the equations work, right? Kind of what was done with Michelson-Morley or, after the fact, right? Like the equations work the way we want them to if one arm of the interferometer was physically contracted. Our math works. This calculation makes it work. Ergo, there was a physical contraction of the apparatus, even though no physical contraction was actually empirically measured directly.
Yeah, and then like I was saying, you have the problem that fundamentally the theory has a bendy ruler, right? You can't measure shit with a variable ruler. That's the whole point of measuring things, right? So we have a yardstick. The yardstick has markings on it. The markings are evenly spaced, right? They don't vary. They're identical. 1 inch is identical to the space between 1 inch and 2 inches. That's identical to the space between 2 and 3 inches. There's no variation. All the units are the same. They're identical. In general relativity, in special relativity, the ruler bends. It bends just to make the measurement work.
Right. And for some people, that's allegedly sufficient. Somebody like McToon, who flat out said that a tape measure is not a direct measuring tool because only the first foot would be an actual measurement, and then anything after that is technically a calculation, which is the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life.
Holy shit, dude. No, he didn't.
Oh, yeah, you didn't hear that? You haven't heard
No.
that? Oh.
Goodness.
Oh, who was he? He was debating. Can't remember who he's debating. Might have been Witsit, to be honest with you.
Oh, well, so what is he saying? Like the first increment on the number line of the yardstick or measuring tape or whatever, that's the measurement, and everything else is a calculation after that?
Yeah, he actually said the first foot, I think, was.
Why the first foot?
I don't know. No clue. Either way, it makes no sense.
Because you know what? We can erase the one, right? So we got say we got a 10-foot tape measure. We can actually erase all the numbers, right? And put a 1. And so we'll use that 10-foot, we'll just convert that to number 1. And we'll just come up with a new form of units, right? This tape measure is 1 unit of whatever I want. So units are like some arbitrary thing. You know what I mean? Like,
correct.
They can be anything. They're just completely fucking arbitrary. To say 1 unit versus 2 units is a calculation, that's nonsense because you have the physical extent of the measuring apparatus. That's why it's direct. It's the physicalness of the apparatus. It's not really the numbers that are on it.
Because you're directly laying that tool upon that in which you're trying to measure.
Exactly, and you don't even have to use units, right? You can just use ratios if you really wanted to, or you can use the geometric. You can use geometric proportions or relationships, and use no numbers at all.
Yep. Yeah, I can't remember which debate that was. I think it might have been against Witsit. Might have been one of the last ones he did with Witsit.
You can make 2 pieces of wood parallel with no numbers. Because parallel is not a numerical value, it's a relationship between 2 things.
Yeah. Yep. This was McToon's very poor attempt to get away from being asked for a direct measurement of things. Basically
by saying they're impossible. By saying they're impossible.
Right. Exactly. Saying that everything is a calculation, nothing is a direct measurement.
Holy fucking shnikey, dude.
Yeah, this was maybe 2 months ago, a month and a half ago, something like that.
So, like, you know how when you're a kid, right, and as you grow, like, some people's parents still draw, like, a little pencil mark on their head? They can start to change?
Yeah.
They don't have to put a number on there, right? Some people don't, right? You're just marking, like, you know.
Put the date.
Yeah, exactly. You put the date. Like, I mean, you don't even need the date. Like, you're just charting the change, right? You're measuring, you're just comparing that person to that wall or that door jamb or that whatever, right? And you're just marking the relationship. You don't need numbers.
Yeah, and if you do that every single year, and you consider year one, whatever that measurement is, let's say it's your mother is measuring you on the door frame, and year one, you consider that a unit. So let's call that one Indio. Then then
Yeah,
you could figure
exactly.
out you could figure out the ratio, right, of how many Indios you eventually become.
Yeah, yeah, that's hilarious. And then we can take any other object, right, in the room. We could take the iron or a pair of shoes or a book, right? And then we can subdivide that in units of that object, right? And we can use that object to directly measure, like, and do that comparison of ratios. It's really freaking, like,
Yeah,
why are we even talking about this? It's like second grader shit. That guy's a grown
exactly.
adult. Like, what the fuck is wrong with him?
That's the
Yes,
leaps of logic
children.
that I have to make, right? In
It's
order
poor
to
children.
that's the leaps they have to make in order to hold on to their cartoon ball, you know?
Oh, it's a poor family, poor wife and children. They have to deal with this shit, like in real life. You know, this sophistry. You know, he applies that to like normal
Everything.
stuff, right? Yeah, he applies that to
Probably.
everything. Oh my God, how much box wine does his wife drink?
Yeah, you can wiggle yourself out of anything basically when you know the anti-flat earth tactics, right? You can just use any sophistry you like and just wiggle yourself out of any discussion.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like telling the cop, like, I did drink, but 90% of what I was drinking was water. It was only 10% beer. So technically, even though I drank 10 beers, I really only drank one because beer is 90% water, blah, 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 you know?
yeah. Only 10% of what I drank was alcohol. Only 40%. So, like your honor, it was only 40% alcohol.
So anybody heard the discussion with Matthew maybe 10 hours ago? Yeah, 10 hours.
No, I didn't hear. I knew it was going on, but I didn't hear it. Man, there's so much stuff. There's been so much good shit in this live stream over the past like 6 days. Fuck, dude, I can't. Like, I'm just like downloading video after video after video. I don't even have time to freaking go over it. It's like because there's so many. There's been like 10 awesome interchanges between various people, and now you're telling me about another one, and now I'm like, shit. Now I got to go download that.
Yeah, well, it was like so. I would just want to just ask you guys something because Matthew said, well, when you're in a plane, it's accounting for curvature 10 meters a minute was his claim. 20 meters in 2 minutes. So that will be 733 feet a second, if I'm not mistaken. And he claimed you don't feel that because it's going so fast that you won't feel that.
33 feet a second.
It's 733.
Is something he just calculated or something he knows because it's something the pilots actually do?
He said he calculated it 8 inches over 10 miles. Yada, yada, yada. So,
okay. So it's shit he made up in his head.
I think so. But he claimed he wouldn't feel that. But if I did some rough maths, and I'm not sure I'm correct, but that would be 0.008 negative G that you constantly would feel.
Yeah. Do you know how you could test this? You could take a fucking scale on a plane.
Right.
A spring scale. Take a spring scale, though.
Yeah. If you take a man that's like 100 kilograms, he would weigh almost 1 kilo less the whole flight because you're constantly falling down, right? It's the airplane is.
Yeah, and like obviously Glovers, they think that Earth has flat spots and curvier spots. So if you fly over a curvier spot, you would even weigh less. And you know how much fuel you'd save? You're just
Right.
everybody weighs less.
On a A380, that would mean if it's in flight, it would weigh 4,000 kilograms less.
Well, they might try to bring it up, well, it's mass and it's inertia, something like that. But still, because it's like two competing vectors, right? There's the gravity vector, and then there's the vector of the airplane,
Mm-hmm.
what they call the velocity vector. So, like, I think that just negating, it would almost be like the equalization of forces. So, yeah, it might be applicable. I'd have to think about it. Because they might say, well, the weight doesn't matter, it's the mass. You know what I mean? Because just because it's falling doesn't change the mass of the object. They might make an inertia argument, right? That it doesn't matter if he weighs 20 pounds less because, it's the inertia that matters. It's not.
Yeah. Well, what got me is that he said, so I asked him, so 10 meters a minute, I wouldn't feel that. And he was like, no, you're going too fast so that you wouldn't feel that. But if a race car is going 500 miles per hour and you turn your wheel at a radius of 3,959, right? You would feel that, man. You would feel that.
I think you would feel 10 meters per minute because think of it, a really slow elevator. Even if it was going down at 10 meters per minute, you'd feel that. So that would be 10 meters per minute is what? That's like 30 feet. So 3/4 per minute. Yeah, you'd probably feel it slightly. It would be, I wouldn't say difficult to detect, but certainly detectable. Because we're really sensitive to that. I know we've all been on roller coasters, right? And right, you know how you go through the top of the roller coaster, then when you start coming down, you're not in it's not like you have an instantaneous acceleration. But as soon as you start coming down, even a little bit, you feel that drop. You get the butterflies in your stomach.
Yeah, exactly. Even when you drive over a hump on the road, you feel that, right?
Exactly. Like anything that takes, dude, like we're super sensitive to it because you got to think. When you get that sensation, that means you're freaking falling and you're in danger. You know what I mean? So just natural instinct, it makes you like hypersensitive to any deviation in like your weight.
Tickles your BH.
Yeah, you got the pucker factor is definitely detectable. Yeah, Roger, I'd have to agree with you. You would feel it. It wouldn't be like something that's super obvious, but you would certainly feel it. If you sat there like quietly and like tried to like detect the sensation, I'm sure that it would be detectable. And quite honestly, I've actually always felt like heavier in an airplane. Maybe that's like some weird perceptual thing, but it just feels like it
An
don't feel
airplane
like normal.
always flies with a 1 or 2 degrees nose up, right? So it feels it's like you're being pushed in your seat, as if. Not that you are pulling out of your seat because it's following curve, right? If it's following curve, it would pull you, well, not exactly pull you out of your seat, right? It's not like it's a vomit comet, but yeah, you know what I'm.
Yeah. So airplane is almost like water skis, right? And it actually operates the same way as like water skis. So if you tip the skis down too much, what happens? You fall on your face. If you tip them up too much, then there's too much drag and you freaking stall and fall on your ass. They have to be the right tilt. And the airplane flies the same way. The wing has to be the right tilt relative to how it's traveling through the air so that it glides on the air. There's actually an article I posted before that they don't actually know how airplanes fly still. that there's two theories of how planes fly, but neither one of them have been actually proven definitively one way or the other. So here's my alternative hypothesis, is that at those speeds, the air is effectively thick like water, and you're actually gliding on it like you are like on water. That it's actually like it's actually like a thicker fluid. Because you also got to think if the wing is tilted up, right? It's pushing the gas molecules together, right? And when they're pushed together, they have less degrees of freedom, like a liquid, right? So it becomes thicker, denser, right? So with the way they characterize it is, right, there's high pressure at the bottom of the wing and lower pressure at the top. And so that different pressure differential acts like a buoyant force and the plane moves up. But I don't think it's pressure, but we all know pressure density. I mean, saying it's density as opposed to pressure is almost like saying nothing. But it matters from a conceptual point of view, I guess.
Yeah, so the equation I found was g-force is v squared divided by 9.8 meters per second squared times the radius. And I got 0.008 negative g-force. If you're in an airplane going at 10, that's following curve 10 meters a minute.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you can clip it because Matthew was conceding that it's mostly assumptions and doesn't know. You're right.
Yeah, Matt's always trying to straddle the fence. But I mean, I guess that's okay. He doesn't have to take like strong positions. He can be a little, wishy-washy. Comes with his profession.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
What do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts. Okay, that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right. If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
Yeah, we got a new person in the room. The Ocelot. Ocelot 2000. Forgot the English. 2000. And I mute him.
Isn't an ocelot like a weasel?
I think so. Like a cat thingy, right?
Yeah, like a weasel, ferret. I think it's part of that family of animals.
So Ocelot, you're unmuted. Welcome to the server.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing, man?
Earth is around, bro. Earth is around.
How do you know that?
He left. I think.
Oh, damn it!
Yeah. Earth is a round. Earth is a round.
I saw Round Earth on Square TV. Earth Round.
Oh.
Yo, I had a dude on Twitter. He was like, said shit about flat Earth disc. I'm like, dude, no flat Earth that thinks it's a disc. And then he was like, oh, Mark Sargent does. I'm like, okay, give me a quote from Mark Sargent. So he showed a picture of Mark Sargent holding up like the AE map. But it was a circle, right? So it's like a cutout. She said, and it said, look, a picture's worth 1,000 words. I said, yeah. So if I hold up a Mercator map, that means I think the Earth is a rectangle. I mean, are you stupid? I mean, this is like the level of dishonesty like they have to stoop to. It's so disgusting. So I told him, I'm like, you're the reason people become flat earthers. This level of dishonesty where you can't even say normal things. You have to like just say outrageous nonsense. We should like unban every anti-flat earther and bring them back and just have like a recording extravaganza.
Yeah, I mean, you get a lot of frustration, I guess, but
well, yeah, but like we'll have like 70 plus hours of numpty clips. And that's after editing, right? That's after editing and cutting out all the stuff in between. It would be like 70 hours of numpty clips of them saying outrageous, contradictory, batshit crazy things. Like Professor Dave saying, can't detect curvature is not detectable from the surface of the Earth.
So
it's not only not measurable, it's not detectable. I'm gonna make a special video just for that stuff, dude. I'm gonna have to suck it up, be a man, and actually listen to that whole thing and go through it one by one. Glowbusters kind of did it yesterday.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, they went through it. Witchett was on there. Who else was on there? Karen was on there. Jaronism. But I mean, just like. Oh,
go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, I was just asking. Is the whole episode on YouTube, or is it?
Which one? Which one? Like the debate, the so-called debate. Yeah, that's on YouTube.
No, from yesterday. From yesterday. Yeah, I know where I can.
Oh, the Glowbusters. Yeah, that's. Yeah, it should be up.
Okay. Because sometimes they post it on Rockfin and you can watch the first hour, but.
Oh, they've been doing that. What are they trying to make money or something?
I don't know. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think it's bad.
I'll post it. I mean, I have no problem people making money as long as like they, as long as they do it smartly, and they're not trying to be gatekeepers of information. It's called Professor Doolittle. I just posted
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it in the feeds coming in. Well, I mean, there was a lot of criticism on David, right? David Weiss. But when you read the comments, flat earthers and glow earthers all kind of agree that Dave, the fake professor, was acting like a douchebag. So, I mean, that's a big win.
Look, given I'm looking at the whole thing holistically. Okay, what is Dave? What was he doing? Right, the Professor Dave. Okay, so his debate tactic was to, the typical thing: pretend to be smart, pretend the other guy's stupid, say nuh-uh, call people liars. Right. So in that scenario, what's the best type of person to debate that type of person? Either in my mind, there's only two types. Either someone that knows the globe model better than him and completely expose him, and not only expose him, you can't just say, you can't have a battle of not honest. You can't have a battle of, oh, Dave's wrong, he doesn't know what he's talking about, and that's it. You have to not just say he's wrong, you have to demonstrate at the level of at a 5-year-old, right? Explain it like I'm 5, why he's wrong and why he doesn't know what he's talking about, or how he's got the model wrong. So there's only a handful of flat earthers that can even do that. Right? That's probably like less than 10 people. But then there's the other thing. Since he's being rude, Dave Weiss is actually the perfect person to counteract that because he isn't going to get angry and blow his top. So if you can't beat him, I'm thinking of it like this, right? So you got Dave making claims, Professor Dave making claims. The people that are listening, they're not educated enough or know enough to tell the difference of who's telling the truth. Neither one of them are explaining their position. So basically, you can take all the technical jargon and information and just throw that away because no one's paying attention to it anyway, right? So what's left? The decorum and the demeanor of the parties, right?
Which fake Dave
and
totally screwed.
Dave Weiss was the perfect person to have to deal with that.
Right.
Because as a technical debate, as far as like giving information, that debate is horrible either way, on Dave's side or Dave's side, right? They both basically offered nothing in that department. As far as I'm concerned, like, listen, do you think that a normie listening to that like would have learned something new about flat Earth or the heliocentric model, like some technical thing? No, because when like Dave brought up, you can see too far, right? And Professor Dave just says, Dave says, oh, we got video where you can see 700 miles. And Professor Dave goes, you can't see 700 miles, right?
Oh,
and Dave Weiss says, it's right there on J. Tolan Media's website. You can look, oh, so you want me to go watch a video on a lying flat earther's website? That was his rebuttal. So,
right.
and then they just moved on to something else. And this is how the whole thing went, right? Nobody could present evidence because it just kept gish-galloping and going into minutia. And Dave's evidence was, we have a calculation, blah, 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 blah. But Dave didn't actually know the calculation. He just asserted that does a calculation exist and asserted that the calculation ends up to the way he wants. But even if you did the calculation, the whole thing is like, okay, so you have a calculation. What are the numbers for the variables you're calculating? Oh, you need the mass of the Earth. Where'd you get that? Well, we got it from the period of the Earth. How'd you get the period? Oh, because we calculated that from the mass of the Earth. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing as like how far do you know the sun is away? Oh, because it's angular size. How'd you get it's or because we know how big it is, right? It's 400 times the size of the moon, 800,000 miles in diameter. Well, where'd you get that? Oh, because we know how far it is away. How'd you know how far it is away? Because we know the size, right? You can't. There's a chicken egg problem. You got to get one before the other. And his argument was the same thing. So it's but the point was the technical part, the technical information. There was no technical information given out. So then what's left? The demeanor of the parties, right? The I guess the emotional part, right? Who do I like more? So if it's a popularity contest of who do you like more, Dave Weiss won it hands down. And the thing is, imagine it was somebody else, right? Not Dave Weiss, because saying Dave Weiss sucked or whatever. Okay, what's your alternative? Who could you have stuck in there that would have done better?
Yeah, I get you. I mean, it all.
Well, I mean,
to be honest,
it's awesome to sit from the sidelines and say you suck, but it's like, okay, so who would have done better? Pick the person who would have done better in that situation, right? With Professor Dave doing the things he's doing, who would have had a better outcome? Now, you could have had people that are technically better than Dave, but won't have the patience, right? And then they'll blow up. And then that's a net loss, right?
Yeah, to be honest, right, I haven't seen the whole thing. I've saw pieces of it, and so it also depends on the moderation, right? So if there's a moderator, and it's promised to be moderated, and it's being allowed to throw out ad homs and say no or talk through the other guy, then yeah, yeah, you're correct. Then what's left? It's the demeanor of who do you like more, and who's nicer, right? And Fake Dave ruined that for himself for not being nice. I mean, it doesn't even. I don't think it matters that
It's
much.
not that he just wasn't nice; it's that he come off as a pompous dickhead.
Right.
But the thing is, okay, you can be justified in coming off as a pompous, condescending dickhead, but but people aren't stupid, right? They need to is this condescension justified, right? Does this guy really know his shit? And he can but Dave, you could tell he didn't really know his shit. He just really didn't know it. Like I said, I mean, I'm actually disappointed. I thought the dude had some level of competence, but actually, we have just regular Globers that probably know more than he does. Like RC Meisty or Zanuck even. Zanuck probably knows 5 times more than he does. I have to rank Globers against each other because, who else are you going to rank them against?
Yeah. And you're correct. The best. So this is looking afterwards, right? The best person to do that was, I think, Dave Wise. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Someone else that's super calm, right? Or I don't know who. I think Hank probably would have been fine. I don't think Hank would have blown up. I mean, we can find some people with super calm demeanors. Napalm would have actually been perfect. Shout out to Napalm. He's got a nice calm demeanor, and he talks people through stuff, and he explains shit well. So he probably would have been a perfect match for that. But
I appreciate that in you. But if you would have heard me on Saturday Night and Chill, you would have been like, nope, definitely not a calm enough demeanor.
Listen, I was about to qualify what I said. You don't know how you're going to act until you're in that situation, right? Until those spears are being chucked at you. They could say it in a certain way that triggers that primal thing inside you to fight back, and you're just like, ah.
Yeah, well, Saturday it was less the spears and more the beers that were chucked at me, if you know what I mean. That's why I was in Chill.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some people that they can maintain their cool in the face of trolling and condescension. I mean, I would have been able to maintain my cool because I'm not going to be manipulated by someone like him. Condescending, but trying to do it because he's intentionally trying to. Dave was doing that as a defense mechanism. Professor Dave is who I'm talking about. It was his defense mechanism. He was trying to get the conversation away from the evidence. He said things like, dude, and I found this so bizarre. Dave was saying something to him. He was like, I don't understand what you're talking about. And then he goes, nobody understands what you're talking about. He was trying to do this group thing, right? I don't know. It was really weird because I've never seen anybody do that before, right? It's to try to do a mass bullying type of thing, right? That Dave was some isolated person, and all of us are just gonna refute this flat earther, right? He tried to make himself as if he was part of the audience, right? That it was just Dave against everybody else, and we were going to shun this outcast. He tried to turn it into something like that. That's why I thought that he acted that way. Because partially, I think he was caught. He was caught in situations where he didn't know what was being talked about. He said things like magnetic. Did you hear that part? No, Roger, you said you didn't listen to it. He said magnetic declination was just jargon. He didn't know what it was. He had no idea what magnetic declination was. But I think that, like, in order, like, listen, it's like, okay, I don't want everybody to see that I'm ignorant about this particular thing, and this is a flat
Sorry,
earther in my
was it David or Dave who said it was
Professor Dave.
jargon?
Professor Dave.
Yeah.
Dave Weiss started talking about magnetic declination, and
Okay.
Professor Dave said something like, "You're just using jargon."
Yeah, I don't want to use the
He
word
literally did not.
professor. So I'd
Not
rather
a
say,
professor, Dave. Not a
yeah,
professor, Dave.
I rather say David for Dave Weiss. David is also Jewish-like, so that fits. And Dave for the other faker. But
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So what Dave was doing, I think, when he was getting to, like, things, when Dave Weiss would bring something up and Professor Dave didn't have an answer, he resulted in just calling him stupid, insults. Basically, oh, you don't understand it. You're a moron, blah, 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 blah. But he was doing it in a way as if we all think you're a moron, right? Even though it was just him debating. He was trying, like, it was a very strange thing, because I've seen quite a few debates. I've never seen anyone quite like that, act quite the way he did. But I think it was partially fear of being exposed, fear of, like, and I think he was exposed. But then he, like, came up as, I think he thought it was going to be like, everybody wants to see me abuse this person, so that's what I'm going to do. That, and using insults as, like, some form of defense mechanism. I just really think that dude was scared, like, in fear. But then again, it could be that he's a narcissist, and narcissists can't see themselves from the outside. So because he has that blind spot to how people perceive him, because when you're a narcissist, you don't have empathy, right? And empathy is the ability to feel the emotions or perceptions of other people. If you don't have that mechanism in yourself, you can't visualize how you're being perceived by other people on the outside. What narcissists and sociopaths learn to do is to mimic behavior that they've observed from the outside as acceptable behavior. So, like, oh, okay, if you act this way, you won't get this pushback, so I'll just act that way. But they don't know that person's acting that way because the social group is perceiving them a certain way and they're reacting. He's not doing it as, like, a cause and effect, like, oh, I said this, I said that. It's being picked up by everybody as really low and demeaning and uncivilized towards this person. Now these people have a negative viewpoint of me. I should modify my behavior. He's not doing it. He doesn't see that other people. He's giving other people a negative view of him. He doesn't even perceive that. So that's one possibility, that he's just a narcissist and was doing it because he couldn't perceive how he actually looked to other people, or he was doing it as just a tactic, as a defense mechanism. We've seen it, right? The things they'll do so they don't get destroyed by a flat earther, because their idea of a flat earther is someone that's just so dumb and so stupid and so idiotic. If a flat earther ends up knowing more than you, now you're below that, and, like, in the hierarchy. So you have to protect your ego, right? I can't be below a flat earther. No, I have to stop that at all costs. I think that he was doing something like that, and it could be a blend of everything too.
Yeah, I think you're onto something, because every video he makes about flat Earth, or he tried to debunk Pierre Robitaille, right? That astrophysicist that claims that the sun has a solid surface.
Yeah. Metallic hydrogen.
So the way he approaches others is by mocking them and calling them names, and or you're stupid. How do you have a PhD if you say this and that or whatever, right? So I think that's and people watch it, or right, YouTube feeds people his videos, which he then thinks is the way to go, right? So because of that, YouTube is feeding people his videos, it gets watched. So he thinks, well, the way I do my videos is correct because people are watching it, so I will continue this
Yeah.
way of right.
Yeah, the reinforcement, right? That's kind of some of like what you get the way social media, the way people are picking up like signals of approval from social media is actually disconnected. It gives people false senses of validation, right? So I'll use an example from the so-called Manus plane. I'm not going to call it the Manosphere, the Manus plane, right? So girls, they get a lot of DMs, right? So if I'm a girl and I go on Tinder, I'm going to get tons and tons and tons of DMs, right? And I'm going to get DMs from hot dudes, and they'll bang me, but that's as far as it's ever going to go. But the girls think because they can get a hot girl to bang them that they're hot, and because they have tons of dudes in their DMs that they're gorgeous, but they're actually like a 4. Right? So they get this false signal that they're hotter than they really are. When no, it's just men will fuck anything that moves, right? And you happen to be moved to move and have a vagina, so you're going to get this self importance. And I think Dave is getting something that's similar to that, right? He's getting you. He's in the algorithm, and because he's stuck in YouTube's algorithm. No matter what he puts out, YouTube is going to shove that in people's faces, and people are going to click through it no matter what. You have a lot of channels like this, like I think it was Simon Dan. So like you have these channels, they got like millions of subs, right? They have a video, it's up for 5 seconds, and then there's like 73,000 likes in 5 hours. But then if they do a live stream, they get like 200 people watching it. So like, how does that happen? Right? That's like the true metric. If you do a live stream, how many people actually watch it? That's your actual audience. And like nobody even knew about this so-called debate. Like, so that's another thing. Like, where did this debate even come from? Who set it up? How did Dave Weisen end up being Professor Dave? Like, how did any of this work? Why did nobody know about it? Did he promote it on his channel, Professor Dave? Anybody know? Take that as a no.
No, I heard it like an hour before I went to sleep, and I'll deal with it tomorrow. So
I think he's probably because I'm also trying to think like, why would he all of a sudden do this? He's probably like losing subscribers, losing subs, right? And he's probably looking for something new. He probably looks like what videos did I get a lot of traction on? And he looks at Flat Earth. That's really where he got his stuff from, right? I mean, he made other videos, but his most popular videos are the Flat Earth videos. So he's probably like, okay, I'll test the waters. Maybe he probably sees like, MC Tune and freaking Fight the Flat Earth getting these huge super chats. He's probably thinking, I can do the same thing. I can get some gigantic super chats, make a bunch of money. So let me do this test. I'll go debate a flat earther. Right? So that was like a test, a trial balloon. Because why else would he not promote it on his channel? It's because he wants it to happen, but nobody to see it. And then, like, why is this shit on TikTok? It's blowing me away that this shit's on TikTok.
and it was like a year ago, maybe longer, that Widget invited him for debate. Widget has this on his channel. He had some text messaging going on with fake Dave, and he was already like that in the texting. You're stupid. I'm not going to debate you. Blah blah. So that was already his MO. So maybe you're correct. He's just a narcissist, and the only thing he can do is insult people to feel that he's correct. He's not correct, but to feel, right?
Yeah, feel like yeah, because they don't know the difference. You know, I've talked like you've heard it. I've talked to Scott lots of times. You have an audience. They don't know who's correct, right? They don't have time to research it in the heat of battle, or maybe they just don't even have the motivation to figure out who's correct. They're going to default to their fundamental to their already they're going to default to their bias, right? So, but the thing is, people that are actually curious, if you're going to default to your bias, but then when Dave says an insult, that actually kind of backfires. Because since it's kind of like almost like they're not appealing to like emotion, or they're not appealing to like the rationality of the person when it's in that situation. They're kind of like appealing to what's called normalcy bias, right? So the normal situation is people think the Earth's a ball, right? That's the normal situation. So people will automatically bias themselves towards that. Then when he calls a person a moron or an idiot, that's not normal. So that kind of like almost in a psychological way breaks the normalcy bias. So now they've snapped out of like their knee-jerk reaction, and they're like, hold on, like why is he doing that? You know what I mean? And it starts a critical thinking. Hopefully,
Yeah, but
start some critical thinking.
But insulting flat earthers is normal on the internet. So, you know,
I don't think so.
No,
no, I don't think. It might be like we get a I don't know how to put this. There's people that look for us, right? People that are abusive, that are looking for people to abuse, right? And we're an easy target, right? And there's not going to be like a lot of pushback. It's like acceptable to abuse us because they're running out of other people, right? You can't pick on anybody else, right? Can't pick on women, can't pick on races, can't pick on you can't pick on anybody else. We're still an acceptable. We're still an acceptable people to degrade, right?
Right.
So there's some people that they're going to try to degrade people no matter what. So they look for us. But I think that there's people on the internet that don't like that behavior in general, right? And especially if it's a topic, like I would call this an intellectual topic. This doesn't belong in like if you see two scientists debate, they don't insult each other, right? If you see because these people are taking the people that are globe proponents, they're taking the position that it's based upon science, rationality, experiment, right? So you can talk calmly, and because it's got a scientific basis, you just present the evidence, and people can make up their mind one way or another. But the evidence against flat Earth is just so overwhelming. That's that. So then, if that's the case, why is this guy calling people morons? Why is he saying this stupid? Why is he calling people liars? Why is he doing this? You see what I'm saying? It breaks them out of like his insults actually are self-defeating. They actually break people out of the normalcy bias because they're used to information, right? Technical information being presented in a certain way, right? The way they present it at school, the way it's presented in university, the way it's presented in documentaries. It's presented in a certain way, right? When it's not presented in that way, people detect abnormal things.
Okay, yeah, that would explain the comments, right? When you look at the comments, everybody was agreeing that Dave was a dick. Fake Dave. So yeah, I get it. But
yeah, I mean, people are very like situational, right? Like we segment things in our mind, right? We like, oh, when I learn mathematics, it's in this type of environment. And when I learn, like how to play baseball, it's in this type of environment. And when and then there's other environments where like because we're always learning stuff 24 hours a day, but each type of learning certain types of material are done just for whatever reason, they're done in certain types of environments. And then when that environment is more like a barroom brawl, right? Like, I mean, like, it's like imagine going to take a mathematics class in a nightclub, right? You'd automatically be like, I can't learn this shit in here, and you wouldn't. It would have nothing to do with the nightclub. It would have to do with like you're conditioned to learn stuff in a certain way, and the environment is breaking that way. So you're not going to be able to put yourself in a state of mind in which to absorb information. Flat
so
lives
yeah,
matter.
then your I, I don't know if it's correct word, but your hypothesis about him being a narcissist may be correct. He can't do anything else, right? He can't act normal against a flat earther because maybe he's scared, insecure, and then this evil demon comes out of him. But hey, I'm not a psychologist or I can't look in Dave's head. So.
We're doing like some top psychology, psychoanalysis. I mean, because I'm just trying to figure out why he did it. Because why did he act that way? I'm actually trying to come up with justifications to actually make him look better. Because the base justification is this dude is just a piece of shit. I mean, we could just go there. The dude's a piece of shit, right? He's not a narcissist. He has no mental disorder. He knows exactly what he was doing, and he was doing it on purpose because he's a sadist, right? He's just trying to abuse and hurt somebody. I mean, we can go there, right? We could just take it at face value that that's what it was without doing any psychological analysis at all. It is what it is. It is exactly what he appears to be. This dude's a piece of shit.
Well, I've always mentioned that a lot of the Glover tactics represent schoolyard and childhood developmental stages. And I've noticed this with my son recently. He complains about his friends that play with him on the games and at school, how they will just, out of the blue, tell him, you're no good, you suck, I could beat you, right? But while he's whooping them. So they have to preemptively, because they know they're weaker and have the lesser position, make sure that everybody knows that they're better. And it's just a little kid style. It's like it literally, all this stuff just reminds me of little kid psychological stunted growth. It's like you got adults in little kid mentalities. It's like, my daddy told me, oh yeah, well what about this? What about this evidence? Oh, you're a poo-poo head.
I got to get off for like 3 minutes. I'll be right back because I got to switch devices.
That's like what you learn between 2 and 3, maybe 4 days. That when your mom hits the ball on her back, next to her, and disappear. Yeah, a lot of people didn't like that debate, but I thought it was pretty good. I mean, I didn't like that there was zero moderation, but it actually worked out in the end. And the host ended the show by saying to the audience, hey, I have this video link here where you can go and learn about argumentation tactics and the arguments that these guys were employing, such as ad hominem. So anybody worth their salt is going to watch that video and be like, yeah, Dave was just full of crap and just ad homing the whole time. I also got the vibe, like from professing wannabe Professor Dave, that just felt like he was like just rolled out of bed. Like he stayed up all night playing some kind of video game, like Sims, where you could pretend to have a girlfriend, and then you wake up, didn't even bother taking a shower, and you're like, yeah, I'll roll into this debate and just name call a lot. And yeah. Hell, man. All right, I'm out. I'm going off to eat something.
Enjoy your dinner.
Somebody else soliloquy.
Yeah, I'm I just made mine dinner, so get started.
All right. Thank you, sir. I'll check you later.
Check you later. Yeah, I'm gonna head off, eat my dinner. See you later, guys.
Have a good night, Roger.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
What do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts. Okay, that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of hundred miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right. If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that is. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit.
Damn.
And
What was that?
Sounded like somebody just died in Mario.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry for that.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob.
Hey, I paused the bot. So, hey, because they're talking about the blue marble,
yeah.
Anybody even on here? I don't want to talk to myself.
Yeah, I'm on here, man.
That's how I started talking about Professor Dave, and I got off track. So he uses a map, right? And that map is it. Let's put it this way. Okay, I went and searched where the map originated, where it came from. Apparently, it's blue marble. It's the summer 2010 blue marble projected as an AE map. Right? So we all know Rob Simmons made the first blue marble. We all know that he used flat data. Yeah, he used flat data to make that in the first place. So he took flat data, wrapped it around the globe, right, which is a projection. And then he took that and then made another projection. And then the globers say, this map don't work. Dude, it's your map. What are you talking about? It don't work. If it don't map, then the globe don't work.
So, have you ever heard the contention or the argument with the azimuthal equidistant projection being not comporting to reality because the longitudinal lines are supposed to be specified distances? Have you heard that? Being it met out in reality, allegedly, that projection. Has anybody heard that?
Well, I've heard them say the distances are wrong, but that's because you don't measure point to point on an AE map. You measure from the center.
Right. And even when you think about it, right, even if the contention is the longitudinal lines, those on a globe, right, those get smaller as you get towards the polar regions. And really, those are only measured based off of the known noon time within those areas, right? So it's solely based on a sun measurement, not an denote specific distances. Even in their projections, right? Because I have heard people try to use that as some sort of contention, meaning that the AE map doesn't work because
The
distances between
of the longitude are wrong. That's super disingenuous, man.
Yeah.
Because like you just said, the longitude lines aren't based upon a distance; they're based upon an angle. Right? How long it takes the sun to traverse the sky.
Correct.
And that's actually not correct even. The 15 degrees per hour is actually not correct because I'll tell you why. So say I put at a location, right? So I'm standing at the salt flats. And I make a big compass, right?
north, south, east, west, all the cardinal directions, right? And then I can demark 15 degrees per hour on this big compass, right? This big compass is on the ground, so I can look east, north, south, east, west, right? And if I watch the sun and I line it up to this compass that's on the ground, it's not moving 15 degrees per hour, right? The 15 degrees per hour is the arc the sun takes in the sky, right? Because it rises in a place, makes an arc, and then sets in a place. And in that arc, it's 15 degrees per hour, but it's not 15 degrees per hour on the Earth. If you use the Earth as the measuring tool, it's not 15 degrees per hour. That's what I'm saying.
Right, because it's solely based off of your current position and your angular view, right? Your perspective view to the sun from one specific location, meaning that can't be mapped out outside of that one specific viewing location as 15 degrees per hour.
Exactly. So if somehow I could so it's sunrise. So say if somehow I could draw a line from where the sun crosses the horizon, and I draw an arc from where it's eventually set, and I draw that in the sky, and I drew little degree lines on that arc in the sky. In the sky, it does the 15 degrees per hour on that arc. But like I said, if I put a compass on the ground, it's not going to traverse 15 degrees per hour because it's not moving parallel to that ground compass. It's moving at an angle to that ground.
Yeah, and I feel like typically Zanuck likes to use the argument of for every 1 degree that Polaris drops, you're moving 60 nautical miles. He likes to use that, but gives no citation to somebody who has actually done direct measurements of either the ground or the ocean at 60 nautical miles as they're continuing to move further and further away for the whole entire distance. You would see that. I mean, if the claim is that there's water up at the North Pole, you could start there with your zenith, right? Meaning Polaris is at its zenith, and you could move outward until Polaris disappears, and you could put that to the test. But nobody's actually done it. It's just a claim.
Yeah, almost everything they claim about the stars and the relationship to the Earth are claims, right? No one, like you just said, this 60 nautical miles, right? Is so what do they say? 1 second of longitude, or is that latitude? 1 second is equal to a mile, or something like that. I think they clamp it to meters or something.
Yeah, 1 arc second is equivalent to some specific measurement. I can't remember exactly. But yeah, I was in Jim Panda's once and having a discussion with somebody who claimed to do celestial navigation in the southern, south of the equator, with a sextant. And when actually pressing him for details, right, because Zanuck likes to bring up the Southern Cross and things like that, even this gentleman had to, because he was being somewhat honest, he even had to concede that the stars that they used for celestial navigation, when they were navigating in the south, they were actually using stars facing the north for their measurements most of the time. Like they were measuring towards the north for their angles to get position, not to the south, even though they were in the southern hemisphere, almost as far south as Australia.
Yeah, they weren't using southerly facing stars. So when they do that, okay, so if you're looking north, you can't, like this, you can't use looking south as your origin of coordinates because there's no Polaris. And the thing that they call the what do they call it? The southern celestial pole is a figment of your imagination. It's not like it's some object that you can view, right? So you have to go, okay, where do the stars appear to be equidistant from? Like what location? The stars are taking these arcs and circles. What location in the sky is equidistant from those arcs, right? Any individual arc where there's a point that's equidistant to all points on that arc, right? A circle, right? What's that point? It's not a point that you can view. It's a point that's like in your imagination, and you can't use that as your origin coordinates, which is probably why they face north, because all things are measured against Polaris, right?
Yeah, they weren't able to see Polaris, right? So they were using basically what would be considered equatorial stars, stars that typically have a zenith around the equatorial region.
But you can measure those equatorial stars from Polaris, right? So you can be, like, say, on their equator, see the
Correct.
equatorial stars, and you can measure the angle between those and Polaris. Then when you keep moving south, right, and you only see those, you know the relationship between those and Polaris because you measured it from the equator when they were both viewable. So they're still always they're just extending it, right? They're adding the angle to the previous angle.
Yeah, all roads lead to the north, right? I guess in that scenario. Yeah, everything leads to the northern central point.
And you know why? I wonder why that is. Who came up with this? Who came up with this model? People that lived in the north. What a coinkydink. And the people that lived in the south, and they did celestial navigation, they assumed the flat Earth. They didn't have Polaris. They didn't use a compass. They didn't use any of those things, right? But they navigated just fine.
Yeah, I mean, think about all these secluded islands that did have habitation. Finding a secluded island like Easter Island in the middle of nowhere doesn't necessarily, I mean, it could happen by, happenstance, maybe once. But to be able to navigate back there, you need to have pretty specific coordinates. And we see habitat islands that were inhabited very long time ago that are literally in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the ocean. You had to have a good means of navigation to find those. I mean, just going off the coast here in Florida to go deep sea fishing, you get out far enough. Good luck trying to find anything, even a nearby fishing boat half the time. It's ridiculous. If you don't have good GPS pins dropped in your fishing locations, there's no way to find it.
I actually think the Pacific Ocean is way bigger than they say. I think it's huge. Because like the Solomon Islands, right? If you look at a map, like the Solomon Islands relative to Australia, you're like, that's not that far away. It's actually very far away. It's something like 800 miles or something. Right? So like the distance of, like, say, New York City to like the Florida border. On the map, it looks like they're like right next to each other.
Yeah, I mean, even when you look at a Mercator projection, we don't realize that the way that map looks and it's laid out, Florida would be the equivalent of the west coast of South America, like the most westerly coast of like Ecuador would be due south on that map from Florida. So the vastness of the Pacific Ocean to the west of it, I can only imagine. I mean, if you claim that Earth is a little chubbier at the bottom, There's a lot of ocean out there to hide extra distances, and it's not a part of the world that's well traveled. The shipping lanes don't really go down there.
Well, yeah, not only that, if you look at the magnetic declination, Professor Dave thinks it's jargon and doesn't exist or something, right? But I do want to say this. Magnetic declination is actually a model, and it kind of has to be, right? Because how could you actually tell that your compass is pointing in the wrong direction? It has to be a derivative of model. Like if I go a place, right? Because the point is, in the South Pacific, the magnetic declination is 90 degrees, right? So I'm looking at my compass, it says I'm facing north, but then when I look at the map says I'm facing east, right? So they're saying it's like a 90-degree magnetic declination in the South Pacific. So like, how do we know there's actually a 90-degree magnetic declination and like that like, because they're assuming, okay, if I look in this direction, then I'm looking south. Well, how do we know that's true? Maybe the compass is right, and it's the celestial, so-called celestial sphere that's distorted. Maybe they only appear to be circles from one viewpoint, right? Just from your viewpoint. But the actual like geometric relationship actually maps to the magnetic declination map that you could actually make those lines straight, and then you rearrange the coordinates of the celestial sphere to map those coordinates instead of the other way around, right? You just reverse the process. Because this is mapping, right? You're mapping one thing to another thing.
Yep. It's transform equations, right?
It's just a transformation, right?
With coordinate systems. That's all it is. Just like when you were talking with the guy who claimed to work for, the map making company or software or whatever a couple days ago. Even he didn't understand what you were saying. Obviously, because maybe he's an accountant or something for the map making company.
Yeah, he could clean the bathroom or something. Which is okay. There's no shame in that. Don't pretend like you know what they're doing. Which is a good example of compartmentalization, right? He doesn't really know what they're doing, even though he works for the same company. But I guess it's some vast conspiracy, right? It has to be a conspiracy to keep him in the dark. This is their logic. That everyone that works for an organization knows everything that the organization does, or it's a vast conspiracy.
I mean, he even prefaced with, when I walk around the office and I see all these equations on the board, on the whiteboards that work, there's obviously people smarter than you and I that know how these equations work. Like, that's how he stated it. Basically saying he doesn't understand it, but then he's going to argue as if he does.
Yeah, that's some funny thing. Maybe they put the equation on the blackboard because it doesn't work. Maybe they put it because it doesn't make sense, and they're trying to figure out why it doesn't make sense.
And they're waiting for a guy like him, hoping he's Goodwill Hunting, to come by and solve it for him.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's the janitor. The janitor fixed it. Yeah, so I had this guy on Twitter, so once I get done throttling him, he's like, well, why don't you just take MC Toon's $10,000 challenge? So MC Toon's, have you seen MC Toon's $10,000 sextant challenge?
Yeah, I mean, it's claimed to be a sextant challenge, but it's a map-making cartography challenge when you really think about it.
And it has to be purely mathematical according to the rules. So what I read was the submission rules, right? How he's going to judge it. Now, MC Toon is going to be the judge. on whether the challenge was accomplished. And if he isn't, then they're going to use three people that have 1 year experience teaching celestial navigation, and they're going to judge it. Now, what I said to the dude on Twitter, and I'm going to say it again, is that just because you can do celestial navigation doesn't mean you can do differential geometry. Okay, right? So, what are we going to do? I'm going to make a submission, and the person I'm submitting it to doesn't understand the mathematics. They also don't understand the mathematics. If I have to make a mathematical model of getting a location of a second on a flat Earth, I want a mathematician to judge the mathematical model, not a celestial navigator that assumes the Earth is a ball and is just an end user of mathematics that somebody else came up with. And they're probably not even doing the equations themselves. They're probably plugging it into a piece of software, and the software's figuring it out.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't use Matthew Lawrence because I witnessed in Chill Chat one night Cyrus basically going through one of Matthew Lawrence's mathematical claims to where Cyrus picked it apart, and Matthew was like, "Oh yeah, I guess I am incorrect in the way that I'm using these equations." So yeah,
I would say this: most people think that like all math is the same, and that I can take some mathematics and just like apply it to some other. Right? Just it all just works together, no problem. Like I can just take like complex numbers and I can just apply it to like chaos theory, and it all just works out. No, it doesn't work out. It doesn't work like that. Because sometimes they don't share the same axioms. Because these things are like individual mathematical systems that have like certain axioms, like spherical geometry, the axiom being there's no straight lines. So Grover comes in, what if I go in a straight line and travel around the globe? Not only is there not a straight line, there's no way to express a straight line in spherical geometry. It can't even be expressed mathematically. It can only ever be approximated. This is something, an argument I used to make to Grovers all the time. It's not even really an argument, it's just the truth. It's like, listen, if the Earth was flat and I used spherical geometry, I couldn't even express, right? I couldn't even write down the coordinates for a flat Earth in a spherical geometry because they don't exist. Because the axiom, right, of spherical geometry is that every point is equidistant from the center, from the origin of coordinates.
right.
You can't have a flat surface that has that property.
It's like using it's basically like a category error when it comes to the mathematics.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good analogy. That's actually a great analogy. It's like a category error. It's like trying to, name the colors using like, salty, sweet, bitter. It doesn't work.
Right. Name the color based on the taste.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one thing that was brought up. Actually, Lou was making the argument against somebody in Chill on Saturday night regarding the curved lines and straight lines, and doing a very good job of just destroying this overly arrogant gentleman who came into Chill Chat. And that's why I said I was definitely out of character. I was in Chill. I'd had a couple beers, and I went from as I described it, 0 to QE in no time, which is not my style.
Hey, you got to get it out sometimes.
Yeah, I was trying to hold his feet to the fire for a definition of mass, because his buddy that came in there is like, yeah, mass is comprised of matter. I was like, all right, what's matter? Matter is comprised of mass. And I'm like, so you're using two terms to define one another. Can you give me an actual definition? Something I can put my finger on when it comes to these terms that you're trying to use? Yeah.
There was a dude in Cogdis. I brought up Laplace's extinction theorem. Now, Laplace's extinction theorem, it's the absorption and attenuation of light, but the model, because it's through the air. Of course, they use a model of a gradient, right? Because of absorption. Oh, I'm sorry. So the light. Sorry, I'm in the train station. Can you hear that?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
I actually have to go silent because I have to hop on the train. I'll be back on, I don't know, 6 minutes.
Cool. Enjoy the ride. Trains work very well on a flat Earth. Train tracks only have a certain amount of incline and decline, right? Grades that they can make over a certain amount of distance as to not disrupt, trains that are connected together a mile long, right? So you can only have certain increases or decreases in elevation for the train tracks. We've got a lot of train tracks laid across the whole entire country here.
That was the reason I wake up. I was traveling by train at the coastline here at Portugal, and I was watching the ocean at the long distance, and so I think to myself, so these rail tracks are built, almost level. So I'm watching always the horizon, always flat. So no curvature. Bye bye ball. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point. These things that we take for granted, that we're experiencing on a daily basis. And the programming of the sphericity of the Earth was implanted so young within us that we just assume that all of these things, even though counter to having to adjust for curvature or anything like that, we experience all the time. And we just don't think about it. We just assume that some sort of curvature has been taken into account when it really hasn't.
Yeah.
And since we were programmed so early with that, we never think to question it, right? There's a good phrase that a guy named Ken Wheeler uses often, and he says, nobody goes looking for the answers to questions they think they already have the answer to. Meaning all these people riding on trains, looking out over the ocean, experiencing a flat and stationary plane, never go looking for the answer to the question of, is there curvature? Is there spin? Because they feel they already know the answer to that, even though it's contrary to what they're experiencing all day, every day within their reality.
Yeah, last night or Matthew Learns said about the crepuscular rays. We don't see them parallel because, according to him, because it's because of perspective. Like he said, like watching the rail tracks. Yeah, so I mean,
I feel like there is some truth to that statement, right? Because we cannot remove perspective from observations. But I think how it is
but he cannot prove that the sun rays are parallel. I mean, how can he do this? And I saw, I saw a long time ago. I was traveling by bike, by a motorcycle, and it was not raining there, but I saw a long distance far away the crepuscular rays coming from the sun above the clouds, and there I saw these crepuscular rays above the clouds because some humidity there. So then crosses the clouds and going down exactly in the triangular shape, So yeah.
Yeah, all light rays are divergent from the source, no matter what.
And even Matthew Netherlands, he can do an experiment in a room, dark light, yes, so no light, and with a flashlight, he can do that experiment to show if the rays coming from that flashlight are parallel. I mean. He can even do the Eratosthenes experiment in that room to show if the rays are parallel. I mean, these guys, these Globers, trying to debunk us with blah blah blah, but oh my god, they suffer from cognitive dissonance.
Yes, and the thing about doing like an Eratosthenes type experiment in your house or in your garage or wherever, you can know the distance to the light source. The thing about the Eratosthenes experiment or measurement, whatever you want to call it, it's not an experiment, but he was assuming distance and assuming parallel light rays, right? So that's the whole crux of the argument there, is where's the definitive proof of the distance, which they derive from the alleged known radius value or curvature rate, is how they deduce the distance. So it's it's a big circular argument based on assumption.
Yeah. He did bring some photos of Ball Earth, and he was assuming that they are not CGI in manipulation. I mean, the first one of that picture he posted, it's a blue marble. I mean, how much does it need to know the truth about that?
Right.
I mean,
that one's admitted.
They didn't pick. They even said that he cannot take a picture, a full picture. Robert Simons, and he did it on the computer. I mean, if he's
strips of data, right? Strips of data, strips of pictures, which are all flat in nature, right? High altitude photographs stitched together, wrapped around a ball. I mean, that's all you need to know in that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a book. Let me see it. It's not available anymore. But because I saw this information here, let me see it. About Werner Braun.
Werner von Braun.
Yeah. Let me see. NASA. Oops. Oh, here. So I saw here this information, and at the bottom it says, it's Brett Salisbury, ex-USA intelligence. It says the Van Allen belt is nothing more than the dome built by God. So he the guy is the guy that knows. And I searched this guy, and I found some book. Let me find it. But the book is not available anymore. So, oops.
Yeah, I still hold out on calling things a dome, right? Because we do see in perspective, and the lights in the sky, obviously we view those in perspective. And I have a sneaking suspicion as to what may be causing the downward vector, and I feel like we could be residing on one very large plane, and I feel like there could be another large plane consisting of something that I am not 100% sure of, right? Because we can't go there, but I feel like there may be a parallel plane to us existing above us. But speculation, right?
Yeah, but there is something, and we don't feel any movement, and we see the stars fixed in that in this container that is circling above us, and the distance from from those stars each other, they are all the same, day by day. So
yeah, and they seem to be, they're lights, electrical, some sort of energy by nature, right? And they tend to be above us. This is speculation, right? Preface that before I start saying all of this. What we see here on the ground is we don't experience too many electrical anomalies or anything of the such that we seem to see in the sky, right? We do have electrical phenomena here on the ground, but what we don't have is the high energy.
Your sound is losing.
High energy phenomena. Yeah, sorry. It's the high energy phenomenon that we tend to seem to experience in the sky. So if you have a higher energy plate or plane above you, right, and you have a lower negative energy plane, just similar to something like a basic capacitor that you would use in electronics, you have a flow both ways. Within that, you have a flow of electrons going from positive to negative, and you have a current flow from negative to positive. If within that capacitor you have two planes with, how you can measure Gaussian radiance or gradients of energy stepping up based on distance, right? Using Gaussian equations. So if we have something similar, we're living in something similar, but we may be residing close to or on the negative plane within this reality of capacitance, and we have a positive plane above us, it would stand to reason that you would have a up and a down set by those two differentials. But that's just my opinion, and obviously speculation.
Yeah, there's so many things to be discovered. But, these guys from NASA, they are studying that. Even at Antarctica, they are studying, but they don't show us the truth. There are a few guys from Brazil. They did have access at Antarctica, near to Antarctica, through the Brazilian Navy. Yeah, and soon they will release a documentary talking about their discoveries about the moon, the sun, and the anomaly of the stars. But because of the Foshi, they didn't conclude their work because they have to go to to countries, to many countries and doing observations and measurements. Yeah.
So is this a group of independent researchers that's doing this?
Yes. Do you ever saw this documentary, Convex Earth? It's flat Earth, but they say convex because if you at the coastline of one continent and you go to another point of coastline, crossing the continent, they draw like an imaginary line, convex. But yeah, just because of that they call it convex Earth. But they found the flat Earth. They did.
So do you have? I've looked for this, so I'm familiar with exactly what you're talking about. And I want to say that was spurred on by some surveyors who were doing survey distances over surveying, right? And the difference, no apparent deviation between the tops of these buildings, right? Do you have any linkable documentation to that? Because every time I try to find it, I get kind of directed to that convex Earth or articles related to it, but nothing on the actual data itself. So I'd be interested
I have the link.
You have that.
I have the link. It's like 12 minutes video, and it's the technical data. They are doing the measurements and the results, and you can see the coordinates and the equipment, what they use, and people are free to go to these places and try to debunk him. This case, there was a team that was trying to debunk him, those guys, but they give up. Maybe because they didn't found any, they didn't found the curvature, so
they didn't find the results that they were looking for.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see the link. Convex.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'll have to save that because I do occasionally bring that up in conversation. It's hard citation for that. And I want to be able to cite my sources.
Yeah, let me see it. Okay, here. Just a moment. Technical data, where it is. Okay. I even have a link to this directly for their website, so it is interesting, So maybe some that ups. I didn't copy the link. Let me see it. Okay, here. This is for the video. It's a technical data, so it's a resume. So let me see the link to their site. And these guys,
awesome.
These guys start by scratch, and they even contract engineers and surveyors, to follow these experiments and measurements they did. So those engineers at first they saw the Earth as a globe, and now they don't saw it anymore. They don't say it, because they are engineers, and one of them even tried with a flashlight so close to to the level of water, level of water in some lake, with big distance, and even the other team on the other side of the lake saw that flashlight, at night, and these guys did choose big lakes like Lake Titicaca from Peru, and they choose the time of the year that has less humidity in the air. So these guys are professionals, and even they didn't get power laser, in the market, so they even built one. Yeah, so and this I have some information, but I don't know how to see it, because these guys, let me see it. These guys did record the path of the sun in many countries, even at Argentina and Australia, and they saw the path of the sun. It's not. It don't match with the globe model. So yeah. Let me see.
One thing that Dave Weiss does say that I find very interesting and compelling and a good use of terminology is when he says, when you're standing in the Arctic, you see the sun arc around you. And when you're standing in the Antarctic, you see the sun arcing, meaning arcing away from you. Which is a very astute observation of terminology, in my opinion.
Yeah, these guys did release an high altitude balloon, and they did release a lot of these high altitude balloons near to Antarctica. And some of those balloons stay, like 5,000 kilometers. At some altitudes, those balloons just stay, frozen. How you say? In the same altitude, So yeah, so there's something curving to the this container is what those guys did found a long time ago, and you can see this information in that encyclopedia from sometimes we talk about this encyclopedia that talks about the firmament, the dome. Sorry, and yeah, so they with the one of those high altitude balloons, they saw another huge landmass beyond the Antarctica. The question is this landmass here inside? So it will be interesting if those guys have access to that land. They say it's another continent. I don't know if it's the same that Almirant Richard E. Byrd is talking about. But they saw some. They saw at Siberia and some zones at Antarctica. They collect samples and with dust and leaves. So maybe this landmass is accessible. So let's see if those guys can get it there. But these guys did even visit some observatories, and there were some parts of these observatories they deny access. Maybe it's where they they are doing the CGI thing. Yeah. But they even built a little observatory in Brazil. Yeah, and they have some offices around the world, so let's see what they have found. I have this information, but I don't know how to work with these degrees. It talks about the path of the sun at Argentina and Australia. I just have this for now, This is from their documentary Convex Earth. But they have the full data, so let's see what they have to show to us. It will be interesting. And they did these measurements and experiments 2011, I think 2012 they publish. Yeah, and these guys are prepared, if there's someone that wants to take these guys to the court, they are prepared because they have all the data. The documentary itself, it's like 1 hour and more, but the guys, I talked to James a long time ago, and the guys who did the edition of the video, the documentary, they put some mistakes there. They forgot some things, but yeah. Anyway, the technical data I post, it's more a resume. And when they did the Convex Earth at the last part of the video, they talk about, they are doing speculation about space. So, but nowadays they have a different view because they share information with flat Earth guys. So yeah, from Brazil, and 7% of Brazilian guys are flat Earths now, and every day.
So I had a question for you, right?
More.
The observations that they gained that you posted in the text channel, right? Argentina 180 degrees, Australia 270 degrees. This is the same, basically the same latitude line that they made these observations at the exact same time of the year?
I don't know. I just saw this, but I don't know anymore. But they say what they observe. That doesn't match with the globe model. Sorry, and they even say that our Argentina is the continent. It's more large than what they are telling us. More bigger than USA. Continent. So so they observe something, so the path of the sun maybe not be so circular, but make another way. But we will see it. Because it has this continent, beyond Antarctica, but inside here, but so maybe access it's possible to there, but the sun is doing some path that doesn't match with the globe. It will be interesting. I even talked to one of those guys at Facebook, and I sent to him about some mistakes in the documentary. They could correct those mistakes, but they didn't. I mean, the distance between those two buildings in the documentary, it says one distance, and what I post in this technical data, it says the real one. Because if you go watch the coordinates. You will see it that it match with this technical data.
Good, we can hear you, India.
Sound clear.
Well, he was there, then he was gone.
I love to find this book. I post from that Brett Salisbury. Sorry, Brett Salisbury, ex-U.S. intelligence. He did this book, 90 pages. Satellites are hogs and the Earth is flat. But I did a search and I cannot find anything of any book available. Why is that?
I wonder if a PDF copy is somewhere on the web.
Yeah, I would love someone could find that.
Miguel posted a book called Satellites Are a Hoax and the Earth is Flat, Easily Proven by Dr. Lawrence Cohen, MD, and Brett Salisbury, ex-U.S. intelligence, Dr. John Mack.
Not familiar with that. It's news to me. I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Is it a hard copy or something?
He's having a hard time finding an actual copy of the book.
It might be self-published.
I did post a link, but the book is not available. Yeah, it says, sorry, this product is currently unavailable.
Well, if they self-published, if they have a limited amount of copies. So Antonio Subretz, he wrote his book is called The Book of the Sun. He self-published. It was on Amazon, but he only did like single print 2,500 copies. So yeah, once it's out of print, it's out of print. In Antonio's case, he's passed away, so like the only way you're going to get that is a used one.
Sorry, I said 90 pages total, but it's 76. Yeah, the 90 pages is another book I saw yesterday, so sorry.
So yeah, I think I may have found one where the hard copy is available and even a PDF version. Let me see if I can link this.
Cool.
So I just posted the link. I'm not really familiar with the site. Used rental. So digital's not available. 57 US dollars. Says it ships from Taiwan. Oh. I don't know.
Someone could get this, even from the dark web, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe some Flat Earth has this. Flat Earth guy. This has 90 pages because it's the second edition, so yeah. Okay. I can see a link. In this link you post, I can see some links to YouTube. So yeah, it will be interesting if he's available.
Hello, everybody. Can I get a mic check?
I can hear you. A little noise at background, but okay.
Check. Microphone check. 1 2. What is it?
Is it really bad in the background?
Your sound is losing away, fading away.
Is the background noise really annoying? Is it bad?
I cannot understand. The sound is like.
It's like you're caught in a pit of vipers and they're getting your ankles.
Yeah.
And you're pretty drunk as well. Drunk viper swimming isn't always a good option.
Oh, the first link, in this link that Napalm did post, the first link video not available. Oh my god. Censorship from YouTube. I did a search today at Google, and they show us like 5 or 6 or 6 videos from the clown Dave, not a professor. How cool is that? This guy is from YouTube paying to this guy and demonetize other Flat Earth videos. Yeah.
Yeah, if you find something on that book, Miguel, let us know. I'd be interested to see.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm in the middle of doing some work, so I can only do so much research.
Yeah, okay.
So I want to read something. So Antonio Subratz is a flat earther. He wrote a book called Book of the Sun. He passed away from throat cancer. So I'll give you the background on that. He had a throat problem. Went to the doctor. They kept telling him he had strep throat, give him antibiotics, all that stuff. This lasted like 4 months. Eventually, they biopsied it, and it turned out he had throat cancer. He didn't do conventional treatment. Well, they told him first of all, they told him he had 3 to 6 months to live. He didn't do conventional treatment. He ended up dying like 2 years later. So someone wrote a review of his book, and I want to read, and this is obviously an anti-flat earther. I want people to know what these, like the people that are hardcore against flat earth, I want people to know what their moral character really is. So I'm going to read this, man. Hold on to your hats. Antonio Subratz died November 2021. Antonio Subratz knew for months that he was ill and thought he could treat his throat problem with quackery like MMS. Even after he was diagnosed with throat cancer, he ignored conventional health care. Eventually, he agreed to use conventional health care after being begged to by his daughter. Even after the UK National Health Service started to treat him, he continued to smoke on one live stream. He was smoking a cigar. Quackery kills, and this is why the causes of death are important. If he sought an early diagnosis to get treated earlier, he may still be alive. Antonio was his own worst enemy. Antonio Subratz, flat earther, shit book writer, mainstream healthcare skeptic, homophobe, transphobe, Holocaust denier. What a waste of life that he should have spent pursuing his artistic career. Now, okay, this is supposed to be a book review of a book he wrote. Okay, everything that person said is wrong. Other than he did have throat cancer. He did go for early treatment. And you know what? They misdiagnosed him. And he treated it himself. And you know what? He lived longer than they said he would have lived if he had a conventional treatment. So, like, these people, these are the people that Flat Earth is up against. People of this low moral character. And that's kind of like all I have to say about that. And they're doing this because Antonio Subratz is a flat earther.
It's the low IQ.
Yeah, I instantly think that somebody is mentally damaged, physical brain damage. If they say the word homophobic, I have no way to rationalize that being a thing to come out of someone's mouth unless they have been physically brain damaged. Just that word alone. I mean, they said other mean things, but
no, it's just like a mudslinging thing. You just throw it on somebody, but people homophobic means something, but as it's translated as, I hate gay people, and if I could, I would tie him up to a chain and drag him behind a truck, like that happened to that gay guy in Texas that they chained up and dragged behind a truck, right? That they would commit violence and murder homosexuals. That's what they mean by homophobe. When they say that, that's the impression they're trying to create in your mind.
I know.
This guy is a crazy Christian and hates gay people so much that he would murder them.
Yeah. Wow.
What the person that's calling him a homophobe is that type of person that if he probably had his choice, he would go out and murder flat earthers.
Mm-hmm. The world we live in.
No, I mean, it's bad enough like you're throwing people's private, personal stuff out there, but then to be wrong about it, right? And to say quackery kills. He tried conventional medicine, and that almost killed him.
Yeah.
And he didn't treat his cancer with MMS. Actually, the way he treated his cancer was fasting.
Oh, good.
And this, listen, this isn't my opinion. You can go, his YouTube channel is still up. You can go watch him say everything I just said, because he made live streams from the time he was diagnosed, right? And like all his like all the things he did, he talked about it.
Yeah.
So there's no excuse for this person getting it wrong. He literally just, I don't know what Antonio did to him. Maybe did something, maybe nothing. But to do this, right, to make up lies, all because he thinks the earth is flat. That's crazy to me. That is insanity. But no, it's based upon science, people. Anyone listening on YouTube, the reason people think so, it's purely scientific. Purely. Tell yourself that. Keep telling yourself that it's only science, right? That's what it is. Just science. It's just science that makes people act like frickin' animals towards flat earthers. It's just because of the science. Just an emotionless, unbiased examination of the facts of reality, and that's why they think the Earth's a globe. It has nothing to do with any personal issues, no emotion. It's just the facts, ma'am. Does anyone believe that? That this is just about the facts?
No, and the people left believing that are willfully deluded.
When it's not about the facts. And I'm sick and tired of them pretending that this topic is purely based on the facts, the technical aspects, experiments, measurements. And that's solely the reason why people think the Earth's a ball. Nothing could be further from the truth.
But all you have to do is look in the sky.
I love lamp.
Yeah, everything else is round.
Didn't they find a flat planet? I'm almost positive they claimed they found a flat planet like 2 weeks ago.
That's new.
Who found it? Dr. Bergigina, that Wakey Wakey interviewed? The exoplanet expert? I don't know if you guys have heard that Wakey Wakey interview. I feel like his YouTube might have gotten taken down. Wakey
I don't
Wakey.
know. But I think I might ban any flat earther that tries to claim that that's proof that Earth is flat. I would probably have to insta-ban that person.
What if they found a flat planet?
No, if a flat earther was like, yeah, they found a flat planet, therefore that's proof that Earth can be flat too, I probably would just not ask any questions and just ban them.
Yeah. I mean, can you ban people from the internet completely? Like,
it might take a little extra effort, but technically I believe that you could access the perimeter. I mean, it would take a lot of effort and means that I do not have. But if you were to trench around the perimeter of an entire city, severing all fiber optic cables. That would possibly accomplish that task. I mean, it's a temporary setback, I suppose, not a permanent solution.
Oh my God, people are so dumb. I was looking for this flat planet thing, and then I saw like questions people ask from NASA.
Yeah.
Which planets are undiscovered?
I don't always get jokes, but that was easy.
That's crazy, man. No, it's
Yeah, no, I get it. I know. I work in customer service, and I was just lamenting this very day of how disappointed I am in people. Words, not good enough. Descriptions, not good enough. Pictures, not good enough. Just people need it dumbed down to a milkshake level, like in Wall-E. It's getting really bad. Yeah, they're special.
I saved it of the Wakey Wakey interview. I've tried to disappear it.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what happened
Anyway.
with Mountain Bears cartoons. I posted one. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I've downloaded a lot of stuff, but what I was going to say was no planet outside the solar system has ever been observed. Period. End of sentence. That's it.
No wandering star.
Observed. Yeah, no wandering star has ever been observed outside the solar system. You could make a case that Bernard's star is a wandering star, maybe. It's just a slower wander. Wander is like in a cycle of every 5 years, maybe 15 years, something like that.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But they say that's parallax, though. So that's parallax. Even though it's moving up and down, somehow that's parallax or whatever. NASA admits that no planet is even resolvable. And when I say resolvable, I mean you can't actually focus in on it. And the reason I know this is because one of their posed things that they were going to make was something called an Arago telescope. So you can an Aragoscope.
What's that?
So there's some diffraction, right? And you can actually use that. You can take a disc and use the edge of that disc, and actually, the light will actually focus to a point from around the disc and make an Arago spot. right? They want to
Oh,
put one in space, a giant one, right? And then the focal point will be on the Earth, right? And it will be like looking through a telescope that's 1.3 kilometers in diameter.
I have.
But in their document, just to wrap it up, in their document it says they would finally be able to resolve Jupiter.
That's awkward. I mean, I've got. What does that even
Because no
mean?
one's
I've
claimed
got
it's resolved.
friends. I've got friends that have taken photography of Jupiter.
But it's not actually a resolved image. You can see the outline, you can see the shape, you can see gradations of color, but you're not seeing any detail.
Oh, gotcha. I say got friends. I have a friend that is a astronomy enthusiast, hobbyist, and yeah, that's all I mean.
So, and this is kind of, I hate to tell you, that this is evidence against the moon being the cause of a solar eclipse because of this thing called edge diffraction.
Yeah.
There should be there's something called an Arago spot, right? So if you take a disc or any circular object and you shine a light at it, in the center of the shadow there should be a bright.
Oh, okay.
But there isn't one.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, for sure. I have a pair of glasses that work on that principle, I think. It's just plastic, black plastic, and there's a bunch of pinholes.
Oh yeah, that would work. Yeah.
And because my vision is mostly impaired because due to whatever stigmatism, I guess, misshapen eyeball. It works really well. I can throw them on and read what I normally would not be able to read at all. It's really when an optometrist showed that to me, she was like, "Hold this over your eye and then look through this," and it was the same sort of thing, something with a bunch of pinholes. And I was like, "You've got to be kidding me! What?" So basically, before any type of lens manufacturing came about, glass and lensing and all these different things, people that had, if people had stigmatisms and misshapen football shaped eyes and whatever that causes you to become nearsighted, it stands to reason that they could have used a similar feature too. I mean, it really wouldn't be that hard to poke holes in an opaque something, a banana leaf, for crying out loud. I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. It wouldn't have necessarily been practical or super necessary because whatever. But I don't know. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? You poke holes in a thing and you can all of a sudden see.
Yeah.
It was weird for me because my vision's not great.
Images are formed by actually restricting the light, which seems counterintuitive, but it's not. Because say I have a point of light that's somewhere off in the distance. Well, that light goes off in every direction, spherically in every direction. So if I have a photographic plate, even though that light is just a spot of the plate, so it's smeared. So you make an aperture like a pinhole, right? So it restricts the light so that the light can only come through that pinhole at certain angles and form an image. I have I post an awesome video that explains this. It is so good. The explanation is so awesome. I'm like, and it's by a guy that does he does for a living, photogrammetry, teaches it.
Oh, cool.
Photogrammetry, machine vision, all that stuff.
The word poisson is fish in French. So I'm wondering if there's some type of relation. Because there's a French scientist and all that. I'm wondering, why is it called the fish spot?
Poisson is the name of the scientist. Arago is the name of this. Yeah. And then and Arago is also the name of the scientist that discovered it.
Oh, okay. Simeon Poisson. So the dude's last name was Fish. What a weirdo. No, I'm just playing. No, it's a weird last name, though. Well, never mind. I know people with the last name Fish. I'll just stop. It's probably just a shortened form of fisherman. You know how people's last names oftentimes derive from some type of trade that they had in years ago. Stone Temple Pilots has entered the chat. Magic Carpet Ride Stone Temple Pilots, would you like to say hello, Stone Temple Pilots? Talk about a weird band name anyway. STP, I'm talking about you.
STP.
Oddly enough, that was the first concert I ever went to. Was a Steppenwolf and Stone Temple Pilots concert, the Magic Carpet Ride tour.
So I went to a Stone Temple Pilots concert in '94 when Purple came out, their second album.
Huh. That was probably around the same time that I was going to that concert.
Yeah, the band that opened for him was Cracker. You remember the band Cracker?
Not particularly.
They have a song called Low. Be with you, girl, like being low. Hey, hey, like being stoned.
I saw Stone Temple Pilots open for Megadeth.
Ooh, that would have been a good show.
I don't even think they had an album yet, but it was Megadeth's Symphony of Destruction tour.
When was
Albany,
that? Like
New York.
91, maybe?
Yeah.
91, 92.
Yeah, like 91 or 92. Saw them in Knickerbocker Arena in Albany, New York.
Megadeth arguably has some of the best cover art of any music group, in my opinion.
We got the best music of any music group, metal group at least.
Yeah, I don't really know much about that band. I was there on account of being along with my parents. I was a youngin', born in the 80s, you know.
Rust in Peace. Probably my favorite album of all time. Tornado of Souls.
So, Napalm, in that link you post to that book, all links to YouTube are not available, and the ones that are web pages I'm gonna post. It is interesting. Just two links. That one and this one.
So just looking at that briefly, right? Not actually clicking on it. Is this kind of equating satellites to drone technology?
Maybe, because it's in the description at that site you post to that book, maybe when it says satellites are not real or a hoax, maybe these are the real satellites.
Invisible shield.
Drones. And an invisible shield, like, a container.
Yeah, or obviously balloon technology. I mean, there's technology out there. People get so caught up thinking that it couldn't be possible to maintain balloons within specified areas, right? To beam things off of them and back down to Earth, right? For communications. But that technology has been around for a very long time. And it's advanced to the point now where they can really keep them within such a small spatial area for extended periods of time.
When I am watching this airplane solar, I was remember that one that NASA made. I think it's similar with this one we can see in this picture. Maybe the same one. So to maintain up there and with solar energy, maybe.
Follower of a superior person. I was just finding that interesting with
the origin of the satellite.
Yeah, of the word satellite.
It is possible, you have those links to YouTube, and when you go there, it says not available. It is possible to know through these links the title of the video, because maybe it is in another platform, but I don't know. because they don't show to us the title of these videos. No, just say not available. It will be cool if someone get that book.
Yeah, that video I posted. If you have any like questions about how images are formed by light, man, that the explanation, it's literally perfect. I can't think of how it could be any better, quite honestly. And it's like it's not technical. It's like you could explain that to a 10-year-old and they'd understand it. It is really awesome.
Is that 35 minutes after the hour, India? I'm assuming.
Yeah. So the videos actually, you know how they break them up now? You can break it up into sections. So it's the sections called image formation. It's 36 minutes 47 seconds after the start of the video.
Okay. I'll have to take a look. I missed that part of the conversation. I had somebody show up at the house, so I'll take a look.
Yeah, it'd be cool to just like on your spare time, just check it out. I mean,
Does it deal with the Rayleigh criterion? Stuff like that?
no.
No?
I mean, yeah, in a way, but it like, let's put it this way: if you understand this, it makes it easier to understand more complex things like the Rayleigh criterion.
Gotcha.
I do have a video on the Rayleigh criterion. AI words talked about it sometimes. Like, the thing about the Rayleigh criterion, these 2 points of light, as they get closer together, or that angle gets smaller, they don't come together. Like, so say I have 2 points of light, like car headlights, and they're getting further and further away, and I can resolve two lights. They don't just like slowly come together; they snap together. They reach a point where they're kind of like bored together, then boom, it just becomes one light, as if the other one disappeared. It isn't a gradual thing. And I have a video. It's an MIT lecture from
Walter Lewin.
MIT's Optics 2010, straight out of MIT.
Okay. Yeah, because I've watched Walter Lewin explain this stuff. He's always really good.
Well, this is Walter Lewin. He gives like a general physics class. This is a class on optics, so it's more like in depth.
Gotcha. Yeah, Walter Lewin's dealing more with the equations on everything, not necessarily equating the equations to like too many demonstrations, with the exception of the few that he does in the class with the LED lights or whatever. And he has people trying to, people at varying distances within the lecture hall can see the distinct two lights, and the further they go back, they become one. Kind of demonstrating the Rayleigh criterion. But it makes sense, right? It's all waves.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's because of the wave nature of light. It's like the minima and maxima of the wave overlap, so you can't differentiate them. It's actually, I'm going to post a link to that video I just talked about, because it shows like basically like a graph of like the 2 points of light as two max intensity maximas. And it shows like how like they come together once they reach some point. Think of it like scissors, right? You have the scissors, right, and like they're opened, right? And if you measured the distance between the blades, right, on open, and as you close the scissors, the distance between the blades decreases. but the speed of that decrease increases, right? The closer the scissors are to coming completely together. This was actually like a conjecture they used to talk about on breaking the speed of light, right? The constant of the speed of light. Because if you had a giant pair of scissors, right, and you took two objects, right, and put them at the end points of the scissors, right, they would actually approach each other because that angle, right, that angle of separation between the blades, right, because you can think of the blades of scissors as an angle, right, and as you close the scissors, that angle decreases, but the speed of the decrease of the angle separating the scissors increases as the scissors close. It's not a linear relationship. They're like apart, and then like when they're halfway, right? So say I had the scissors, right, and say I close this so the scissor handles they're coming together at say 5 millimeters per second, right? But the tips of the scissors are gonna the angle separating the tips of the scissors isn't gonna be that same like linear relationship where they're like isn't gonna be like 1 degree per second that they come together. It's going to be like 1 degree per second in the beginning, and then it's going to be like 2 degrees per second, then 3 degrees per second, and then 4 degrees per second. It increases exponentially. And this is the same way that the light works. When the two dots of light come together, that angle separating them, that increases exponentially. The maximum is the way they come together. I don't know if I explained it any good.
Yeah, no, you did. I get
a lot of shit I visualize in my mind.
Yeah, Andy, I got a hats off to you, bro. And hate to be a kiss ass or whatever, but man, I know you work like full time and you're researching like full time. Like, do you sleep, bro?
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
I figured. Please continue.
Yeah, I don't actually work full time. Almost full time. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess technically I work like 30 hours a week, so that's not. Is that full time? Where I got to spend more time in traffic.
No, that is not full time. 40 hours is considered.
I don't. Well, I mean, I think from a business standpoint, don't they consider like 36 hours or something full time or something?
Yeah.
Whether you're a full time employee or not.
I don't know the cutoff.
58, something like that.
Yeah, it's usually the insurance companies that set those type of definitions because they're setting a minimum and or maximum in regards to when a company has to provide health insurance, depending on how many employees that company has, all that sort of stuff. So it's slightly arbitrary because technically you can be a Baylor nurse and work 2 16s, which is 32 hours. And you can, at that 32-hour, be considered a full-time employee with full-time benefits. You can work Saturday and Sunday, 2 16s, and have Monday through Friday off. It's a neat setup. I've known nurses to do that sort of thing. 69.
Yeah, along the lines of what Hank was saying earlier, Indio, you amaze me for your capacitance to remember specific information, the quantity of specific information that you can remember and recall rather quickly is you're like the elephant of flat Earth. I don't have that capacitance for easily recallable memory.
Unfortunately, it works for everything. It's almost like a curse, but there's some things you'd like to forget. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I have a gift for remembering. Like, I don't know. It's just the way I organize it in my mind. It's like the only way I can describe it is like it's like opening a door and then there's like a shitloads of other doors in it, and each one of the doors like is just like details about what was behind that first door, and each one of them has like infinite fucking detail inside of it. It's just like it's like I can't remember like a fine detail of something until I remember something. It's almost like think of it like a family tree almost. I have to remember the first thing, and once I remember that, then I can remember like all the sub things, and then that also has a bunch of sub things underneath it. You know what I mean? If I drew like a family tree of a subject, that's just like how my mind organizes it.
That's what Crackville was telling me. He said that the way that he has to remember things, it has to be in like a sequential order. And he was telling me that's why he's always monologuing. I haven't seen Crack in a while. You guys seen Crack?
No, I DM'd him. He's MIA.
He'll be back.
Yeah, that's why sometimes I won't I don't know. Sometimes I'll be like, oh, I can't remember what that is. It's because I haven't like I haven't. I'm not on that branch or whatever. But like if it's almost like it's like taking a road to somewhere, right? So like once I'm on that road, man, it all just comes back. But like there's something, say, that's on the road up at mile marker 32. Sometimes I can't recall that because I haven't like go to it, like the how I got there in the first place, like how those memories were like created. But like it's weird because if I eventually it'll pop into my brain. It's like one of those things that you can't remember. You're like, oh, I can't remember what that is. It's something super simple. And then you're like, oh, I remember it like 5 o'clock in the morning or something. You wake up, oh, that's what that was. I remember like someone's name or a place or something you did. So the memory of it will pop back up. But once that happens, like all the other shit just comes right back. It's weird. My brain is just weird.
Yeah, it's like sometimes conversations with old friends, they bring up a scenario that you completely forgot about. And then it's like, oh yeah, not only do I remember that, I remember what this person was wearing, what car we were in, blah, blah, blah. And then it just like, boom, it ignites that memory.
Yeah. Like it's in a location where it's like one. Who the hell? Someone enjoying some chips, man?
Yeah, that was special.
What are those chips? It's like there used to be this cartoon. What was that cartoon? The one with Tennessee Tuxedo? Commander McBragg. Or no, the professor dude, but they were like going to the. He's like, I need my 3D chalkboard, and you go into the closet, and all the shit would fall out of it. That's like how my memory is. Like, oh, that's where it is. You open the closet, but everything else falls out with it, like on top of it. I think I'm dating myself because no one remembers that cartoon.
How old are you, India?
I'm 49.
Oh, you're only 10 years old.
I'm a Gen Xer.
Fellow Gen Xer here.
It's funny because I thought that, but apparently not.
I actually fall in that sub range they've kind of labeled X lineal, not full Gen X, definitely not millennial.
You're also 40. Shut up. No.
I'm over 40. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just coming from talking over with the boys. And again, hearing Indio speak about it and hearing other people speak about it, like the more and more I want to sing Dave Weiss's praises, because in all honesty, he wouldn't. I don't know if he would have. Okay, there are two problems. Flat earthers think that in general we do more than we actually do, and we don't. And two, even if someone who was as competent as we think, like whoever we think would have been like the best person to go up against Dave, but there's the potential that he would have never taken that deal. Like, so there's the possibility that the reason that the debate happened was because it was Dave, and number two, potentially the reason that it only happened was also because of Dave, because people forget this is Dave's bread and butter. And if he doesn't go out and get interviews, he may or may not eat. Now, regardless of what how well he's doing financially, when it comes to doing this and this being a thing, or at least the app paying for itself, if he doesn't go out there and get these interviews, then it's not happening. And that's the one thing I realized. I was like, well, because people think that like people are just offering him interviews left and right, and they may be now. There may be a good sizable amount of people that are because they've seen him do an interview, they're like, ooh, I'd like for him to come on the show. But I've heard him say, for the most part, I've heard him say, hey, I'm out there working, getting these interviews. Which means he has to go and email people. He has to go and present his work. He has to go out there with some kind of, what do you call that when you go for a job? A resume to show someone, hey, I would like to have this discussion on your platform. Look at all of the local radio stations he's gone on. Probably because he's reached out to them via email and said, hey, I'd like to come on your show and discuss this because I see that these are the kinds of topics that you discuss. And so only because of that hard work was it possible for him to even be in the position to get the debate with Professor Dave in the first place. Because he's out there fucking working. It doesn't matter how good anyone thinks I am. I didn't have a pathway to debating Dave. What am I? I'm just a regular dude. Yo, debate me, son. Okay, where's your platform? What are you out here doing? Where's your visibility? Can I find you on LinkedIn? Who the fuck are you? That's how people are generally. It doesn't even have to do with the argument. Yeah.
Elijah, there's also a possibility. The guy that was the moderator, whose platform that was, he might have known that guy knows Dave or is in contact with him, right? That they have some sort of relationship, and said, okay, how can I get him with Dave? Oh, this guy knows him, and I also know him. So I'm going to use this guy because that guy doesn't have it isn't a That guy's channel is about like crime stuff or something like that.
This is. Can I butt in?
No.
Off topic. You're still on the train of thought.
Oh, well, actually, yes.
Oh yeah, I wanted to.
Let me
I
just
want to
say
beat on
really
that one
quick.
for a little bit too.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to make it first or if because all right, real quick, I'll just say I had initially critiqued Dave, but actually, if it wasn't for Dave, there's only one clip that I want from that conversation, and that is the fact that Professor Dave doesn't understand geometry literally because he thinks that Earth curve isn't detectable from the surface of the Earth. That is one of the most ignorant or dumbass statements I've ever heard from somebody who's supposed to be in the know of things. So he can never undo.
And how does he know it's a globe?
Yeah, he can never undo that
Good
statement.
question. He said the proof of the globe was the ability to do calculations of lunar orbit from Newton's universal law of gravitation. That was his offer of proof that the Earth was a globe. That was it. That's a non sequitur, and it doesn't make sense, but this is what his position was. The thing is, this is my position on this. If not Dave Weiss, then who? Who would have been better? Okay? That isn't like, who would have been better? In that situation, in that scenario, with that opponent, who would have been better? There isn't that many people that would have done better than he did.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done better. I would have probably stuck to one point, and then it might not have been illustrated to the audience in retrospect that he made statements that is actually incorrect. Like, he would have never made those statements if I was there to begin with. Therefore, we would not have had Professor Dave making all of the statements that he made that were incorrect for us to then retroactively discuss. Or retrospective, whichever it is. I don't know.
He also said that Dave was on a script. That was so funny, man. He said the whole magnetic, dude, the whole thing is just so bad. All Professor Dave did was like these gimmicks and tactics. The shit we see, right, in here, the same, they're just rhetorical tricks, dude. No substance, no anything. Like I said, I'm disappointed. I thought he actually had something to him.
Excuse me for interrupting. STP, if you'll follow me to the VC check-in one, we'll get you VC verified and we'll get you back down here. So if you move up there, I'll follow you. Go ahead.
Is that what you kind of wanted to move away? Is that what it was about? Gospel Bear? Sorry.
No, it was not. I wanted. Okay, so I was just looking at the cartoon that Indio mentioned, and I just went through a minute and a half clip, and twice in the minute and a half clip or whatever, there's a globe. Every movie I ever watch, there's a globe somewhere on a shelf, on a mantle, on a desk, on a some type of map, some type of wall hanging. And I want to know an example of something else in our physical reality, or rather an actual something that's in our physical reality that there's a model of, or a scale representation of. Like, for instance, a tree, right? A tree. Like, nobody's putting little trees on their desk, and I say nobody. There are model trees that exist that are 2 inches tall, that are 1 inch tall, that are 4 inches tall, that are 8 inches tall. They're fake little model trees, like whether or not it's a redwood or a palm tree. Those things exist, okay? But or a cloud, right? We see clouds in the sky. Nobody seems to have, and in this example, I've never seen a model of a cloud. I want an example of a thing that people have that shows up in, let's say, conservatively, 80% of all movies ever, and television shows included. 80%. And that's me being, I think it's higher than that. I'm still trying to assemble a list of any form of media. I'm sorry, not YouTube videos. Any form of like mainstream media, like movies or television shows, where a globe does not show up. So I'm curious, is there any other thing that is even remotely close to being as prolific and popular as the globe that you see almost every time?
I would say no. I would say no, and for people who probably want to go against what you're saying, when you say you think it's higher than 80%, that this thing that's not actually real and like that we can, like a cloud we can experience. Well, they don't have models of clouds. You either just see them in the sky in a movie, or that's it. It's not like a whole bunch of models of clouds and here are clouds and it's just placed somewhere. That's weird.
Clouds are beautiful, by the way. Right? So you can't make the argument that the reason that people. Oh, go ahead.
So point being, when you say like a depiction of the globe is in like literally like 80%, well, 80% of something that is digestible as a show or as entertainment, like 80% as in how many of these things are on air and how many of these things actually have at least one instance in which they show the globe. In that sense, majority. I don't know what doesn't, because if you just pick any anime on Netflix, and you tell me that there isn't a depiction of the globe or the cosmos as is displayed in their intro, I'll wait. Oh, you might even for movies. You're fucked if you're using Universal.
Yeah.
Well,
Miramax, they're always coming. They always have a sky view of the globe, and then they go into the little drone footage of the Golden Gate Bridge, and then like can't use Miramax. So who are you going to use?
Well, and also think of this: a physical globe is actually useless. What can you use it for? Yeah, you could say, "Oh, where's Afghanistan relative to the United States?" Yeah, it's good for that, but other than that, you can't navigate, right? So, as a map to get from point A to point B is perfectly useless.
My statement is in relationship to anyone that would ever make the suggestion that the globe is not prolifically propagandized or flooding, like a flooding,
overexposed.
Yes. And I can't think of any other thing in reality that's more prevalent, like object-wise. I don't know. How many movies have Q-tips? How many movies have a roll of toilet paper somewhere in the movie?
Elijah made a good point, though. Elijah made a good point but the thing is, there are Q-tips, right? These are things we experience. The globe is completely fictitious from the standpoint of something you've experienced.
I know you're wanting me to come up with a better analogy.
It would be like having Loch Ness Monster or like unicorn.
Not from their I agree, but not from their perspective.
But from the perspective of reality, though, like even from their perspective, they know they've never seen the Earth as a globe personally.
True.
Okay, so they can even admit that. So like it's something that they've never seen personally. That is a model of something that is everywhere. What else? What other object is like this?
What is?
This is an excellent question. I want to make this. I want to ingrain this into the kind of line of questioning that I go down with real people, because this is a good, very, very good point. It's something that I've tried to illustrate, but didn't really have a way to. Didn't see any relevance in bringing it up unless it kind of happened to come.
I'm constantly thinking of angles of attack, and this is one of them.
It's a great question. That's a great question.
So for
How about
instance,
How about dragons? Dragons aren't real. Nobody's ever experienced one, and they're in a lot of stuff.
dragons are, they show up significantly. I wouldn't say that they show up in 10%, in contrast to maybe 80%. I don't think that movies include dragons 10% of the time, or even 5% of the time, or even necessarily 1% of the time. You don't have dragons on people's desk. You don't have very many dragon T-shirts, like a NASA T-shirt shows up in a movie. But dragon was be a big, good example, better example than what I was about to say. I was going to say the dark side of the moon, as it's referred to as that.
Can't we see the moon from like U.S. and from Australia at the same time and the same face? So
yeah,
I've been talking to someone about this, and they're like, "That's just perspective." I'm like, "How is that perspective when you're on a ball and you're on the other side of the ball? How are you seeing it in the other side of the ball, the same face?"
I would argue that that's not. Hypothetically, if you are on the ball, you are still on the same side. You're on 50% of one side of the ball.
Yeah, the Indian Ocean, technically the center of the Indian Ocean, below a certain latitude, is the quote unquote antipodal of the United States. So that's still several thousand miles, about 3,000 miles beyond the western coast of Australia.
I think the moon observation was Florida in Australia, but D. Marble did an observation of the sun, which was the United Kingdom, Washington State, and Australia all at the same time.
Now that is profound.
Which is beautiful. Yeah. I was just gonna say, damn it! I was like, that's beautiful, but we got we did the same shit. Sing my praises, Indio. I'm deserving.
Yeah, we did the same thing.
No, yeah, but he documented it
what
well.
did they say? What's their answer? Their answer is, refraction is bending light around the ball. They just pull that out of their ass. So.
Well, actually, their answer was, look at the Mercator projection. No, wait, am I tripping? Wait, no. Is it the Mercator projection? Yes, it's the Mercator projection. Look at that.
It's on time and date. Yeah.
They said it works on the Mercator projection or something, right? Yeah, it was something like that.
But if flat earthers use the Mercator projection to talk about things, then they would find a way to say, well, that's incorrect. Well, no, what the point is that the map is not the lay of the land. That's the whole point. But you can't just say, well, Mercator projection. Look, listen, fella. You see this ball? I don't care what globe you use, because I heard Matthew and others arguing about which ones are for educational purposes versus which ones aren't. And again, like you pointed out, to talk about the continents in relation to one another, well, that's only to confirm something within the concept that the Earth is a globe, and in relation to that, those two things are related. So only, again, to appease somebody's belief in the globe would you use that to be like, see, look at the relation, but it can't help you actually navigate anywhere. So when it comes to looking at the globe, it doesn't matter what globe you use, what size you use. If you take a light source and light half of that globe, then it is an impossibility that you can actually see the sun itself from the points that we've seen simultaneously. Doesn't matter what you do. You can see the sun from California, Australia, the United, the wherever MJ is from, the Middle East and I don't know, Sweden. Like that's not Sweden. Uh, uh, where's that other place that are breaking down the wall of
MJ is
lies
in the
from?
UAE.
Yeah, the UAE and wherever Arwen is from. Like looking at the sun at all of those positions
the
is
Netherlands.
impossible. Yeah, you can't see the sun, like actually be looking at the sun from these geographic locations at the same time if you live on a ball. That's impossible.
This thing that I posted in the chat needs to be a GIF really bad. It's Charlie Chaplin playing Hitler, spinning the globe balloon in his hand. Oh my gosh, guys. Super hilarious. This is raw comedy. I don't know what year this would have been, but
with Mussolini.
It's the current year, as Justin Trudeau would say.
Oh, Charlie Chaplin is the current year?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Charlie
okay.
Chaplin's so 2022.
I must be missing something.
Me too. I was kidding.
This is pretty funny to me though.
That movie was released in 1940, The Great Dictator.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's definitely funny.
Oh my gosh. This scene is so he even bounces the globe balloon with his rear.
Such bad propaganda.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but today
I wonder how many elites secretly watched this YouTube channel as truth porn. There's gotta be that, like, there's gotta, like, the only other people that give a damn about this conversation, the only people that find this interesting is the people who are in the know. And that excludes pretty much every other fucking sheep person. And it just leaves them and us. I guarantee you that most of our views come from them. They gotta love watching us.
I think there's a strong possibility that they watched this movie and then proceeded to perform crimes against humanity with each other, all in the same room. And yes, that is a euphemism. It's my new euphemism for Gamoran behavior. And yes, saying Gamora instead of the other city is yet another abstraction. Okay, go ahead.
Those are considered crimes against nature, not crimes against humanity. They're crimes against nature. That's what they actually used to be called in the law, was a crime against nature.
You're 100% right. Whoops. Whoopsie.
Yeah, natural law, right? Crime against nature, natural law.
Yeah.
The natural law, I'm not even going to get into it. Everybody knows. I don't even have to tell you it's the natural law, dude.
Yeah. You know what perplexes me? What perplexes me is that prior to Flat Earth, like, I just used to look up, well, how many people are actually Christians and religious, and blah, 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 blah. And you know what? I used to fight with everyone who believed that, hold on one second, sorry.
Thank you for the correction, India. I did forget the word there.
So there's like a whole bunch of people who believe in Christianity but have never read the Bible, but that second point is not really relevant And it's just like when I started to go, you know how crazy I was for saying that you're wrong because of look at science and look at how the universe came to be. Well, when I start talking to them about Genesis in its proper context, how is it that all of these people have held on to heliocentrism? That's insane.
Hold the phone. Can anybody watch this clip real quick? Is he being mechanically assisted?
So have you ever seen The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly? The movie? Clint Eastwood? Gospel?
I think I saw it once. I don't really remember it.
Yes, I
Okay,
did.
so part of the movie is like, so Tuco, he's like, kind of like, he's the bad, right? Or no, he's the ugly. So what they do is they basically create crimes so that like he gets like a huge bounty on him, and then they go to hang him. And what Clint Eastwood will do, he'll shoot the rope, and then after he collects a reward for turning them in. But when he's about to be hung, he shoots the rope, and then they ride off, and then they just keep doing this over and over again. But when they're reading off the charges, that's what some of the charges that they were read was crimes against nature.
What is
Gross.
this gospel?
All right. So it's for.
What is?
But okay, listen. I time stamped because Charlie Chaplin's standing there, and then with almost no effort. But here's what's impressive to me. I haven't seen strings. He's been going all over the room, and I know that you could do a cut scene, but all of a sudden,
he had to have been helped up. Yes,
he had to have, because he just effortlessly. And here's the thing. That was pulled
too
off.
Effortless.
It was way too effortless. But here's my point.
You really thought that was graceful?
If 80 years ago they're able to do these sorts of things where they make it look like whatever strings and harnesses existed, where you can't find them.
Well, the Asian did a much worse job of this, but they did it nonetheless in their kung fu movies before Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. They've been doing stuff like that.
Have you considered that the room is moving? Have you considered that the room is moving?
Yeah, the room is actually in a free fall.
The room. They've done this before, where they can spin the room and manipulate the room itself, but the camera is frozen to the room, right? So you're not seeing the camera is attached to the room itself. The room is like a I don't know, like a big cube, right? And you just move the room around, right? So it looks like the person from the viewpoint of the camera is doing all sorts of gravity-defying things.
Yes, I've certainly seen that. They've done a lot of music videos that way.
Dancing on the Sun. So that was one music video they did where they fun a room.
But it's
I think that they do this with some of the. I think they do this with some of the space stuff. Is that they're on harnesses and the room doesn't even exist. It's like moving around, but it's digitally inserted, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're just like, so they can just be on a harness, right, just floating around, and but they change their orientation. Maybe they're not changing their orientation, but the environment is changing its orientation. But you can't tell because the camera is rigidly connected to the environment, whatever that is.
I mean, my thing is, how could you be someone who is of the belief that the earth is a sphere and then come across videos like this and it not bother you? You feel what I'm saying? Like, you got people out here saying that the earth is not a globe, and then you come across shit like that would piss me off. It's almost like when you come across, for example, you're watching Aladdin, the cartoon, the first version. You're watching Aladdin, no problem, you're chilling, and then Jafar becomes a sorcerer, and then he banishes Aladdin to the ends of the earth where he's put on an ice shelf. That would bother me as a global. It's because, you know why? Because it has no business being in my paradigm. There's no reason for this piece of entertainment to exist. This entertainment that imitates life in some way, or is an expression of life in some form. There's no reason for that to be in there. That would cause cognitive dissonance in me immediately. And then you show somebody like Matthew, he's like, interesting, I guess.
Yep.
So hey, the ends of the earth thing, that's kind of funny because I was actually looking at something about that last night. So you ever heard of the Scythians? They're mentioned in the Bible.
I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, so the Scythians are like some, unknown tribe, whatever. They're mentioned in the Bible. That's not the important part. So supposedly they put up gates to keep them in, like, the Caucasus Mountains. They supposedly Alexander the Great or somebody else built a huge iron gate to stop them from coming through some pass. Anyway, from when I was listening to, is that this is so Muhammad. So I guess there's some Jewish people up there. So they asked them, they're like, how do they know that Muhammad's a prophet? And they gave them questions to ask them. And they said, ask them what's at the ends of the earth. That's how you will know Muhammad's actually a prophet. And the answer he gave, that where the sun sets into a muddy puddle, and the sun rises. Oh, how do they put it? But the sun rises out of water and sets in a muddy puddle. That was the thing. That was like the ends of the earth.
That's interesting.
I don't know if that has like some other meaning. But when I go home, I'll post it or something. It was really weird that I read it. I mean, some of the Muslim guys in here might know about it because it's actually a part of the Quran. Which kind of goes against the guys that come in here and say the Quran says it's a ball. So how can there be ends of the earth, right?
That's what I brought up that quote. Or that verse, and there's another verse also. And also I put that with because I was talking about Ab and Preach, and they did a segment on something totally unrelated to Flat Earth. And this woman comes on there and she says the reason she's doing OnlyFans, and she's left her faith to do OnlyFans and pay for her to get through school because she's going to be like some physicist or something. And because of what she's learned and how scientifically oriented she and her husband is, they've decided to leave their faith. And one of the verses that they gave a reason for is because they said the sun came out of murky water, and the other thing was that it said that the earth was flat. And they said off of that basis, they could not continue being a part of Islam or whatever it is. So Muslim, whatever it is. So the people that come in here and say, "Oh, that's not what it says," is like, I don't know. Those guys are another level of deluded.
What a crazy thing to do! You didn't have any faith if that's the reason you have the faith. You had none in the first place. Who are you kidding? That's pretty nuts, man, to me. That's almost like a confirmation of like the why would die question. They'd like to hide God because look at that. If that's the result, then that kind of confirms it.
But that's the thing, because they always like to say, well, context is important. Okay, so in what other context? Well, as a matter of, give us a separate context for the sun going into murky water and there being an end of the earth. Give us another way in which that makes sense. It doesn't mean what it's saying. Like, what kind of metaphor? Like, please tell me.
Yeah, give it.
Give us the globe context for that. I really want to hear that one.
It's very bizarre that like the sun goes through the water. It's like, oh.
I don't know how you guys have let this troll stay on this platform for this long, pretending to be a flat earther, as because I guess you think that you're making us look bad by. Well, I heard him say I heard him make a quick rebuttal to someone saying I'm in the back with your mom, because I was like, maybe this guy has like some learning impediment, so I don't want to be the first to, because we've had a couple people here and they're very decent individuals, and but anyone is welcome here. But when he made that comment, I was like, you're not suffering from some mental disability. Get out of here, you fucking troll.
I'm not a troll. Oh my god. I have an accent, okay? I was born in Italy, okay? Jeez.
I told him to put some tissue in his mouth.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm not a troll. Eli. What your name is? I'm not a troll.
You know why I'm banning you? Because you're a fucking whiner. The fake, oh my god, yeah, exactly, that shit. That shit annoys the fuck out of me. Oh my god, I'm a girl. Oh my god, I'm a big pussy.
Dude, like, I'm normal, dude. I'm just normal as is, bro. I just have an accent, bro, okay? I speak multiple languages, okay? So, my current language is Spanish, so sorry for that. So, I gotta leave this chat room.
You are Spanish?
He left.
He left because if he was a Spanish guy, I could talk to him in Spanish. How about that? Yeah.
How do you say troll in Spanish?
Oh, I didn't learn that. Let me see if I find. I just know the word gilipollas, but troll is English.
Coglione, sì. Coglione.
Stupido payaso.
Ah, yeah. Stupido payaso. Yeah.
Which, those of you that don't know Spanish, that's just calling him a clown, basically.
Yeah, stupid clown. Yeah.
Yep, stupid clown.
Yeah, the word more approximate is gilipollas. Yeah. But Jamsi is not here.
Only Spanish I know is I'm from Peru Estúpido. That's from this movie with this Peruvian woman who is very gorgeous that I still remember to this day. The very good. Who I think it wasn't David Spade, but I thought it was David Spade, but it's actually I don't know. I get these people mixed up. It's somebody. Anyway, it was a skate movie where at the end of that movie they were like skating down like this dangerous mountain side or something like that, like a dangerous hill. And the girl goes, I'm from Peru, estúpido. That and hola, como estás? That's all I know.
What does pendejo mean?
I don't know. I know that word.
It's kind of like saying stupid ass.
Yeah, stupido is stupido. Yeah.
Pendejo?
Pendejo is like, how you say in English? Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Punk. Yeah, punk. You punk.
So what is pendejo? I thought it was stupid ass.
It's not.
Yeah, it's like
more like a dry term for a lot of different words. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's some words they are close, similar, but there are other words and phrases, expressions. We cannot translate it at the letter because we have other expressions and phrases to that same thing. So yeah.
I gotta say, one of my favorite things to see is when a Mexican cusses out a white person. They think that they're ignorant and they don't know Spanish, and then the white person turns around and completely cusses them out in Spanish. And the look on that Mexican's face, like, oh, I never.
Yeah. Oh, actually, there's a football team. It is football, but in Europe we call it football, but you in English call it soccer. So there's a soccer player, a soccer team at Spain, and they call it flat earth. I'm gonna search that. I have some picture about this. It was a flat earth guy from Spanish, and he did this team to spread the truth. He's a flat earth guy, so
Yeah, I'm still thinking about Elijah talking about David Spade and saying these people. Wait, what do you mean by that, Elijah? What do you mean these people? Huh?
I forget what I said. I don't know.
I'll just fuck it with you.
Oh yeah, it's one of these people. I don't know. Hollywood.
You're like, I don't know, David Spade or something? I don't know. I get these people confused.
No, when I say that, I mean, like I'll mix up Matt Damon, Leonardo DiCaprio, and there's one other person, the guy that's married to Angelina Jolie. As a matter of fact, he's the person that I get mixed up with Matt Damon all the time. There's no good reason.
We all look the same, bro. It's cool. I get it.
No, it's for the same reason that I'll mix up, like, I don't know. I wouldn't mix up Eddie Murphy with
Audie Murphy.
Mixing up Eddie Murphy with who the hell is the?
It's bad when you can't even remember.
With Martin Lawrence.
How the hell
See,
do you do that?
but I wouldn't though, only because I've watched them extensively. But if I had two black guys that I didn't really know, but I seen them in movies, I would do the same thing. I just don't have an example right now. Like with Matt Damon, that's the only example I really. Okay, matter of fact, Dennis Quaid and Harrison Ford is the same fucking guy.
You're talking about when Samuel L. Jackson played Morpheus in The Matrix?
See what I'm saying? You can do that.
Yeah, I'm joking.
You can do that.
But that
I've made those mistakes. I just don't have an example of black people right now. So
I had a black people mix up the other day on here. We were talking about the guy who was interviewing Neil deGrasse Tyson on Star Talk. And I, for some reason, thought that guy was on Reading Rainbow at some point in time, which he actually wasn't.
Oh, no.
I wasn't mixing him up. I wasn't mixing him up with LeVar. I knew LeVar was on there.
That's hilarious.
You weren't wrong for that.
I can see it.
I thought the same thing. I thought he was on some show, but then I realized that was LeVar Burton or somebody.
I could see it. I totally see it. That's hilarious.
The more you know. But don't take my word for it. Dun-dun-dun.
Oh, okay. I do have a good example. So there's a guy on One-on-One. Seeing that's a show with Kyla Pratt. And Arnez has a father, and he only they only show him he like once or twice or something like that. It's very rare that he popped up. So I thought his father was the same guy that played the guy from what movie is that? Brooklyn. What's that? Fucking okay.
Nine.
No, the last movie about Brooklyn, where there was like gangsters and stuff, and there were cops and there were dirty cops. And who's his name? Wesley Snipes was in it, but I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about his boy. Anyway, these are two characters that are nothing but the complete opposite of each other, but I have confused them, and they're both black. And I know that doesn't help you guys at all, so I'm gonna find the two people I'm talking about.
It's all good, bro. I was just giving you shit. I confuse white people just as much as I confuse black people. Yeah, but living in Florida, I find what you don't want to do is confuse Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, and Cubans. You don't want to call a Cuban a Puerto Rican or vice versa, or a Dominican a Puerto Rican. They tend to get offended. Understandably so.
Here's been my other curiosity.
Well, let me throw in here. They're very different looking. I definitely am more attracted to Dominicans than I am Puerto Ricans.
Dominicans have, at least seem to have more of the native blood in them, right? So they're usually a little bit darker.
Yeah, I like the muddy skin. I also like Japanese women over Chinese women.
I'll back you on that for sure.
I think it's the symmetry of their face. I don't know. Is that a bad thing? I mean, there is a different symmetry. Never mind. Let me shut up.
Hey, genetic observations are not necessarily a bad thing to notice. It is what it is, right?
It's all natural, baby.
I don't know how it goes from hot, cold so fast. It's like fucking 60 degrees today.
I'll tell
Anyway,
you what.
Gospel Bear, I don't know if you know, but you cut out, and I took the opportunity to, yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, the image that I posted, I don't quite get it. And same thing with the international, or sorry, Universal Pictures intro, like the really, really, really old one.
So the depiction of the alien characters in that image you posted reminds me of Mars Attacks.
Yeah. So here's I guess the point. When did they go up and go, oh man, we were really close, but like in another way, we were actually way off. Now that we finally have these pictures, we can correct all of our models. When did that ever happen?
Yeah, never. I mean, it's the same thing for the globe that Universal Studios used in the 1930s prior to ever seeing it.
Yeah,
The
why were
Earth
they
as
so
a globe.
perfect? Why were they so perfect at is that I guess people think that that's reasonable.
Look at this claymation. You see this? That's what it looks like. I'm just looking at the screenshot that you showed. And this is what I mean about space being a religion, because when you see, it's not that they're just showing the earth here. They're showing depth to a medium that doesn't exist, a place that doesn't exist. Like, for instance, your Windows 98, Windows 90, whatever, and your computers, when it goes into sleep mode and you know it's moving through space and you can see the stars whizzing by and all that. Yeah, see, that right there simply is a part of the indoctrination, because stars are so far away you would never see that.
Uh-huh.
Funny thing is, they went up and allegedly confirmed that the Mercator map from 1589 is pretty much perfect. Found that hard to believe.
You know, there's a lot of things from antiquity that is just like, whoa. This right here, if this isn't proof that the earth is not a globe, I don't know what is. How about what is that called? The Sword in the Stone? Is that what it's originally called?
The cartoon.
Where, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
where King Arthur is told by the wizard that the Earth is a globe, and King Arthur's like, I don't understand, and then he explains it to him, and then where, you know what? Where is that clip? Let's pull that up, because I don't think I'm doing it justice. Let's see, King Arthur.
Sword in the Stone, yeah. So the funny part about that is the wizard basically takes off like a rocket and winds up in Bermuda, the Bermuda Triangle. Literally. If it's the same clip.
Yes. He says, "Fly me to Bermuda." That's the quote.
Oh yes, Arthur meeting Merlin. Here it is. Let me share this. So this is when he first meets him.
Oh,
and the first thing the wizard does is put his wizardry on him by telling him, you know what I mean? Like, that's the first, he meets a wizard who tells him initially after meeting him that the earth is a ball. Now, goodbye now. I must be off on my rocket.
The symbology there too is they're kind of in a dome type structure, and when he turns himself into a rocket, he goes through the dome structure. It's kind of funny.
So when he says blow me to Bermuda, what exactly is he talking about? The blow me bit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, we could insinuate themes based on the shapes of rockets if we wanted to.
It looks like steeples.
I am a wizard, a soothsayer, a prognosticator. I have the power to see in the future. And the first thing I'm going to tell you is that it's a globe in the future.
Now blow me.
It's so funny that these hints are like all over the place, right? Truth hidden in plain sight. And it's not like any of this proves anything, but there's so much of this around, and you can point to it, and the globe believer will be like, oh yeah, because a cartoon proves that the earth is... No, I'm not trying to say that, bro. I'm just trying to say, look at all this truth that's hidden right here in front of you. If you understood the puzzle pieces, you'd be able to stick them together and see the bigger picture of what's taking place in this scene, right?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
We'll show 'em, won't we, boy? We sure will. Now, first of all, lad, we've got to get all these medieval ideas out of your head. Clear the way for new ideas. Knowledge of man's fabulous discoveries in the centuries ahead. Now, that'll be a great advantage, boy.
Advantage indeed. If the boy goes about saying the world is round, they'll take him for a lunatic.
The world is round? Yes, that's right. And it also goes around.
You mean it'll be round someday?
No, it's round now. Man will discover this in centuries to come.
Interesting.
Would we call that postdictive programming? A scene like that, as opposed to predictive programming, kind of postdictive, reinforcing the narrative that's already been alleged to have taken place?
Right, like here you are, a cartoon, me also a cartoon, describing to you that in the future, in the context of this cartoon now, the future, people will accept that it's a globe. Well, of course, the people watching at that time in the 60s when that cartoon was put out, they think it's a globe already. And so now this cartoon is just basically in reinforcing that, well, it is a globe, and people back then thought, well, in medieval times, that it was ridiculous to think so. That's the same thing they did to us in school. Like, well, Christopher Columbus, people in his time thought that the earth was flat. But if it were, you would fall off of the edge. Isn't that what Michelle Fowler said?
Also, you got to consider that Arthur is being portrayed as a naive, immature, ignorant child. And the wizard, of course, is a smart, educated, sophisticated, grown adult, right? Not even a grown adult, a wise man, right? So who do you want to be associated with? Do you want to be associated with the wise man? Or do you want to think the earth is flat and associate yourself with the naive, ignorant child?
At this stage in my life, I would say the child, because I feel like too much of our inquisitive nature was programmed out of us. But I understand the depth of the programming that you're referring to, India.
Yeah, it's cool how you put that, Elijah, about, the first thing the wizard teaches him. You know what I mean? Like, that's hilarious.
Napalm, but this is a cartoon for kids. And children don't want to be children. Only adults want to be children. Children want to be adults. They want to grow up as fast as possible. Or what they perceive adults to be, right? They perceive adults that adults should just do whatever they want and they don't have to eat their vegetables. They don't see the, you got to pay bills and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's cool. Like the fact that it's like a wizard, and like, of course he's like gonna be tricky. He's a wizard. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you should be like that's a great. I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, but the owl, right? The owl is actually the wise one, and he's telling him shut up. That owl is criticizing the supposedly smart wizard.
Right. Everyone who thinks
there's a lot of dynamics, the psychological dynamics going on.
Yep.
Like the wise old owl's being like honest with the kid. Like he's like, looking at the wizard, like just shut up. Just fucking, stop doing this shit,
Yeah, stop gassing that kid's head up. What's wrong with you?
It's interesting too, like the idea that putting the globe into the minds of men, you know what I mean? It makes you. To me, it's like the great work. Do you know what I mean? Of like getting man to believe things that his senses completely annihilate, and then not trusting them. It's crazy.
Like the great
Yeah,
great work
it
of
is true.
great work of circling the square or squaring the circle.
It is great. It's because, like you said, in the mind, it's purely metaphysical. Like there's not even because the thing is, you have reality, things that you experience. This thing that we're talking about, no one has ever experienced, but it's in the minds of pretty much all of us.
Well, what's so crazy is it's like any information you might use, let's say like navigation or something like that. Like any of the extrapolation about the shape of the Earth is useless information. Do you know what I mean? It's like, so it's like a useless. It's all useless. You know, whatever you
Right.
extract, you know, like to for any practical purpose other than philosophical purposes.
Like when they argue the degrees of Polaris and blah 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 blah. To what end? Oh, to confirm the thing that's in question. But what
Yeah, we
practical
were just
purposes
actually
then?
talking about this.
Yep.
Well, we were kind of talking about this with the globe being in all this media, right? And that why is it there when that thing actually serves no practical purpose? You can't navigate with a globe, right? I can't find my way from New York to LA with a globe.
Yeah, I used to love haunted houses. Like I want to take a airplane ride and pull out the globe, like go to the cockpit and pull out the globe and be like, "So when do we use this?" You know, like to the pilots, like you know. And I just always thought that was funny.
Could you imagine going to the cockpit? You're knocking on the door. The
That would be
stewardess is like,
hilarious,
"Hey,
man.
you can't bother the pilot," and you're just like, "No, just tell him just in case. You know, the worst case scenario, I got a globe on deck just to let you guys know."
Or not even like the kid gets sent in. You know what I mean? Like gets to meet the pilot kind of thing. And they're like, "When do we use this?" Like, you know, I just thought I always that image is always just made me chuckle a little bit.
Yeah, and to the point of having things on your desk that aren't practical. I have a lot of junk on my desk, and I'm looking at the least practical thing I can think of is I have a bobblehead. It was a gift from, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. And yeah, I mean, it's weird. The the globe is weird.
You know, I love the idea of you know, it's a like again, it's a great model. You can think of the Earth as a globe inside of a celestial sphere, but it's really flat. You experience it as flat and motionless, and that's it. Like the globe is a great model for the undefinable and for a way to think about it and like wrap your head around it.
Right. But even the celestial sphere is centered on a fixed plane. Like just to put a globe in there mentally is nothing but a thought exercise, because practically you're using the celestial sphere with a plane to navigate.
Well, I always like to find common ground with the ballers and remind them that we all at least believe that the universe is flat. You know what I mean?
That's
You know what I mean?
common ground.
Like you know, because like you know, and then you know, and then go from there. But like, I just like you know, I don't know. Even like the celestial spheres, like you know, it's I don't know, man. Like none of us can really ever know. I think I've always said like you know, if you got the Black Pope by the neck and he said, "Is the Earth a sphere or is it flat?" He'd be like, "I don't know." You know, it's just like nobody fucking knows. But the way you experience it is common. You know, flat and motionless.
So I'd like to put out like I'd like to go back to that mental space where we were talking about where a glow like why it makes sense that uh Gospel Bearer said 80%, but I think it's I think it's like 98%. I don't know. And meaning the sum of all things, content that's ready for digestion. Anything, all things entertainment. 98% of that has a depiction of a globe or the heliocentric understanding inside of it. But namely just an image of the globe. And so we were like, what else is there in existence? Well, no. What else is there that actually doesn't exist, meaning you've not actually experienced it personally? What else is depicted in movies or in anything that many times, the way the globe is?
What about levitation or flying? That's kind of an abstract example.
But that's also like, I would say that's in as much as they talk about Dungeons and Dragons, that's how much they depict humans being able to fly or levitate. Well, maybe not today, but then again, if you're talking about a franchise, technically I would mark that as one thing. Like if we were talking about Marvel comics and the people that can fly, let's just lump all of those movies,
you're right,
all of that cinematography into one thing.
Yeah, flying as a feature, I would argue, is also in the 5% or less range, making it, again, drastically, disparagingly different than the at least 80%. And here's my challenge: is all I want is an entire movie that doesn't have an appearance at all. No showcase even once.
I'll give you one.
Okay.
And it was a scary movie that I just seen, but of course, also I think it's a German movie though, and somebody admittedly they thought, well, we haven't all been indoctrinated with the same thing, so perhaps there's a little bit of truth to that, because I don't remember seeing any globe paraphernalia in this movie whatsoever. Let me find you. I gotta find the title. Hold on. You know what? Preface it with American movies.
Yeah, well, check this. I don't know. Yeah, I would go as far as saying any movie. But here's what'd be really cool: is if you could be like The Running Man with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Didn't have. I mean, it did. I'm 99% sure that one did. But like, I don't know, The Terminator or Forrest Gump, right?
Yeah, but Forrest Gump has a scene where the moon landing is taking place.
Yeah. I'm certain that there's a globe.
Terminator has like a global pandemic, basically.
Yeah, nuclear weapons in the future.
I'm not giving you. I'm not saying that those are examples. I'm saying something like on that caliber is what would be neat if somebody was like,
famous.
Yeah, there's this movie that actually doesn't at all. And in fact, there is a recent movie. I think it was titled "You Again." Yeah. So there's this 2010 movie, and it's "You Again." Is the title YOU and then the word again, you again. What's fascinating about this movie, to the best of my memory, I was watching it. I started to get kind of surprised, and then I kept on listening and waiting, and there wasn't even PG, maybe PG rated language. But again, like they didn't even say the word "but." Like they didn't say, they didn't so much as use a word like dork. Like, they definitely didn't say any standard cuss word in the entire movie, which I just found fascinating. And then they didn't use any euphemisms. They didn't do any sexual perversions throughout the entire movie. And this was a movie from just 12 years ago with some fairly. Jamie Lee Curtis was in it, for instance. And if I remember correctly, there wasn't one example, in addition to all of that, abnormal, no language whatsoever, not a kid's movie, but also just super G-rated for the most part. I don't think there was any globes in that movie, just as an example. 7 Brides for 7 Brothers. That'd be another film that actually might not have had any. So here's the common theme. Movies that are already really G-rated and not G-rated. That wouldn't be a good, because obviously Sword in the Stone was G-rated. Movies that already appear to not have subversion in general. Some people would argue that 7 Brides for 7 Brothers is misogynistic, but I think that there's just as many people that could adequately argue that it's actually not misogynistic. I don't know. I've been looking. I've been watching. I watch stuff, and I've been looking for examples, and I think those two might qualify, but it's rare. It's really, really, really rare, and that's unusual to me. Now, you can watch a movie about a chemist, somebody that deals with just chemicals and concoctions, and yet there would be what? I never saw that in that movie. How unusual. What? That's a clip from the movie?
Yes, that's a screenshot from that movie, The Truman Show. It's like it matches the UN flag.
Yeah, identical. The lines and everything. Wow.
I even see a long time ago Jim Carrey, doing the flat earth symbol, with the arm. Yeah. So he knows. It's like they say, lies in the news, truths in the movies.
Actually, I had a news clip. I forget who I got it from, where they're supposed to be showing the ISS, and then they cut to people setting some shit up. That clearly, it looked like what was supposed to be depicted to be the ISS, but then again, that's a claim that Globes will try to pick apart. I'll try to stay away from claims. But What is peculiar is the fact that the news station was saying, okay, we're going to cut to the ISS, and then when they did cut, it was some dude setting some shit up in what looked like a garage. With space station paraphernalia, it looked like. Again, these are things that, exist, that if I was a globe earther, I would be very upset. Another thing, like that I said, like, this is just them pissing down people's back. Directly in their mouth and nostrils, actually. When Comet Neowise was out, first of all, I had thought, wait a minute. I thought comets were like those things I seen in the cartoon Hey Arnold, where they come around once every something thousand, once every something 100 years or so. And his great grandpa had seen it. He wanted to get a chance to see it, and he had like a glass roof, so he was able to look through his telescope with his grandpa, and they both got to see it. And that was cool. It happened. It was a moment in time. Well, when Comet Neowise happened, because I had never paid attention to any other comments after seeing that episode, Comet Neowise comes around, and I find out that comets stay in the sky for months. In this case, it was like 3 months or so. And it's like, that completely changes what I thought. But forget all that. The part where I can Google information about it, and they say that it was 60 something miles away and 3 miles in diameter. I'm like,
what was this big?
Wow. Comet Neowise. The diameter of the comet was 3 miles wide. The tail was about 1,000,000 miles long. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I could be, but I don't think I am. I don't know how. That's crazy. And it was 63 million miles away. So you're able to see something with your naked eye, 63 million miles away, but 3 miles in diameter. That is literally them pissing in your face. And I don't know. I asked Matthew. I was like, "What do you think about that?" And he said, "Well, it's possible if you have the light reflecting to your eye. The light can travel for." I was like, "Yeah, but it's 3 miles wide. I don't care how much light is reflecting off of a piece of hair in the distance. There's no way I'm gonna see it. It's just no. I'm not gonna be able to resolve that kind of detail."
Yeah, resolve would be the right word. I'm looking for
Yeah.
size. I'm looking for its size. The nucleus is similar. Blah 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 blah.
Usually, the resolving power of the human eye, they say, is about 0.02 degrees. Basically, about 1 minute of vision, which is like 1/60th of a degree. 1 minute is 1 out of 60 degrees. And the second is 1 out of 60 of that minute. So, the resolving power of the eye is about a minute of vision, so they say. So, when they try to do their math, they take the tangent of 0.02 and set that equal to the height of the object divided by the distance to the object. And if you're not getting that math to work with that equation, you're not supposed to see it unless something else is going on.
So that's not their problem. Is not that they don't have the numbers or the math doesn't add up or it does add up or whatever. Their biggest problem is that they can't conceive of the system being that rigged. They have more of a problem with the system at large than all of the evidence we could put forth. No matter what we could put forth, they are all going to just say, well, but why would they lie? There's no way that many people would lie. The system wouldn't do that. That's their biggest problem. I mean, they can't even admit, or I don't know, or maybe they just can't make that hurdle. It's, when you can say that that's possible or whatever, all to justify this idea, it's the system that they can't comprehend, that it could be that large.
About this new eyes comet. It seems, if I posted to time lapse, and when I saw this, it seems like from time to time, maybe one of these stars in this firmament does that, and you can see this time lapse. Or it says on the same place and moving with other stars at the background. So it's not moving. So it's all stars, and this new eyes is moving according to the other stars distance. It stays on that same spot. So yeah, it's a phenomenon, but it's not what they say. Yeah, it is interesting.
Yeah, it's not a streaking ball of light. I mean, again, you would expect that, but really, it's a part of their paradigm. It's like, no, you see a streaking ball, but actually, relative to us, it appears kind of, sort of, but not really stationary in the sense that it's spinning with the stars in the sky because word.
Well,
Okay.
the basic, some of this stuff simplifies, even, simpler than this math or whatever. The tangent of 0.02 degrees, if you're taking that as the resolving power of the eye, basically works out to a fraction of 0.0003, which is like 3 out of 10,000. So when you take 10,000 divided by 3, that roughly works out to 3,333 repeating. So basically, you can see up to 3,333 times the height of the object. You just take the object and multiply it times that factor of 3,000 roughly. And that's about as far as you can see it before it appears to be unresolvable and vanish. So just take the height times roughly 3,000, and that gives you roughly the distance to which you'd see it before it would tend to disappear.
9,000 miles in this instance.
Yeah. So we just have to simplify all of this convoluted math down to a nice common sense, argument or whatever.
So you see what it says, right? There goes the 3 miles right there. Where is it?
Yeah, I saw the 3 mile
In
thing.
diameter. And it's just like, I don't think anyone needs to even know how to. I don't even think you need to know how to do multiplication or division. In order to understand that you can't see something that's 63 million
Just
miles
change it
away,
to
3
inches.
miles wide.
Just change it to inches, right? Change the unit. Well, hold on. You got to convert, right?
You
Because
gotta
miles.
ratio it out.
Yeah,
Let's try to keep it as simple as possible. It's the height of the object times roughly 3,000.
yeah. The scale of millions of anything is profoundly absurd. I'm trying to 20. And it was Wikipedia, I think, said 27 million. Yeah. 9 million, is the ratio, 9 million to 1.
They must be talking about resolving it with a telescope or something. Now, if you're using a telescope other than the human eye, the resolving power will change. But that appears to be the basic breakdown.
If the ratio is 9 million to 1, could you see a 1 inch? I don't know. Is a United States quarter about an inch in diameter?
Yeah.
Could you see a United States quarter from 9 million inches?
No, but they say that since it's bright and giving off light, it can break some of those rules, these normal rules that we would do.
Could you see a flaming ping pong ball, just slightly larger, from 9 million inches?
They say if it's burning bright enough, sure.
That's not true. That's not true because well, if it's burning bright enough, sure. Sure. It depends. If you had an infinite uh an
That's 100.
infinite parameter of how bright something can be, then
For ratio's sake, that's a 1-inch object from 142 miles.
Because as we know, lit.
you're not going to be able to resolve the angle of light. That because again, it still has to do with you being able to resolve the light, and at that angle, you're not going to receive the light. You're not going to.
I know. I'm just giving you a good ratio for a 1-inch object. It would be 142 miles.
But what if it was like a really bright light, bro?
Really bright.
Like wicked bright.
Wicked. 666 sort of wicked. 333 sort of wicked.
But see, this is what I'm saying. Like they have a problem with trying to come to terms with the system, not one of the lies of the system. Because once you really get down to it, this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to how much stuff they lie to us about. And so Matthew learns the other night, someone else last week or whatever it was, but you talk to them ending up about the system at large, and they can't get past that. And I think a lot of people, if they were, I don't know. It's just if you're down 9/11 or other rabbit holes and we've already let go of the system, maybe it was easier to come to terms with this than others who haven't gotten that far yet. I don't know. But it's the system that they have more of a problem with than any of the evidence we're putting forth.
It'd be like standing in Georgia, looking at the corner of the state of Virginia, and seeing a quarter, a molten quarter. $142 miles.
Is there a way to calculate how much energy something bright is giving off? Did that make
Well,
sense?
not if it's going through a magic medium that you can just make things up about.
Because I'm like, if you're looking at something and you're like, okay, I can see the light, like, well then you back engineer how much energy that would be giving off, but really it's a reflection. So really you have to include the energy that was input from the sun to that than to you. Like, is that possible?
No
Yeah.
say.
I would just use a wicked brightometer and measure it that way.
I feel like the inverse square law is supposed to be getting discussed in this conversation, but
It is definitely supposed to be. I mean, you can't see light forever either. It doesn't. It like we don't even have a way to think of it not um dispersing and the intensity decreasing, not even hypothetically in a vacuum, because it's still subject to the inverse square law.
That's why it doesn't. It boggles my mind when people talk about stars being even further away. That means that as infinitely further away they get, they have to infinitely get bigger in size as well in order to produce that wicked amount of light.
well, these are infinite goalposts, so you can move them infinitely.
Well, right.
But he's right, because as it is expanding, like there should be a change in the intensity of brightness or something. Like we're not
Yes.
expanding with it.
Well, yeah, that's what people will also claim, is that we are also expanding so that we're traveling roughly the same rate, or close to it.
Well, what it would
that
mean,
doesn't work.
what it would mean is that some things would be going in an opposite direction, unless they're saying, yeah, some things would be going in an opposite direction.
Yeah,
So therefore, some things would be getting brighter, and some things would be getting. Well, no, all of them would be getting darker.
Well, I mean, if it's, but it has to be all expanding from a single point from us, or unless we're part of the debris, then we're traveling in roughly the same as some of it.
Yeah, but every point, the way that they explain it with the expanding universe is that everything is expanding, like when you take a balloon, draw dots on it, and then you blow it up. They're all moving away from each other equally.
Right.
Right, but two quarters.
Since we're not a balloon, it's not as if we can expand with the expanding universe. Like that doesn't work.
Correct. They would say that the Earth is on the balloon in that metaphor or whatever.
Right, and to use that metaphor, all I was saying is that two quarters next to each other on that balloon are going to be traveling in roughly the same speed compared to a quarter on the complete opposite side.
Mm-hmm.
So they could. Or one part of the sky should just be getting darker, right? Because it's getting farther away.
It should.
I mean, right? I mean, if the other side of the balloon, if we're a quarter on one side, all the quarters on the other side of the balloon are going the opposite direction at millions of miles an hour a second. They should all. Why are we able to see them still?
Hey, the math works, okay? That's all that matters.
No, you just don't understand the math.
Yeah.
And whether you understand it or not, why would they even lie about something like that? Like, what do they have to gain? I mean, still people ask that. People still don't understand. They'll say, yeah, our government organizations, they lie all the time. And then 2 minutes later, yeah, but why would NASA lie?
I'm still trying to figure out why they lied to my grandpa. I mean, I can kind of come up with some guesses, but he took he contracted a job as an engineer to develop solutions to problems that were arising in the development of the trash compacting garbage truck. And they gave him a list of schematics that were disjointed and seemingly unrelated to anything, as in he didn't know what he was working on. And then when he finished the job, they contacted him later on, gave him like a bonus check and some type of like plaque or something. I don't know, but and then told him, congratulations, it was successful. And whatever it was, he had come up with all the solutions necessary to making the trash compacting garbage truck a functional thing. Because previously there was some type of issues with how to make it all work the right way, and they couldn't figure it out. But anyway, they kept him in the dark, is my point. And that's just garbage, literally. But they did that. I guess the argument would be they did that for secrecy and everything, so that they could protect the IP and get the patent in first and all that. That would be the argument. Any type of development work. That's the argument. But lies happen all the time for all sorts of reasons. We can come up with countless examples. You
Was
guys
this?
know? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, was this NASA?
No, it was.
I was going to say, what do they have to do with garbage trucks?
Yeah, it was. It was some engineering firm or something or other out in California. I was gonna bring something up.
Compartmentalization.
Oh yeah, the private trips. The private trips to the ISS guys.
Oh, didn't some group of alleged civilians just go or something?
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Why would billionaires? They would never lie to anybody, right? They'd never cheat or steal. I love how in this society, we consider billionaires to be civilians. It's funny. Millionaires aren't even, civilians to a certain degree, let alone billionaire.
I guess I have a mixed take on millionaires and billionaires.
I do too. I'm just saying.
I think they're separate from the people that utilize their resources to tell people things, aka the media and all stuff like that. There's a ton of very well-off people that do very mundane things that I've known in my life that it wasn't given to them. They really did. See, there's a difference between working hard and doing the same thing every year and actually setting goals and being very disciplined. I know if I was disciplined, I'd be in a different space. I know it's very true to really become successful in a sense overnight, but really it's just the human's ability to be dedicated for 2, 3 to 5 years, which is something that most of us will never do.
Hello. The joke is, never ask a millionaire how they make their money, but don't ever ask them how they made their first million.
We can hear you, Polar Bear.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
What's going on here?
Well, take a wild guess.
Flat Earth.
There you go.
No.
Well, I have some questions. First off, I want to know, why did they lie? What's the point?
No.
I want to know why they're lying.
No. Hold on.
Who's they?
Now that's a see. It's
Aren't
a
you guys
reasonable
watch
question.
the show?
Well, it's a reasonable question. Is what most people want to know, but that's after they've understood that something has taken place. So here's the thing. Do you want to talk about motives or do you want to talk about evidence?
Both, because they're both correlated. Because what motivated them to do this? I want to know.
But
Because
here's my question to you.
I don't buy the whole flat Earth thing. I want to know what was their motivation.
Right. So here's my question to you. Let's say, like in all instances, let's talk about law in court, right? If a case has been made against you and they have the evidence to convict you, do they need your testimony or the motivation behind the crime you've committed?
Both. They're gonna ask why.
Do they need it to convict you? Do they need to know why?
But it helps.
So meaning they can have evidence of you committing the crime and convict you whether or not they know why you did it, right? Because the evidence is there.
Okay, but here's the way I see it. Why would they waste so much time and resources into doing this only to get nothing out of it? I mean,
No,
I'm here looking at the flat Earth thing.
You're missing the point. The because before we even have a discussion about flat, globe, whatever the case, the bottom line is that we discuss evidence. Second of all, because we're not them, and because people like you and me, because for whatever reason, they are insulated from answering questions that we have for them, we'll never understand their motivations. However, we have unearthed the fact that the Earth is not a globe, and there is evidence. And if you'd like to understand, well, that's what we're here for.
Okay, so you know everything about the flat Earth, right? Everything. I've been looking into.
No, we don't.
I've been looking
Anybody
into.
want to take a vote? Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Okay, who knows everything about the flat Earth?
Nobody.
Okay, there you go.
Nope, nobody.
Okay. I've been looking into this whole flat Earth. I've been listening to a lot of these VC streams, but I haven't just been looking into the flat Earth. I've been looking into the globe Earth too, and
very good.
Okay, listen. This is gonna get everything riled up. The globe Earth makes more sense.
Of course it does. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it make more sense? If you're not going off of your actual common senses and you're going off of mathematical logic, then the easiest position is to accept what's already been presented. That's a no-brainer.
But the mathematical question favors the globe Earth. That's the thing.
What?
The mathematical explanation favors the globe Earth.
Yeah, that's the point. There's a mathematical description of the world, and you think it makes sense. Now, correlate that to some aspect of reality. That's where it's going to get hard.
Well. How can we correlate this? Well, I'm going to start off with the basic arguments, and then I'm going to get to the more advanced things. Then I'm going to get to the whole, a lot of more deep. First, I'm going to start off.
So before you start, what do you want from us? What do you think we're capable of doing?
This is going to sound weird. I actually want you guys to convince me the Earth is flat, because that would just be like a major shift. I want to be shocked by it. This is reality. I actually want to believe the Earth is flat, because that would be really cool to begin with.
Do you?
Yeah. I actually do want. I want you to convince me the Earth is flat. I do.
I find that hard to believe. But here's the thing: in order for you to be convinced that see, I'm gonna rejigger your words. So I know you said the Earth is flat, but in order to know that the Earth isn't a globe, you're going to have to validate some things or invalidate some things. That's the way you convince, because I can't convince you of anything. I don't have an argument that I woke up one day and decided, well, I have a model in my mind now, and now I have an argument. That's not how anyone got here. We all got here because there's a lack of curvature. So the question is, well, all of this other stuff that we believe is predicated on the existence of actual curvature at a specific rate tailored to a sphere with the size of a radius of 3,959 miles.
Wait, that guy's already. Oh, never mind. He's here. Sorry.
Oh.
But Gospel, if you wouldn't mind taking over.
Oh, yeah, well, if I can.
Hello.
I'm not going anywhere. I just got in the house. I got to do some things.
I got you. Well, so he was just explaining the basic premises for why we know that the radius claim of 3959 is invalid. Did you got that far?
The radius is the best explanation for the whole globe Earth thing.
Yeah,
it's
that's true. I would agree with that. Hold on, calm. The problem with that is that 3959 radius has been invalidated. Are you aware of the implications of that?
Tell me the implicants of that. What do you believe in?
No, it's not about belief. It's about geometry.
But the geometry has already been proven by some of the best scientists and the experts of the world. Like, they've already confirmed this stuff.
All right, so I'll break down some of those words just so that you can understand the reality of what you just said. You said scientists. Can you describe how measuring utilizes the scientific method?
Well,
it's a yes or
first
no
off,
question.
No.
And that is the correct answer. And the reason that you can't and no one else can is because
He got a call because math and science are two different things.
But I just want to stay right now before I go in. I'm no expert. I'm no scientist. So and that's kind of what makes me.
What he just told you is you don't have to be a scientist. Measurements aren't science.
Therefore, if we're not scientists, I believe that our opinion is invalid because a person who is smarter does have a right to say.
You don't need to be a scientist, is what he just basically explained, because measurements are not science.
Measurements are science. Measurements do explain why the Earth is the way it is.
That's not science. That's geometry.
Is a carpenter a scientist when he measures a...
Yeah, do I need a scientist to measure the dimensions of this room I'm sitting in? Don't be ridiculous.
Well, first you got to realize that science is a process.
Don't pile on, guys.
I'm just saying science is a process.
I'm right now vibing off of genuineness. I'll give him that.
Sorry.
So piling on is the last thing. It's just one person, please.
What?
Just one person.
Do you know what the edges are, or even the center?
What are you talking about? Who claimed an edge?
We don't want to move on from the initial, because the conversation is about the lack of geometry, and you said the geometry proves that it's a globe, and we're saying actually utilizing the dimensions of the globe, so called, you can calculate some measured distances, hypothetically, that being the distance to the horizon, based on the radius. When you put in the formulation of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height, that's supposed to give you a measured distance from your eyeball to the horizon. That's not true. That is how we know that the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
If it wasn't, then, dude, you know how many people out there would already have exposed? Because you cannot fool millions of people into believing that the Earth is a globe. That's kind of what I'm trying to say.
You can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you
so
can.
what about all these pilots,
Yeah, you can.
all these scientists, all these researchers? You cannot fool them.
So how do you
They
have
figure it out.
So how do you have gas pressure without a container?
How do you have gas pressure without a container? What are you talking about? What are you saying? Gas pressure without
exactly the thing that is one of the tenets of the belief in heliocentrism and how we evolved to be, with gravitational accretion and the Earth forming into a sphere and the stars forming from gases into having these nuclear reactions because they're now in a plasmic state and all of this. Like, the point is, when you ask someone, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Well, there's a video of this guy by the name of Flat Earth Boxer who went to a cosmologist because he asked a number of physicists and they didn't have the answer. So they referred him to speaking to a cosmologist. And in this conversation, he's like, you're the perfect person to talk to because you talk about gravity and all of this, that, and the third. So basically, he asked the guy, how do we have air pressure adjacent to a vacuum? And the guy couldn't answer the question. And he was a cosmologist. He was a scientist in that field. But he couldn't answer the question because everyone knows that gas pressure without a container is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which the cosmologist agreed. That happens all the time. The only people who don't know it is people like you who've not run into people like us yet.
Yeah, and Polar Bear, just because I spoke to you in the VC quickly, I mean, to say, like, you don't know if you've been fooled, right? Because you've not really gotten into the topic yet. So you can't really say that they can't have fooled all these people, because that would be assuming that you know you haven't been fooled. But you haven't kind of done that yet. So you need to kind of start from the beginning, right? I believe that it's a ball. What makes me believe that it's a ball? And go through that evidence and see if it's legit. Right? You need to do that first.
But don't get mad at me when I say this, but guys, like, we have people out there who are much more intelligent than us, or are much smarter minds, and you really think that you can fool them?
Hold on.
I got pilots. I'm gonna go back to my argument. Pilots, scientists, researchers. We even have geologists. You really think you're going to be able to fool them into thinking that the Earth is flat?
Let him
finish right now. Because if the whole Earth was flat, then then a lot of humans would have figured this out by now.
Speculation.
We did.
How is it speculation? This is my argument.
Yo, hold on.
Here.
Hold on, guy that's making the argument. Hold on.
Why should I take your word rather than the geniuses at NASA?
I'm about to just mute you because I'm trying to stop everyone else from interrupting you so that you can get your full point out. Okay? Everyone else, stop interrupting him. The reason I'm asking you to do that is because actually genuine people who aren't in this arena, they think the same way. regardless of who you think this guy is, whether you think he's being genuine or not, real people who really don't know the argument do ask these questions genuinely. They come to these conclusions somehow with their thought process. And we have to let him get it out so he feels like he's expressed himself fully and extended himself fully so that we understand and we can address him in a proper way.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
So you're
that.
saying all of these people that couldn't have been deceived? Go on.
What I'm saying is that I don't get offended, but why should I take your words when, to be honest, the people who work at NASA are geniuses, man. You know how hard it takes to get there? You know how hard you have to study and pass all these tests and get all these degrees to even get a job there? Why should I take your word for it? What makes you guys much smarter than they are? Because all those people work at NASA. They work really hard to get to that position.
But he just explained. We asked an astrophysicist, and they couldn't tell you.
But I'll answer his question anyway.
Of course.
So you first came in here, right? And I asked you, what do you want from us? You said you would like to be convinced. So if you're the kind of person that thinks that you or I can't come to conclusions logically, then ultimately you haven't given us a pathway to do exactly what it is you claim that you're genuinely here for, to be convinced. There's no amount of convincing that we can, even if we had the winning arguments, even if there's no way to convince you if you think that they're smarter than us, therefore we can't oppose their ideas.
But it says a lot that they are in the position that they are, that they have.
So,
listen, man,
so
you're making
again,
a bold statement that the Earth is flat. That's a bold statement.
But what do you want from us, though? Seeing is that you already think that we're not capable of thinking. What do you want?
I want your perspective. I want to know reasons. I want to know why these people are, wrong in every sense that
we can get
that
into
is
that,
possible.
but you need to just quickly, if I could just jump in. We can get into it, Polar Bear, but you need to. I mean, you're thinking about it from a very kind of high but removed level at this moment. You're thinking about it from a sense of what other people think, what other people might have done. You need to get into the nitty gritty of it, right? You need to get into what specifically am I believing in when it comes to the globe, and what evidence specifically is there for it. Yeah, I think someone's proven it somehow. I think there are pictures of it. But you need to get into that, right? If you actually want to know.
I want to know, and also I'm gonna say this right now. You are arguing against people who are really smart, and you're going. I know you guys are against NASA. You're arguing against them. You're arguing against these people. You have to actually show and provide real facts, hard evidence, and logic to disprove these people. And to be honest, I'm not seeing any of it. I'm not seeing no proof, no actual, no calculations, nothing from you guys. These guys at NASA are geniuses, and you guys have to disprove them every way.
Polar Bear, calm. Yes, we know.
NASA contradicts themselves many times over. They said they don't see stars in space, and then all of a sudden now they say they see stars everywhere, and planets, zodiacal lights.
Zodiacal lights?
Yeah, have you seen Don Pettit?
Did you miss the explanation?
Yo. After the second interruption, I know you guys remember me saying only one person at a time. I don't care who it is. Once you've heard that two people have spoken after the person of interest,
you already told
just chill out.
I want to add only something. Now I will start.
Not add on, because I hear the person that was initially supposed to have a conversation, Gospel Bearer, trying to get in. Then there's Wolfgang, who signed him in, who's also trying to talk. Then there's you, Sasha, who wants to get your point in. There's Glatt, who's also trying to get his point in. And there's some other guy, I don't know your name right now, also trying to get in. Then there's me also. No, it can't work like that.
Yeah, I was letting Oblivion go there, because I think Oblivion was trying to make a point to him.
Sorry, that's part of the problem. I was just saying that NASA contradicts themselves over and over again. Like, for instance, they said the moon astronauts what they saw in space. You know, can you see all the stars and all that? And they said no. Definitively, none of them said. They all said no. And nowadays, they're saying, when asked the same question, they're like, "Oh yeah, we see all the stars, planets, zodiacal lights." But the guy Don Pettit sounds like he's literally retarded. So there's no continuity there.
You show me a video of this?
Yep.
Yeah, I just posted one. Check it out.
Are you in the live stream voice text? Let's just clarify that he's in the text channel. Polar Bear, is it just the text channel that I told you about? Remember the live stream voice text? Just above this one?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Cool. So there's also the additional information channels, right? I'm going to post a few of them. NASA, ISS, astronauts. It's hours of footage of NASA fakery. Right, here's a couple of GIFs showing blatant CGI use. Right, harnesses, all sorts. That's another thing we can get into if that's where you want to start. If you've got faith in NASA, we can break down the NASA thing. Really, I think you should probably be starting at the basic fundamentals, which is how do you experience the Earth to begin with, and start there. So, and then maybe the 3 points. If people disagree, fair enough, let me know. But just quickly, Polar Bear, have you thought about how you observe and experience the Earth in reality? This isn't to say this is the proof.
I do feel like the Earth is a spinning globe. I don't feel that it is flat. It makes sense it's a spinning globe.
Right. So when you've gone to the beach, like, you've been to the beach before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And when you look out over the ocean and you see the horizon, is that a flat line or a curved line, would you say?
There's a curved line, and you could. That's very obvious because if it was flat, you would be able to see it with binoculars, telescope, any object that makes you see long distance.
We can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, we can. Cue the black swan.
No.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Before we get to that, Polar Bear, no one on the globe side claims that you see a curved horizon, right? They all agree that we all observe a flat horizon. It's horizontal. That's where the word horizon comes from.
Oh, I'm not claiming that I've saw the curve. What I am saying is the curve is there because you just can't see further.
Okay, so before we get to that, you've just agreed. You've never seen the curve. So, de facto, you have only experienced a flat Earth. Do you understand that?
In a way, yeah. In a way.
Right. And when you go outside, you don't notice any motion of the ground that you stand on, right? Unless you're in an earthquake or something.
No, you don't. Nope, not at all.
Right. So you're right. So you experience a flat and motionless Earth. I'm not saying that's where you begin and end. I'm saying that's where you start. Right? So you experience the Earth to be flat and motionless. Someone's come along and made a claim that it's actually curved and in motion. So they require to give you proof of that claim, right? For you to distrust what you experience as a flat and motionless Earth. They need to provide evidence for the claim, yeah?
Yes.
Right. Does anyone want to do the 3 points?
Sure.
Cool. Central, you take it.
Sure. So, Polar Bear, are you aware of any time in the Earth's history where curvature of its surface was measured?
Many times, actually, yes.
Okay.
Many times the Earth was curved.
Please cite any instance that
The Vikings.
Can you be more
many times in history.
Like, how was it done? How was it determined? Was there a measurement to a geometric horizon or something like that?
Well, it was more. Well, you guys got to keep in mind that flat Earth is a old belief, and back then people did believe that Earth was flat.
If the Earth has been measured to be curving at
it has, but I'm stating how it was. Yes, it has, and I'm here to tell you, like, it has been measured. Yes, many times.
Yes. Give us the measurement. That's all.
To be honest, I don't know. And you're going to be happy that I
Okay, so
said
we'll move
that.
on from that. So no curvature measurement. Has
But
the
there
Earth's
is a curvature
rotation ever been?
measurement.
You just conceded on that. Has the Earth's rotation ever been measured?
Many times. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, let's cite an instance of that.
Well, you got to understand the ships sail away behind the horizon.
No, they don't, and we're talking about.
Yeah, they do.
And we just moved on from the curvature that you just conceded that you don't have a measurement for. So now that's rotation that you also don't have a measurement for. So are you aware of any instance where it has been demonstrated that you can have air pressure without containment? That's the third point.
Okay. So wait, where does this come from? That you believe that we're stuck in a container rather than a globe?
Well, yeah. Could we have the air pressure of the so-called atmosphere without containment?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Okay. Can that be demonstrated? Like, for example, could you get us like a bike tire with the air pressure of the tire, but without the physical tire? Can that be done?
Dude, that's not how the Earth works. That's not how the Earth works.
That is what they say happens on the scale of the Earth as a planet. They say that you can have air pressure without the physical solid barrier surrounding it, because at that scale, gravity kicks in and makes that happen. But are you aware of any instance where such a thing has actually been demonstrated to be possible?
It's not possible.
Okay, cool. You conceded on all 3 points. I'm good.
Okay, now
because listen,
I think it's worth doing just quickly, Polar Bear. What I think it's worth doing next is you went through those 3 questions and you said yes, it's been demonstrated, but I don't know who's demonstrated it. Right? This is the next point that you're at. So you believe someone has measured curvature, you believe someone has measured motion of the Earth, and you believe that it's possible to have gas pressure without a container. Now's when you go to wherever you need to go to. I presume Google would be the easiest for you, and say, hey, Google, who has actually measured the curvature? Because I'm sure someone has, but who is it? So let's do that process, because that's your next step. You need to figure out if the evidence for the globe is good, or even there, before you then start saying, you guys are just disbelieving. Well, I don't know what you're disbelieving, because I've not looked at it yet, but you're disbelieving something. So let's find out what we're disbelieving.
Oh, okay. I googled it. Measuring the Earth's curvature activity 2. One of the first people to make a very accurate measurement of the circumference of the Earth was Eratosthenes.
That's not a measurement.
Works on a flat surface.
A Greek philosopher who lived in Alexandria around 250.
Wait. If Crypto's here, let's see if Crypto will have the conversation with him. Crypto, you here?
I don't want to jump the queue if anyone else was looking to talk to him.
Okay, yeah. Well, if anyone else wants to jump in first, but otherwise, Crypto or Elijah, will you take it? Or Central Banker?
I'll take just this one point real quick, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So, Polar Bear, Eratosthenes, are you familiar with his alleged measurement? His method used? What he did?
No, I don't even know who that is.
We don't know if he even existed, actually. But sorry, go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah, it's a story, right? And allegedly he measured with sticks and shadows 2 different spots on the same longitudinal line about 500 stadia apart in BC times, right? And he measured different shadow lengths. So in his measurement, there was some assumptions that were made, right? So if we're 500, let's just call it miles instead of stadia apart, and we get different shadows, does that mean that what we're standing on is a curved surface?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be making the assumption that we are standing on a curved surface and that light rays are hitting us parallel, right?
In a way, they are. Light can penetrate easily through really almost anywhere you are.
Right. So the claim is that light rays are hitting parallel due to a very distant sun. The problem is this is only an assumption, right? BC, he had no measurement for the distance to the sun, and he had no reason to believe that light rays were hitting the surface of the Earth parallel, because all light rays are divergent from the source, right? So you see how he can make these wild assumptions, right? Parallel light rays, which we don't experience from any source of light, and an assumed very far distance to the light source. And with those assumptions, you can get varying shadows on a curved surface. But if you move the light source closer and you have divergent rays, which is what we experience from sources of light, you can get varying shadows on a flat surface. You can demonstrate this yourself with just a few little, I don't know, take a couple AA batteries and hold a flashlight directly above one of them on your table and have another one a foot away. Hold the flashlight a foot above the one battery, you'll have a shadow on the next. Now, does that prove that that the table that you're doing this measurement on is curved?
No.
Right. So what we have is the only claim for a measurement of the radius of the Earth is based on assumptions that have still not been substantiated. So do you see where we have an issue with that?
Dude, like, what you're saying is like very basic stuff that even what you call a globe earther would agree to. Like, yes, I agree with what you're saying, but how does this prove the Earth is flat?
So this is where we allegedly get the radius value from, right? Is from measurements like this with wild assumptions. So we've taken what has been provided to us as the radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles, and we've put that to the test with various other measurements and observations. And what we find is that different measurements and different observations don't comport to a 3,959 mile radius, as would be needed for a geometric globe Earth. It's basic math, right? And you said it, it's simple, it's easy stuff. Correct. The only issue is nobody ever goes looking for the answers to the questions they think they already know the answer to. And that we did is we just put it to the test. And we realized, oh crap, this story from whatever the time BC of this guy with sticks and shadows, this doesn't comport to reality. And he made a bunch of wild assumptions when he was going about doing this measurement.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. 100%. I agree with you. But back then, people didn't know any better.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Can I get in for a sec?
Go for it.
Can I ask one question? I've interrupted, not so that you can interrupt me.
I know, but I have to go right now. No, just really quick. It's just ask him if he thinks that Neil deGrasse Tyson is one of these super smart.
Oh, for sure, dude. Neil deGrasse Tyson is one hell of a genius, and he deserves all that he got today. Man,
I can't believe Fuzzy did that for Neil.
If Neil deGrasse Tyson entered his server, you all would be honored to even be in his presence. I love Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He would laugh in his face.
He would destroy you all. Even I'm like, I'm just like, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
The problem is, bro, is that if you think Neil deGrasse Tyson is all that clever, then you've got serious issues in assessing intelligence. But regardless, when we're talking about the globe, now, Napalm took you through a specific supposed globe proof that doesn't prove anything. Problem is that as you look at more and more and more of these supposed globe proofs, they all have the same faults, flaws, issues, assumptions. Like, not necessarily all exactly the same one, but they'll all have different flaws and faults. And you start looking at it and realizing that there is nothing there. It's just assumptions. Assumption A leads to assumption B props up assumption C props up assumption A, and then it all goes around in a circle, but there's no foundational proof for a globe.
Dude. There is proof the Earth is a globe.
Go on then. What is it?
Well, for once, the sun is actually, we're revolving around the sun because we can see it.
How do you know that?
Because we can see it with our own eyes.
No, I see the sun move. I don't see us move.
No, we move. We move.
How do you know that?
Because if not, there would be different time zones on different places of the world. Be different time zones.
You know before how I just said that assumption A props up assumption B props up assumption C props up assumption A. It's exactly what you've just done. So time zones, therefore Earth moving. There's no reason to believe that at all. It could be that the sun's moving and creating those time zones.
It could. There you said it. It could be the sun is moving and creating those time zones. See, that's not how it really works. That's not how it works. No way. No way.
Again, no. But how do you know any of this stuff that you're saying?
That's the question I ask you. How do you know any of the stuff that you're saying?
That's what I'm telling you, is that there's no evidence for a globe.
But there's no evidence
all based on previous assumptions.
But there's
We've
no
measured
evidence for
it.
flat. Listen, we're
Yes,
not.
there
Listen, I'm
is.
here to say we're not geniuses, man. We're not no scientists. Truth is, who am I gonna let? Because the truth is, I'm a normie. Even I'm not gonna lie, I'm struggling to argue with you guys. You guys are pretty damn good. I'm not gonna lie, but who am I gonna trust at the end of the day? People who read conspiracy theories and Wikipedia articles, or people who studied this and spent all their life work?
Why would you trust either?
Why would I trust them? Because they're actually
I didn't ask you that. Didn't ask you that. I said, why would you trust either?
Want to know why I trust them? Because they.
I didn't ask you that.
They're like.
I didn't ask you that. I asked, why would you trust either?
Why would I trust either?
Yeah, why are you trusting people?
Dude, because other minds are much smarter than others.
I don't think you're in a position to assess it. Sorry, go on with it.
Well, I can't disagree with that part. I was just but you said that you see, right? You said the Earth goes around the sun. You said, how do you know that? You said we see it. You said we don't see that. I see the sun move in the sky. So would you like to agree that when you say you see the Earth go around the sun, that's patently false? It's actually the opposite. We see the sun go over top of the Earth.
Dude, if that was the case, then I'm pretty sure Australia's toilets wouldn't be backwards.
Okay, those are provably not backwards, but we're not changing the subject.
We're not changing the subject. I know. Let's stick to the topic.
Yeah. So do you agree that you see the sun move in the sky?
We see the sun move because the Earth is spinning. Like, that's why we see it move.
Okay, but do you agree that we see the sun move in the sky?
Yeah, we see. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so what we're saying, our claim is that the sun moves in the sky.
Now, why do you see it move in the sky? Because the sun is just not magically moving. That's because it's moving. The sun is 90 million miles away from this Earth.
Oh, do you have a measurement for that?
Be able to see that? The sun is 90 million miles away. We cannot see.
You don't get to just start screaming random claims out that you believe in. We're talking about one step at a time. And so you've now understood that we see the sun move. Our claim is that the sun moves in the sky. You have additional claims that are different, right?
Well, you cannot say that this is a claim. No. The sun is 90 million miles away. You really think that thing is just going to move? No, we're the ones moving. That's
Buddy, you just conceded that you have no idea when curvature of the Earth was measured, and now you're citing a measurement all the way to 93 million miles out to the
Why? Because this comes from the smartest minds, yet again, who have been proven this theory to be false.
Hey, buddy, the distance to
You're going to deny that the sun is 90 million miles away. It's 90 million. You cannot deny that.
That's off of the assumption.
The supposed distance to the sun has changed almost 10 times.
Since when? Since
they first came up with the idea that it's super, super far away. It started around 3 million. Someone actually dropped a meme in the voice text to show you some of the changes. So they can't all be right.
Let me see this evidence. Let me see. See, the Earth is a globe. It's the sky.
of that.
Copernicus.
Exact science.
3
Since this is
million.
from now.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait. This is what they were saying back in the day.
That's right.
Okay, but this is back in the day. Things improved. People have more knowledge. People are much more intelligent. You could see this with the advancement of technology. Back then people did think about this because, well, they didn't have any better idea. Now we have technology to disprove all of this.
Such as?
What's the technology you use to figure out 93 million miles?
The James Webb Telescope.
That number was already claimed well before James Webb.
Yep.
Let me Google it. I got you. All right. Who discovered the sun is 90 million miles away? Because you guys are saying, oh, that's just a claim. No, that's not a claim. The sun is 90 million miles away from us. How could you deny that?
The answers are the meme, dude. How much simpler can we convey the message to you other than a meme?
And you're still getting it wrong. It's claimed to be 93 million.
It's an open book test, dude. The answer was given to you in meme format.
I'm trying to look for sources of the smartest minds here and people who study this, and you're giving me memes?
Are you serious?
You're giving me memes? Come on, man. I want actual facts. I want evidence. I want people who studied this.
Those
memes. We want the evidence.
Those memes list those quote
93 million miles
In 1653, astronomer Christian Huygens calculated the distance from the Earth to the Sun. He discovered it.
Oh, he calculated it.
Calculated. There we are. The magic C word.
He calculated it. Yeah, he did.
So you know that's based off of the assumption that the Earth and Venus are both measurably spheres with a radius of 3,950. Well, whatever radius they used, actually.
I'm glad you brought that up. I saw these things.
Me too.
Through a telescope a while ago.
The assumption that they're the same size, and which is predicate. Venus is the same size as us, which means that we are a definitive size, measurably so. Which means, right? This comes back to the argument of whether or not someone has measured it or not. When you said, I don't know the method, I just know that Google, which is right, what we asked you to do, and you came back with Eratosthenes. Fine, fair enough. What was the method? I don't know, is what you said. Then we started going into that. So now you saying the sun is 93 million miles away because of Christian Huygens is wild. Why? Because that's predicated off of the assumption that the Earth is the sphere that is in question. The thing that we've been asking you, how you know if it measurably is that in the first place.
I'm going to
So
provide
you see how you're in the middle of the religion are trying to argue your way through it when the first thing we pointed out to you is that, my mans, we have to figure out if it measures to be a sphere in the first place, which is actually the only reason we're all here.
But the same goes to you. Okay, like you say, all right, go.
I'm going to provide a definition for you to clarify things. This word calculate was used.
Yeah.
He calculated to ascertain by computation, estimate by mathematical means. It also means to think or to guess.
Dude, these people use, as I say, measurements and all these things to come to that conclusion.
Measuring
at the end of the day.
Measuring is not calculating. There are two different things.
Yeah, and these calculations are based off of that radius that you just a minute ago you cannot cite a measurement for, or at least not a valid one.
But you guys are denying calculations, and I want to go back to what Elijah said previously. No, you said, "Oh, this is an assumption." The same thing goes to you. This is an assumption too. The whole flat Earth is an assumption as well.
No, it's
same thing goes there. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
See, the reason that it's not an assumption is because, like I was trying to explain to you earlier, we just acknowledge what is provable and observable and testable, repeatable, falsifiable, empirical. So when we say that the sun moves in the sky, that's just objective. It doesn't matter what you say. You have a different explanation of why it moves in the sky. We just say that it moves in the sky. We can measure the surface of the Earth. It's provably measured flat. So we are not making any assumptions. We are actually doing the exact opposite. We are calling you out for your assumptions that you are clay to reality.
Yeah.
Play to reality. You guys are saying that the sun is not 90 million miles away. Who was the guy who said that again? Who was it?
All of us.
Yeah,
All
why
of us.
would it
Okay.
be? When was that
Why
measured?
would it be? Because it's already been proven. It's already been proven by.
Hasn't been proven, dude. It's changed 6 times. They were all calculations. They're all just guesses. It keeps on changing because they find something that makes it not work. Just like they changed Polaris from 434 million to 323 or 434 light years to 323 light years just a few years ago, because it's just a calculation, an idea, a story made up of the sky, and they have to fidget the numbers around to try to constantly make it work. It's just theoretical math.
Okay, but the same argument goes to the flat Earth. Everything you just said goes exactly to the flat Earth too.
Because we're not.
It's all speculation. It's all calculation. It's all and you're denying calculations.
We're not claiming a distance to the sun, though. Only you're doing that.
Yeah, we're just We're just falsifying your false claims. That's all. And also, do you understand that to have valid calculations, you've got to have valid measurements in the first place? If you start doing calculations with measurements that are inaccurate or invalid or just flat out wrong, what do you think you're going to end up with your calculations?
But the same argument goes to the whole flat Earth thing.
No, it doesn't, because we're falsifying your incorrect claims is all we're doing. We're not making positive claims about the distance to the sun.
Exactly. Let's talk about that. Do you understand that if something's falsified, that is independent of trying to replace it with something new? Right? Like, if something's proven to not be true, I don't have to come up with a new story before it's not true. We just proved it isn't true. Now, if you want to go try to make up a new story, that's on you. If I tell you that Santa Claus isn't real because I'm your big brother, and then do I need to then replace the story of Santa Claus with a new story, or Santa Claus is real? No, of course not. Santa Claus just isn't real. I don't want to make up stories about people that travel the world magically and then sneak in through the fireplace and give people presents and watch people when they're asleep. It's creepy. That doesn't mean that Santa Claus is real. We're falsifying your claim. Right, so that's independent of us making up stories to replace it.
All right, hold on, Wizard. He's saying that we're doing the same thing. Can he specify what are we doing that is the same thing? Can you specify?
Everything.
That wasn't specific at all.
Yeah,
that's the opposite of.
That's the opposite of specific. Come on, guy. This is going all right. Let's not go too deep.
What's the wait? Hold on. What's the argument again here? Like,
here's the argument.
Okay.
Yeah, only your side is claiming things like the sun is 93 million miles away. We are explaining that isn't true. There's no actual evidence for that. That's just a theory. We're not claiming how far the sun is away. You claim that the Earth has a certain size. We are not claiming that the Earth has a certain size. We're saying that the size that you claimed on the shape that you claim is not true. We proved it not true.
Okay. But if the sun wasn't 90 million miles away, well, we wouldn't see it moving. Because we're moving towards the east every single time. This is basic knowledge.
How do you know the Earth is moving? Have you ever felt it moving?
It seems to me that the claim basically...
How do you know the Earth is flat? Have you ever seen it flat?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah. Really, every day.
Why? Because the ground is flat.
Wait.
Well, the ocean floor is flat. The ocean water is flat. The topography is flat. Everything is flat. The sky is flat. The clouds are flat. Everything is flat. Yeah. What's your point?
My mom is flat.
I want to just go back to something he just said. He said that if the sun wasn't 93 million miles away, we wouldn't see it moving. So is that your measurement? That was your method of measuring the distance of the sun? You saw it move, therefore 93 million miles?
That was not that was not my measurement. That is the measurement of the geniuses at NASA that I actually trust. not these little woke conspiracy theorists who read Wikipedia articles.
Like Dom Pettit. That's a real genius right there, bro.
I just debated a guy that worked for NASA and destroyed him. How's that work?
What up?
Work for NASA? Ooh, that's a bold claim, dog. I'm not smart enough to work for NASA. I wish. I don't mind being a janitor.
How come I destroyed him in debate, though?
You destroyed him?
You're recording.
But sorry, only one question for him. Polar, how is possible in the last 1 hour you was from one guy who was really interesting in some evidences, and now you are starting to, what is going on?
It's all right. It's all right. Here,
because
not only that though,
send him the link.
he just stated something which is the main axiom, which is the sun is moving.
I just disproved the whole flat Earth thing. I just disproved the whole thing, just like that.
This
has to be a troll.
Nope. You guys are now playing troll.
Yeah,
Could you do it again real quick? Could you do it again real quick? I must have missed it.
Wait.
We're going back to this.
Wait.
Can I
I just want to quickly ask this. No, I just want to quickly ask this question because you're talking about the geniuses at NASA, Polar Bear. Could you name us your favorite genius at NASA?
Please say Don.
I got you. So we got Neil Armstrong.
I got you.
Brilliant. All right, Neil Armstrong.
We got Neil Armstrong. Let's see. Man, Neil Armstrong, man, he went to the moon.
Did he measure the Earth's radius?
So
Actually,
what's his IQ?
His IQ was.
Well, like, what did he do? What did he do on the moon?
Come on, guys. Look, Polar Bear, you are an elaborate troll. You are a very clever troll. I do appreciate your trolling, but it's time to cut the shit now and get to reality. What do you actually think?
Dude, well, I'm not trolling. I came here. It's just that, we kind of, started.
There's no way that you have this kind of respect for these kinds of dumbasses. I just don't believe it.
Like, wait, you're calling, like, the flat earthers dumb?
No, I'm calling Don Pettit dumb. I'm calling a bunch of the other dickheads at NASA completely retarded.
Why? They're not dumb.
There's no way that, like, Neil deGrasse Tyson, there's no way you actually think he's a genius.
Yeah, he is. Dude, Neil deGrasse Tyson studied this all his life. He learned.
So did I.
Also,
I will make a bet with you now. If I sat down and did an IQ test and he did an IQ test, I would have a higher IQ. Guarantee you.
Yeah. Well, higher IQ doesn't always, because that's his profession.
Now you're looking back on it, okay?
No, because that's his profession. Yeah. He studied that. He looked more into
you just
that.
said he was the smartest genius to ever walk the face of the earth, basically.
Now he's saying what he studied.
He's a genius. Well, this is where you guys kind of, prove me wrong. He's a genius at what he does. He's a genius.
What does he do?
He studies this. He's a cosmologist, right?
He communicates propaganda.
What's the smartest thing he's ever done, Polar Bear?
Hold on, he just said he's a cosmologist?
Yeah, he's a cosmologist. No, how hard it is to become a cosmologist? That's not easy, dog.
Actually,
it's not easy.
Polar Bear. On the real though, what's the smartest thing you think he's ever done?
Well, let me see. Okay, Tyson's professional research interested includes star formation, exploding star, dwarf galaxies, and the structure of the Milky Way. Like his friend Carl Sagan, Dr. Tyson played an important role in popularizing astrophysical concepts and discoveries in 1995. Wow, that is really good. Okay.
What discoveries was that?
What? Yeah, it sounds like he's just promoting garbage.
What did he discover, though?
Like NASA's really your heroes, huh?
NASA? Oh, man,
dude, heroes like that?
Dog.
These guys are your heroes?
Dog, actually, like, you guys know the Axe Apollo commercial?
Yeah. You just got cool, dog.
Space.
All right, Polar.
Why do these guys at NASA got your nuts in a vice, bro? Like, I don't understand. But can you name anyone at NASA besides Neil Armstrong? I mean, are you serious?
Not really, dog. Because I don't really care about NASA.
So somebody told you that these guys are geniuses, and you're just running with that. Think that's a good argument for you?
Dude, somebody told you that the flat Earth theory is real, and you're just running with that? Like,
no, we're running with geometry. You are the one who's running with baseless claims.
But you guys are. But it's not a useless claim that the sun is 90 million miles away from us.
It's baseless.
And the Earth's radius is the number what it is.
Yes, it's baseless because that distance is.
Let Chocolate finish his point.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you guys continue.
Nah, you continue, man. I'm interested in the story about the NASA heroes and what they've done.
Dude, NASA has made the world a better place.
Have they really?
Before or after they work with the Nazis?
What did they
you're talking about Werner, what's his name? Werner von Braunerd?
Yeah, you're one of your NASA geniuses. Werner von
dude,
Braun,
genius too.
Nazi
Genius.
rocket scientist.
Genius, man. Genius.
Okay,
He was
Polar
also
Bear,
a prophet.
chill. We know you're, we
You know
know
he was
you're
a,
getting excited.
he was also a prophet. Did you know that?
Prophet? Ew.
Yeah, he was a prophet.
Nah, I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, check this. So in the 50s, he wrote a science fiction book. It's called Project Mars, and it predicts the first civilization founded on Mars by the main character in the book, whose name is Elon.
Elon who?
I don't think he got it.
Okay, there's this guy named Elon Musk. Okay, he has this thing supposedly called SpaceX that supposedly goes to outer space, and he's going to help found the first civilization on Mars. Have you ever heard of him?
Oh yeah, I heard of that. I don't think we're gonna get to that point. Like not anytime in the next decade or the next 20, maybe like the next 100 years. I do see
Maybe
a
the next
civilization on Mars.
Okay.
Yeah, I do
the
see.
point is, there's a guy on the world stage that's allowed to supposedly privately shoot rockets into outer space, and he's supposedly going to go to Mars. He even says he's going to do it himself. I'm just saying that Werner von Braun, the SS officer of the Nazis brought over by NASA in the 50s, wrote a science fiction book. And in the main character, in the book, the main character's name is Elon, and he founds the first civilization in Mars. Hence me calling him a prophet is probably a coincidence. He just was a prophet.
I think it's all like a coincidence. You know, I'm not too fond of the conspiracy theories. Yeah, coincidence.
What do you think about
conspiracy theories? Right.
Huh?
Coincidence theories.
Repeat that again.
Yeah.
So you're a coincidence theorist.
Well, I mean, everybody always. You guys say that NASA means deceive in Hebrew, but I think it's a coincidence too. I don't think it's like.
Okay, well, you're a coincidence theorist. We get it.
Yeah, it's a coincidence.
So, Polar Bear, just quickly, could you tell me in what ways you think NASA's made the world a better place, specifically?
Dude, like they discovered like how we live, how the Earth is structured. What is it just made the world a better place, man. Like you see all around us.
Examples.
Everything, dog. Everything. Like we know where we live because of NASA. We know everything.
Example.
I would actually love to work for NASA. I'm not even kidding. I would love to.
Okay, you can't give an example, obviously.
Wow. Yeah. No, I can't give an example.
They've made the world a better place.
Well, they discovered a lot. You know, they even sent a guy out to the moon. They did. I mean, who did that?
Here, what they've done is they've made people like you completely delusional about where they live. So the opposite of what you just said, they do.
What did the guy do on the moon, though?
Dude, he planted the American flag. Like Neil Armstrong's an American hero.
Polar, I have a question for you. What do you think about this measuring distance religion?
I did not understand you there. Could you repeat that again?
What do you think about measuring distance religion?
Oh, measuring distance. Oh, cool. I support it. Yeah, measure the distance.
Yeah. What do you think about that number, 3,959 miles? What that mean for you?
I think that number is very, very accurate.
Cue the black swan.
Yeah. Okay. Why is not okay? Great. Where is black swan?
Yeah, we're gonna blow that number away. Just one sec.
All right.
Hey, before you go to black swan, can I ask this guy one question?
Yeah. What?
All right. So, if you went to the doctor and he told you you're dizzy, take these pills, but you knew you weren't dizzy, would you take the pills? Because he's a doctor.
Dude, no.
No, because you know if you're not dizzy, right?
Nah, of course not.
Yeah, you know if you're dizzy or if you're not dizzy. You don't have to be told if you're dizzy or not, right?
Of course.
Right. So if a doctor with the lab coat on says take these because you're dizzy, he wouldn't know that, would he?
But if a doctor starts talking about, you know, like maybe a better way to lose weight versus some loser on the internet who hasn't, you know, really look.
Well,
Really study this.
what if the people that
Who am I going to
were
trust?
giving
The
him
doctor or the guy who's following
right?
the
But
keto
then what
diet,
if
the
you
fad
found
diet?
out? Let's just given that scenario, let's just say the people that make the pills that are going to make you lose weight are paying the doctor off to advise you to take those pills. Then would you trust them if you found that out?
Of course not. No, I would not trust them. Is there corruption?
Now,
Yeah.
Do you think corruption ever happens?
Corruption is everywhere in our daily lives. It's part of it.
Now, why wouldn't it be on the biggest scale? Because that's where the most benefit would come from, right?
Why wouldn't it be on the biggest scale? I don't know, because let's say they try to
So now
fool
we're talking
millions
about
of
the
people.
moon landing and all these other things. Those are on big scales, right?
I'm not gonna lie, moon landing is a reasonable conspiracy. It really is, because back then they had to beat the Soviet Union in like the space race or whatever.
Right. No, hold on, just real quick. Now, if the doctor told you the reason that you don't feel dizzy is because you've been dizzy your whole life and you've just gotten used to it, would that make sense?
Nah.
All right. Well, let me just tell you this. If you were on a spinning ball, you'd be fucking dizzy. All right? That's all I have to say.
Of course.
So, okay, Polar, let's go back to the number. You said the number is 3,959 and it's obvious. I asked you what that mean for you. I will tell you what that mean for me. That mean for me this: on every beach, on every location in the world, on 10 miles, it's 66 foot of drop on every location.
Yeah, I know.
There is no that place where is 66 foot drop. That is reality.
Doesn't exist. So neither does your globe. There's also a thing called a geometric horizon, the thing that you said that boats go over when they get far enough away from you, the leading edge or the furthest edge of the sphere that you can see before it drops away from your line of sight, right? That thing? Well, that doesn't exist. Check the live stream voice text.
You see?
I'm telling you about something. That distance is even more, but doesn't matter that on every 10 miles on the beach, on every continent, it must be 66 foot drop. It isn't anywhere.
Okay,
what about that?
Yeah, no drop.
Okay.
Yeah, so no ball.
Is it that enough proof that Earth is not the globe?
Do you understand the image with the oil rigs, Polar Bear?
Oil rigs, I'm looking at it right now. Okay. Platform.
See where the horizon is? Before or after the rigs?
I'm looking at it.
Yeah. See the horizon?
Yeah, I see it.
It's past the oil rigs, right?
What do you mean it's past the oil rigs?
It's beyond the furthest oil rig, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so therefore the Earth isn't a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, because that is a geometric impossibility on that globe, because that horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles if that's what the Earth was. And that's what you said a few minutes ago, that's where boats are disappearing. They go over that. Basically, that's what that is, the geometric horizon. That's what they would be disappearing over. But what this picture proves is that doesn't exist, and that the Earth is just flat.
Hold on.
The bomb has been planted.
Hold on. Wait. How did they get this photo of the...
It's a still.
They took it.
Yeah, they took it at a beach. It's a still from a video, actually. So you can watch the video if you want to verify the picture.
So wait. These guys just got like a zoom in camera and all of a sudden just put all these numbers in here and started...
I just put the GIF in for you.
That's what they did?
All these numbers.
The numbers, what you told me, this is the numbers.
Hold on, Sasha, let Witsit go.
Sorry.
Witsit, go for it.
It's not random numbers, it's the numbers of the globe.
But the way I see it is the number of the globe, and this photo only proves that the Earth is a globe and not flat. What are you guys are saying? Okay, let's get back to the math. 9.41 miles, therefore not... Earth is a sphere, blue ball. 9.41 miles, okay.
Your horizon is...
Go through the math.
Max distance geometric horizon sphere 1.22 miles. If anything, that proves the Earth is a globe.
Don't be ridiculous.
Right, so it says the horizon. It says the horizon. It says the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, like you just said, yeah.
Yeah.
But you just said the horizon's beyond the oil rig, which is 9.4 miles.
But wait.
Do you know how big your Earth radius has to be to have a 10-mile horizon?
Wait. Let me just get that out of him.
Okay.
Right, you just said 1.22 miles is where it would be according to the globe, but you see it beyond the oil rig, which is 9.4 miles. So that's not right.
And that's not a little error.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's not a little error. That's orders of magnitude that your Earth radius is off by. It's huge.
Let him respond.
I'm looking at the photo. I'm looking at it. You know,
Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening to you guys too. I'm looking at the photo. But
Okay, look, dude. If you walk up to a mound of dirt, can you see through the dirt to the other side?
Nah.
Right. Okay. The Earth has to do that if it's a ball, right? So where it has to do that, if you're that close to the surface of the ball, like that picture, would be at 1.2 miles. So the horizon is beyond 10 miles.
The horizon, aka your Earth curve. So that's a bit of a problem, right? Your Earth curve isn't where it's supposed to be. So unless we live on a spongy handball that changes size at will, this is a problem.
I have one quick question for him. Polar Bear, is there a difference between 10 miles and 1 mile?
Man. Google it. The difference is, man, that one
Is
makes
there a
me waste
difference
more
between
gas than the
10
other.
miles and 1 mile?
Yeah, there is a difference.
Okay, thanks.
So these calculations you were previously touting as the glue that you were so proud of is what we used to test the Earth. It's the very calculations that you believe to be true. Using those, this video debunks those calculations.
Uh-oh.
Was this photo taken on a zoom in camera?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, cameras zoom in. Yeah.
Man, do you want more examples? Do you want more examples?
Okay.
Like 1,000 more examples.
You do understand that you don't. You do understand that if you do zoom into it, you could actually see, right?
More
Okay,
examples.
let me respond.
Do you want
You
more
remember when I
examples?
told you that I got this? Remember when I told you the thing about if you walk up to a mound of dirt, you can't see through it? So let's say we walk up to this really big mound of dirt that's higher than us and we can't see through it to the other side, like you agreed. Can I pull a camera out and zoom through the mound of dirt to see to the other side?
My boy.
Just answer the question.
Nah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so you do understand that the thing that's being zoomed in on can't be where it is if the Earth is what you said it was.
A zoom camera? That's cheating. Kinda.
My man, it's not that the camera is Superman and X-ray visioned through the curve of the Earth. I can't zoom in through a mound of dirt. The point is that there should be a mound of dirt that when I zoom in, I still can't see anything behind it. Yeah, we can zoom in and see way past where that mound of dirt has to be.
Let me look at the photo again.
They posted
of the
video.
quote unquote
It's not
calculation.
Just a photo. It's not just a photo. They posted the video as well.
Let me look at it. Okay. 3,959 miles.
It's real simple. The horizon cannot be where
Okay, you were able to see that. Okay, you were able to see this with the zoom in camera, right?
Yes, so.
So that means that you had to use a zoom. So that means you couldn't even see it with your own eyes. You had to zoom in.
Yeah,
but let's take it a little farther.
The question then is, so why is the horizon, Polar Bear, why is the horizon beyond the rigs?
Because it was placed there.
So then the Earth isn't a globe. Geometrically, that's impossible. Because it couldn't be there according to the geometry of the globe that you claim.
So there you go.
You don't think that zooming in on the Earth curve would move the Earth curve, right?
I'm
I
shocked you guys
understand
believing
that.
this. No way,
bro.
Dog.
I understand that this is like you might start spiraling in a minute, but it's real easy to understand. Okay, at this observation height of 1 foot, your Earth curve can't be any more. Why are you laughing?
Yeah.
Are you laughing because you're nervous? I understand. It's okay. Okay, at 1 foot observation height, your Earth curve can't be any more than 1.2 miles away. Now, whether we zoom in on it or not, the horizon, which is supposed to be your Earth curve, is, like you said, beyond the oil rigs, which is impossible for a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. Do you get that?
No, I don't get it.
What part of that do you not get?
Here, I've got another way to put this for you, Polar Bear.
Yeah, put it in a better way.
Are you sitting at a table?
I'm sitting on my bed.
Okay, that's fantastic. If you were to set any object on your bed, and you were to take your cell phone or any other camera and zoom in, why? Hello?
I didn't hear you. I got muted, I think.
No, you deafened yourself.
Repeat that question again.
Yeah, if you set an object down and you zoom in on it, does it change the location of the thing that you just set down? Just to zoom in on it, does it change its location?
If you can see it, you're in its distance. Therefore, it was not in the curve to begin with. Now, let's say you go farther.
There was no curve. Yeah, there's no curve. We got it. Cool.
You're not answering my question. That was a very simple question.
Yeah,
what's your question? A 4-year-old could answer this. So I'm just trying to take it really easy. If you take an object and you set it in front of yourself and then you zoom in on it, does the act of zooming in on the object move the object?
No, it does not move the object.
Okay.
No.
That's fantastic. You understand that 1.2 is not 9.4. Correct or no?
Correct.
Okay. So the fact that it's 9.4 plus, or otherwise could be connotated as a number greater than 9.4, because that number is greater than 9.4, 9.4 and any number greater than 9.4 is not 1.2. Do you follow that so far?
Yeah, I follow that.
Therefore, the 3959 radius claim is invalid, false, incorrect, not a fact.
Bomb has been planted.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah, you guys won. The Earth is a flat. It's not a globe.
Yep.
Well,
welcome, bro. I know it's painful.
Axe in the back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? No one would
they're
lie.
Geniuses.
People don't lie.
Why would
Geniuses
they
are
lie?
conniving.
Why would they
NASA
lie?
geniuses especially would lie.
Why would they lie? That's a great question.
Why would they?
Great question. Why would they? Many reasons. It could be religious reasons, money, power.
Carry on. You just carry on. I don't need to tell you.
I mean, dog, have you ever even seen a satellite in space or satellite fall? You've never seen it. You've never seen it.
You're correct.
Satellites,
dog.
Satellites are not real.
Listen, this Polar now. How satellites will provide that curvature in reality?
Well, no. Can I actually? I feel like Polar Bear might just get this. Let me go for this. Polar Bear, would you say that if I lied to you and you didn't question what I told you, then it would mean that whatever I wanted to tell you would just be accepted?
Dude, you don't know who I am, but I'm just going to tell you this. I want to be lied to. I like it when people tell me what to do. I love being an NPC.
Fair enough then. No further questions.
Wow. Oh, jeez. You
Well, I
won.
guess that concludes the session.
I
That was
want
a
to
good
take the
roundup.
vaccine. I
Man,
want to
you
be
won the
controlled.
prize.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
won
I'm
the
gonna put you
prize,
on mute
man.
now. That was a good time. Clip it and ship it.
Oh my god.
Cope a little harder, bro. Cope a little harder.
Yeah, that's a hard cope. That's harder than diamonds, guys.
That was entertaining.
Did he go?
I mean, are you okay? Do you
No,
require
somebody muted
medical
him.
assistance?
I've muted him, but listen, I'll unmute you, Polar Bear. Just be chill, yeah. I know you think you were trolling, but you accidentally just had your whole worldview snatched from you. Because I mean, even your satellite story requires that 3959 mile radius, which you've just agreed by seeing a horizon beyond the oil rigs isn't true. So all the other stories can't be true.
Nah,
That's tough.
Nah, if you
I
can
know,
see
it's a
even with
little
the
bit
zoom, you're
upsetting.
not. Nah, I still disagree. If you can't see it in the zoom, you're still not in the curve.
Polar Bear, you can't zoom in on something that isn't there. So if the 10-mile horizon weren't there, then you wouldn't be able to zoom in on it. But because it is, it means that the Earth isn't a globe with a radius of 3959.
But you're within its distance, so that number really doesn't matter.
I think you
'Cause you're
just
within its
missed
distance.
everything I just said.
Repeat
Yeah,
that again.
I mean, I think that he's under the impression you can see forever on a ball. But that's what it. Am I wrong, Polar Bear? You think you can see forever? Polar Bear.
Yeah, what's up?
So I had earlier made the accusation that you are more than likely just a visual spatial reasoning retarded person, as in you lack any of the capabilities of visual spatial reasoning. But let me ask a clarifying question to verify whether or not that's the case. Do you think that you can see forever if you live on a ball?
No.
Right.
And where do you think you wouldn't be able to see, Polar Bear?
Our vision is limited.
By what?
It's just limited.
By what?
By everything around us. Our
By
eyes,
what
our
about
bodies.
what about the geometry of the Earth? Is it limited by that?
Is it limited by that?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is.
I'm trying to not give him the answers, but
But that doesn't prove the Earth is. That doesn't prove the Earth is flat because, yeah, if you zoom in, you're gonna be able because if you zoom in a place, you're gonna be able to see that. Well,
forever?
It's there.
See
it's
forever?
there, but that doesn't
forever?
prove
Question mark?
the Earth is flat.
See forever, Polar Bear? Question mark.
Forever? What do you mean by forever?
So if you zoom in, you can just see as far as you want. You can just keep zooming in forever and ever, Polar Bear. Or is there going to? Huh? What?
I don't get what you're getting at. So let's say you take a telescope or binoculars and you zoom in there forever, and you look at it. Is it going to change? That's what you're asking?
Do you think that you can zoom in forever?
Zoom in forever? No, I don't think you could.
Do you think that you could zoom in and see the back of your head?
No.
Okay. At what point is it obstructing you from seeing on this ball that you live on?
Your limited vision.
We're talking about zooming.
Okay, but I don't get your question at the same time.
I know, that's because I'm asking you a question in a roundabout way regarding the geometry that you're ignoring, so I'm trying to come about it from a kind of backwards angle. Okay? So you keep making these statements that indicate that you have no clue of what geometry is. You have no clue of what a sagitta is. You have no clue of what the obstruction that is required in the ball. You're ignoring it completely and acting as though it's irrelevant.
But that's okay. But that's like saying, okay, if you look at something, is it going to be there forever? Well, yeah, it's going to be there forever.
No, that's not like saying that at all.
What was your question? Because your question is just complicated, dog.
Okay, here. You can imagine a globe, right, Polar Bear? And you live in North America somewhere, right?
Yeah, I live in North America.
That's fantastic. So can you zoom in with a camera and see China?
You can't.
And why not?
Because the Earth is a globe, and if it was flat, you'd be able to see China very clearly.
No.
Since
You're
there's
not
no
answering.
distance,
You're not
there's no
answering the
curve.
question, Polar Bear. You're not answering the question. What's
Because if the
stopping
Earth
you
was
from?
flat, you'd be
You're
able to see
not
China.
answering. Oh my gosh,
You
you're
said we
being
have limited
obstinate at
vision.
this point. What is preventing you from zooming in to see Canada on this globe?
Oh, our limited vision.
What? No. What is the actual obstruction preventing you? What's it called?
Oh, the curvature of the Earth is preventing you from seeing.
Yes. See, that's what you weren't believing. Now you're finally saying it. Did you know that there's a mathematical way of finding out where that curvature would prevent you from being able to see beyond? Did you know that there's math for that? It's called geometry.
But weren't you guys just saying that geometry is irrelevant and it's just false
Polar
claim?
Bear, I asked you a simple question. Did you know that geometry can show you the math as to where that curvature would prevent you from seeing?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I know.
Prove it. Prove
I don't
that you
know.
know.
Let me go outside.
We gave you the math. We showed you that it's invalid, not the math, but the claim. You use the math, and it invalidates the claim of a 3959 radius. It invalidates it. It'd be like you saying the answer to this problem. Okay, the answer to this problem is 74. The answer is 74. And we go, okay, well, here's the constituent parts. 1 plus 3. 1 plus 3 does not equal 74, therefore, or 74. 1 plus 4 does not equal 74, therefore, it's not 74. Well, in this case, it's 3959. You make plenty of observations over and over and over again, and you come to the conclusion every single time 3959 is invalid.
What's 9 plus 10? 21. You stupid.
Something like that. But take some deep breaths. Don't do drugs. Drink some water, and you'll be okay. Just take your time and recognize truth. The truth of reality is more important than your little romance with NASA employees and stuff, whatever that was about.
Yeah, like sometimes truths are really uncomfortable, man, because it's like, damn, what are other people going to think about me if I think this? Or can I not talk about it? Or, whoa, how can I trust anything if all these people that are in such control of what I, am given to be true are lying to me and blah, blah, blah. But, regardless of the uncomfortability of it, you just have to accept the truth. It's 2022. We live in a big boy world nowadays, they're trying to get digital tracking systems and one world monetary systems and sustainable development laws. And they've basically taken all your rights away in the name of national security. If something were to ever happen, they surveil all of us. The CIA controls the mainstream media, admittedly declassified. They set up wars. They worked with the Nazis to fake a moon propaganda film. They've done all kinds of things. And so just, you don't have to defend their lies. And you can also just think for yourself as opposed to appealing to this idea you have in your head. 'Cause it's just an idea. You're like these really smart people, but really that all stems from being afraid of maybe everyone else wouldn't approve of you if you thought these things. So you're just going to have to let that go. And we all can be honest and admit that it's kind of a process and it sucks in lots of ways with people close to you. But it's worth it in the end. So that's the point that I'm trying to make to you. Trolling aside, you're in here and now you get to hear this. Like, there are lots of truths. It's important to stand up for the truth. We live in a crazy time and we need the younger people to get their act together and start to wake up and become informed so that we can, kind of stop this from cascading.
Facts.
Yep.
Guys, I'm just looking at my Pornhub right now.
Wow. And by the way, porn literally destroys
Is that
your
helping you?
It destroys
Is that helping you to cope with this?
Word of advice, Polar Bear. Take a little bit more time to research and understand these things before you tell your friends you're a flat earther.
Facts, man.
Facts, man.
This is the weirdest spiral I've ever heard.
Yeah, but it's cool, right? When you hit them like with the rill like that, it breaks the trolls. So I'm just saying.
It is the most interesting spiral I've ever heard. Like, it was some shit.
Yeah, it's sad though.
Kind of reminds me of Pagus a little bit.
From what I just heard this whole time, even if he does become a flat earther, please do us a solid and don't tell people you're a flat earther. Like, we don't need him representing us.
The secret is that you already are one. You just don't know it yet.
Yeah, it's best to just let him go on representing the Globers. That's better.
But to be fair, he's honestly probably smarter than this little troll character that he came in here playing as a defense mechanism, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
I just wanted to make it a point to say that I wasn't trying to insult him when I said that he was a visual spatial reasoning retarded person. I meant it to clarify how important it is. Like, people are different. Some people have strengths in some areas and weaknesses in others. And I'm not saying it in a facetious way. There are people that lack the ability in profound ways in comparison to others to visualize shapes, to visualize anything geometrically at all. Like, there really are people that lack that skill in a profound way. It's just it may be surprising to some of you, but there are people that lack that ability. Like, they could see a thing on their paper that's like 5 squares and not realize that those 5 squares could assemble a cube, for instance.
Yeah, but they claim that there's people that have zero internal dialogue and stuff like that too. Like, it might be a thing. I'm sure it's a thing, but
Yes, I know it's 6 squares, by the way, but
that these people that are way abnormal, from the rest of us, like that, they usually stand out in many ways as being different, don't they?
Yeah. So there was another person the other day that couldn't understand that behind could not also be in front. And this is where I'm referring to the complete inability to have any visual spatial reasoning. I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm not even saying that they're trolling. I think that they really are retarded in the area of visual spatial reasoning.
I think it's the globe propaganda that's retarding them, because if you had that conversation of behind versus in front of about anything other than the globe, he probably had no problem grasping it.
I think that's plausible. Yeah. But,
I don't think he has the reason he has a problem grasping it is he wasn't allowing himself to actually honestly intellectualize or digest the information because it's a defense mechanism. So it's like, of course he can't really follow it. He was just trying to follow it enough to troll, and he couldn't really even do that. But he wasn't trying to pay attention. But he just needs to realize, this is what's funny, right? You don't have to tell me how old you are, but you're obviously younger. And what's going to actually happen over time is the people that don't conform to everyone and maybe, I don't know, breathe oxygen, think for themselves, don't conform to the government, aren't slaves, actually know things, you're going to be the one with the advantage in the future. So you can take advantage of that knowledge beforehand, or you can just keep conforming and you will be led off a cliff.
Bro, look at this dude. Yeah, but conformist, it doesn't turn out good for you, though.
Hey, Polar Bear, I don't think you had an opportunity, but I'm going to list a link to that video where astronauts contradict themselves. I brought it up earlier. It's there now.
Yeah, like maybe you have these hopes of getting your girlfriend one day. I'll tell you, Flat Earth isn't just the most amazing little cherry on your game, But the fact that you're the kind of person that will
Oh, Creation Bear, by the way. I love the song, bro. 10 Flat Commandments. Shit is fire.
Hey, never get high on your own supply. Never get high on the CGI. Thanks, Chalk.
I get high on my own meth though, so.
Yeah, that's personal shit.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
As we take a moment of silence for the dearly departed globe that never actually existed in the first place. So on point.
Does this guy got a soundboard on his fingertips?
Can we make that a tradition now?
Yeah, that's tradition.
Okay, cool.
And quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find them?
Shadow Legends.
And a word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Space doesn't exist though.
Well, there might be some between Smears and. Space. How low can you go? Space. The distance between your ears.
Space. The reason your parents divorced.
And tried to abort. And you fell out the boat.
I thought it was interesting. Polar Bear brought up that ships go over the horizon, but we can't see the horizon obstructing obstacles, objects.
I say we take 12 ships with us, and we put one ship every mile, 12 miles. And then we look from different distances, and we all stand on different ships, and we compare notes.
But how many ships do you have there?
Well, we could start with like 12, but, whatever. We can get buoys, too. Tie a little rope, whatever.
Who's got 12 ships?
I'm sure we could come up with a few.
No, they need to be of equal size too. They got to be the same ship.
Just get 12 ships.
All right, that's it. All right, tell you what. Is there a wrestling room in here where we can go and wrestle this out and deal with this? Let's step outside.
What? That's gay. Why you want to go wrestle now?
That's hard.
Joke, smartass.
No homo.
Yeah, have some wrestling. That'll make the ships appear, and we can just climb on them, maybe fly to the moon or something. I don't know.
Okay, I'm writing it down here. Don't say that one this time. Next time, say boxing. Okay, got it. What's next? Oh no. I'm just teasing, of course.
Use boats. Doesn't have to be a ship. You could see boats for miles.
Depends on what it's all about.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Nonce.
So, who's the next one?
I think nonce is one of those words that only English people can say properly.
What about you?
What for Scottish, though?
Oh, I mean, Scottish people can swear fantastically. I think they say everything. Every swear word is amazing in the Scottish accent.
Yeah,
What about damn
Yeah, the
nonce,
Scottish
bro?
do really well. Scottish elocution is second to none.
Yeah, agreed.
Level up. Having internal dialogue. So, let's say you're about to do something naughty and you think to yourself, I probably shouldn't do this. Like, that's to you, that's the same thing as walking down the street muttering to yourself out loud, like a
Angel
crazy
on your
person.
shoulder.
I'm kind of schizophrenic, not gonna lie.
I was gonna say it depends on if you're talking back to it, right?
Who are you people?
What are your worst nightmares?
So that guy was quite a traditional troll, wasn't he? Quite a globe troll. Was, haven't been here for a while and heard the, go through the whole list of where we see ships go over the horizon, but it's too big, to see the horizon, and he really did go from A to Z, didn't he? All the
Yeah,
It's been a set.
we've been lacking on Globers and trolls, really. I mean, I've gotten to the point where I'm kind of like, man, I wish some trolls would come in here. Like,
I'm a troll. I'm a troll. I'm a troll. I'm a troll. I'm a troll.
Perfect. So is CD.
If you're a troll, I'm actually not a troll, which makes me a troll.
Are you trolling?
Yeah, I'm trolling you so hard that it's like created a paradox.
Wow. Did you you think it's a big deal if they lie about the Earth?
No.
You just think it doesn't matter at all?
Yeah, honestly, to be honest, I might just kill myself at this point.
So check this. Have you ever seen the movie Hunger Games?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So you know how they have all the people in slavery and bondage sectioned off?
Fuck yeah.
And they have perimeter around all of them.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, there's something called the Antarctic Treaty, which is literally a perimeter drawn in a circle around everyone that inhabits the Earth that we know about.
That sounds badass, dude. That sounds like some Game of Thrones shit. I'm in.
It is similar to Game of Thrones. That's right. You go out south to the ice wall. So anyway, the point I'm making is it's I mean, you can try to play it off, but it's a pretty big deal, I would say, if they got people so confused about where they live, and there's just an international cooperation to basically keep you in your playpen. like a good slave.
Are you saying that the International Alliance is doing a little trolling?
A little patrolling.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
That's your indifference.
Yes, it is.
Do you care that the CIA has brainwashed you since you were a little baby watching TV and it's been declassified? They literally brainwash people with literal frequencies that they send through the television.
Yeah. I mean, we're already getting MK Ultra, but it's probably about other shit.
Okay, so if there's like this mass hypnosis MK Ultra campaign declassified through the mainstream media operated by the CIA, who literally want to brainwash you to be a slave that doesn't know anything that's true. So you're obedient and a good little slave and distracted. What would you prefer to just go along with that, or would you rather maybe step outside of the literal brainwash?
No, I fucking hate the CIA, but like, uh, yeah, I hate the CIA. Fuck the CIA, man.
So again, if you have the choice of staying within the hypnosis state of the literal brainwash or stepping outside of it, which one would you prefer?
Man, I think I'm already out. I'd probably go outside of it, but I think I'm already outside of it, man.
Okay, well then, if you're outside of it, you would understand that there are no countries versus other countries and presidents against other presidents, or politics is all fake, and there's an international cooperation to patrol, maintain, and control the people on the earth. It's openly admitted, just not spoken about on the CIA MK Ultra news.
Yeah.
So if the CIA said that okay, for example, if you read where the CIA admits that that's the case, right? What would you trust them?
Trust the CIA about what?
Do you trust FBI?
No.
Do you trust NSA?
No.
Do you trust NASA?
More so.
You see why you're making it weird?
I mean, the NSA is literally like a fucking intelligence agency, so they're probably going to be more subversive.
Okay, so federal agencies that maintain classified information and give out stories to the public that aren't true are all the same when it comes to whether or not we can trust them.
Well, I think the NSA probably has more vested interest in lying.
Okay, so now what you're saying is you do trust federal agencies in the government that get to classify and legally lie, just selectively based on what you think their motivation to lie
Well,
is.
I mean, listen, I don't trust everything they say, but I just don't even if they're lying. I guess I just care less about what they're lying about.
Well, they literally lied to you about the very place that you live.
Yeah, man, I guess maybe they did, but
Right. So there's many questions people ponder in life forever, right? Like, why are we here? How are we here? Right. And to know like how we're here, you need to know where here is, and you need to understand it. To even begin to understand how you're here, you would have to begin to understand what here is. They blatantly lied to you about what here is, detached you from thinking that you can even interpret it yourself. That's why everyone says these really smart guys told me that even though I feel like I'm not moving, I am moving. And though the sun looks like it's moving, it's actually not moving. And though the horizon looks horizontal and flat, it's actually curving. And although water finds its level, level means curved on the ball, and blah, blah, blah. Everything is the opposite of what you actually observe, right? So you can't learn the important things in life. You know what I'm saying? And I think you would agree that life itself is important, right?
maybe a little bit.
Right,
It
now
depends.
peep this. If the Earth is what they said, it goes around the sun, and it's a heliocentric model, and it's a tiny speck of dust in this ever-expanding universe of nothingness, and randomly we had a sustainable little dot that happened out of the trillions of opportunities. The other one is that the Earth's not moving, and that makes it geocentric, meaning everything in the sky revolves over top of the Earth, central to the Earth. And if the Earth is the center of everything that exists that can be observed, then it would have had to be placed there. It would have had to have been designed or created. There's no other way. So if it's stationary, it literally changes everything, doesn't it?
I guess so, but like even if it does, what's the alternative? Like we still don't even even if we knew it was fun, like you don't really have the entire universe sorted out, do you? Like you don't understand.
No, that's not. Well, I didn't say anything about having the entire universe figured out, right?
Yeah. No, but
So
look,
for
Wizard,
one,
this makes sense. You couldn't even get him to really be to exactly even say that life was important. Like he obviously was like in disagreement about that. He doesn't really think that our life is important, that the universe is so vast and there's probably more important, better life out there.
which is why I feel the need to take him down this road, like big bro him a little bit. I don't know how old he is, but he's younger. So here's the deal, man. So the idea that everything just poofed and happened and wow, magical solar systems and all that's called the Big Bang. And people think that means that there was nothing and then an explosion and everything happened. And but really it says there was a pre-existing energy, which sounds kind of like a creator anyway. But the point is that you can rationalize it in your mind. Well, it's all random and chaotic because the universe is so big and the earth is so small, and we're just a tiny speck moving through that whole universe with stuff moving every which way. But if the earth's not moving, the whole entire quote unquote universe that can be observed moves central to the earth. So that changes everything. That means that the earth had to be made there. Now, that if you live on the earth that had to be made, that means that you would have had to be made also, which would mean that you have a creator. And if this is just the scientific antecedent relationship, there's no other way, then you need to at least acknowledge that would drastically change a lot of things about how we look at life, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would definitely.
So now you can see why the lie is obviously important, right? And this is why I asked you that, because if you don't understand why it's important, it's easy to put it off. Once you realize how much it changes, you may have a little different of a view, though.
Sure, but even if there was a creator, I don't see how that would change that much. Because like even if there was a creator and we knew there was a creator, like we wouldn't even know its motive. We wouldn't even know, like we just wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't necessarily mean that there's like a
I hear you.
God.
It doesn't necessarily mean the creator's benevolent just because it was
Yeah.
created. I agree with you. That's true. But check this out. Before you can start to better understand whatever characteristics we can learn about the creator, we have to first actually acknowledge the creator's existence. If we go through life just putting it all off and not thinking about it because we can't see why it would matter or what we could figure out, then you never could learn more about creation. So, like, acknowledging that it's creation is a fundamental part before you keep going. And then I will say it's a personal journey beyond that when it comes to benevolence, amount of benevolence. Benevolence outweighed or weighed against free will and determinism. And these are philosophical interpretations, spiritual interpretations that are individual, right? So that's your journey. Flat Earth's not a religion. We don't have a preferred picked religion. Religion sucks. Well, the globe Earth is effectively religion. Flat Earth actually makes you hate religion because you find out a bunch of people tell stories and opinions and theories and they all believe them, and that's all it is. It's just stories made by men, right? And so then you have a personal journey to figure it out. But either way, you seems pretty important. If there's a creator, then there obviously is an objective code of ethics. There's objective morality. So
Well, I don't know if this. I don't even. I don't.
It's either that, or you
agree.
can just choose to believe a crazy lady that works at NASA that will tell you that you, my friend, are a complicated rock.
I actually don't agree that just because it's a creator is an objective morality, because like even if there was a creator who like had a code of conduct, like it still wouldn't make it like objective.
Okay, so right now you think there's no objective right or wrong, and technically speaking, that was a bit of a non sequitur with me. I mean, because in a way you're right. It doesn't prove that. That's a separate logical conversation. I mean, there's just objective morality. Like if morality changed based on subjective interpretation, there would be no such thing as morality itself, because I can disagree with you, and what is right or wrong doesn't change based on time or interpretation. So like hurting a baby, a defenseless baby, it's wrong now and in 5,000 years. And if you think hurting babies is okay, it's still not. It's still wrong. It's just objectively wrong to harm a defenseless baby, right? So that's a bit of a different conversation, though. I'll give you that. I don't want to distract away from my main point, because I want you to really soak in. Well, you're now saying, well, what would it even matter? That's a good question. I encourage you to go figure it out, but at least look at it. Don't convince yourself it's not a question that you have to answer, because the only way the earth can exist as it does is it was designed and put here. So, you should look into it. It's not going to go away if you don't.
Maybe.
And let me say this. This is the last thing I'll say before I stop ranting, right? The reason that lie is so important, in one of many reasons, is because they have people thinking it makes sense to be quote unquote atheist. And it's not about a religious belief that I want you to follow or anything. It turns into nihilism. And that's kind of what you're expressing, is nihilism, right? Your current worldview is nihilism, meaning that nothing really matters. What's really the point? Apathy, to not care about things. It's a worldview of nihilism. That comes from materialism, which comes from the idea of typically atheism. Because if you have this like individual human created with a consciousness,
I can't hear you anymore. I think my shit's broken.
okay. The point is that the main point is that you have a nihilistic worldview right now, and that's the reason that this.
Yeah, he's cutting out.
Yeah, he's coming out hard.
Dang, my bad, dude. Okay, anyway, simply before I cut out again, it's just not nihilism means to not care. That's what this lie has done. And when you find out that there was something that created you, it's much easier, it's much more difficult to think that nothing matters. And that is not what they want. The best way to have a slave state is to have nihilistic people is the best for a slave state.
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of nihilistic, but I also don't like the government. So yeah.
That's cool, but if you don't care enough to do anything about the government, then they don't. That works for them. As long as you're.
I do. I care about doing stuff with the government.
Okay. Well, like, you understand what I'm saying, right? If people don't care at all, it's much easier to brainwash. Like, if you're like, hey, I'm going to take your freedoms away. If they're nihilistic, they're going to say, okay, I don't care.
I guess, I mean, well, okay, so there's a level of, like, I'm a human being that has, like, feelings, so obviously I wouldn't want to be, like, tortured endlessly for, like eternity, so, yeah, obviously I wouldn't be completely nihilistic in that way, but, like, philosophically, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's very simple. If you can break the will of a prisoner, for example, and they get to where they no longer care about life, they're much more compliant and obedient. They don't try to escape. For example, if you go into someone's house, you break into their house with a gun, and they just live by themselves, they're much less likely to fight you off than if they're protecting a family. If they have a family that they care about, something they have to care about, they're much more likely to fight back. So if they can remove the care from people where they're nihilistic, it's easier to create a slave state.
Well, true, but it's also, if people don't care, then they're more likely to do stuff that, like, extreme things without like caring about. For example, if someone cared about their family so much that they were unwilling to like uprise against something, then nihilism would actually go against would be for the government because it would be against the government because they would be too invested in whatever their personal life shit was to actually do anything.
Well, that's actually what they crafted it to be like. So they have everyone so distracted that no one even knows the information that we're telling you. No one knows the CIA runs the news. No one knows 9/11 was a lie. No one knows anything. So therefore, no one does anything because they don't know about it. Keeping them distracted and nihilistic is how it works. The only thing that they're afraid of is people becoming informed and then demanding change. So they have to keep you ignorant. And that's what they do when they make you not care about finding out the information. And that's what you're saying. They're distracted with their day-to-day life. That's exactly what they want, i.e. my entire point, which is nihilism.
No, because what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is if no one cared, right? If everyone was completely nihilistic, then there'd be more uprisings because like people don't care, but like there's barely anyone who's so nihilistic that they don't even care about their own like pain and whatever. So people would get to the point where it's like they don't even care about like the risks that would entail. They just want to they just do whatever it takes to like get to a better position in life, right? Which would be like
well, you said one thing like pain, right? Maybe pain, right? But when it comes to freedom, if you can make the people nihilistic where they don't care about freedom, then they're not going to have an uprising for freedom. They don't care about freedom.
Well, if it's freedom from pain, then
no. What about freedom
maybe they
to
do.
freely travel and express yourself and think how you want to, and your own spiritual expression, and to defend yourself, and to always be defended fairly against false accusations? And what about the privacy you have in your home? And what about not being able to be stopped and everything taken from you? What about your basic rights that you have? You don't think that these are important?
Yeah, I think they are important, but like, what's your point?
My point is that to most people nowadays, they're not important. And the lie of the earth has a lot to do with it because the fundamental foundation of their worldview is atheism, nihilism, materialism. It all comes from the idea that there was a big bang and there were a tiny speck of dust in this huge universe of random happenstance. And without that worldview foundation, they cannot even justify atheism or nihilism because the earth was created. So the lie about the earth has made it to where they can literally brainwash and enslave majority of the people that live on the earth.
I don't know.
When does the brainwashing work the best? When do they start with that shit? When
Tomorrow.
you're a kid. No, when you're a kid, right?
Yeah.
That's when they start this, especially with this particular lie. Why do you think they don't wait till you're an adult to teach you that you live on a ball flying around in space? Right?
Probably because like they teach you everything when you're young, so they're gonna teach that as well.
Yeah, but when you're talking about like your alphabet, right? Before you even know what your alphabet is, you've already got posters of the Earth and space. You've already got them in your textbooks, right?
But yeah, because they want kids to be like, "Whoa, science and shit." So they like go eventually like, and then eventually they so they can like work the jobs that society needs because it's the way it is.
Okay, so what if they're telling you is a lie when you're a child? And even if you see through the lie, you always naturally look up to the teacher. They're the smart one. You look up to your parents. You care what your friends think. And so
Yeah, but in the same way, people hate teachers.
that it would be bad if what they told you was a lie. Even from a selfish point, you should think about the little kid in you when you were little, and if what they were telling you was a lie, isn't that unfair? Didn't you really not have a fair chance?
Yeah, but I think I don't agree with most. Like, I wouldn't. I'm not like so retarded that I don't think that like everything the teacher says is true.
Okay, when you're 5 years old and the teacher tells you this is where you live and the whole entire classroom is also there, you end up believing you live on a globe. And we all know that you weren't the exception that decided as 5 years old, you're like, I'm going to go physically measure the earth. You did not. You just
Yeah, of course.
say it. You're like, wouldn't I fall off the other side? Maybe someone in the class asked that. Everyone laughed. She said the word gravity. Then you said, oh, I can dig a hole to China. And then you asked what time recess was. And then the next day she spun it and said, this is what the earth does. So, the truth be told, you just believe what the teacher says because you trust them. You're a child. You're very trusting. And your parents told you to listen to the teacher. And your parents are like superheroes to most children, and whatever they say is automatically right. So you didn't have a fair chance. And if what they're teaching you is a lie, that is wrong. That's deception. That's manipulation. That is coercing children into believing lies that are going to lead them astray for the rest of their life, where they think nothing matters.
I don't know if they get into the whole nothing matters stuff that early, but
well, they don't have
they
to
get the
say
ball.
that.
They get the ball
planting the
rolling.
seeds, though. Everybody understands,
foundation
and
of
everybody agrees that they don't want
when
you
they grow
to.
up and they think about it themselves, because maybe they're born in a religion, they're like, this is stupid and dumb, and they break out of it and they want to think for themselves. They go look at what they were taught in school about the earth. They go Google what supposedly the earth is, and then they see how big this universe is, how small this earth supposedly is, how insignificant it is, and they think, oh, well, it's stupid to think we're the only ones here, and it's stupid to think this didn't just randomly happen over billions of years because, look, it's a tiny speck of dust. And so they think it's logical to think that their life is random and doesn't matter, and that starts with the lie, bro.
It's a long time since I've been in kindergarten, but yeah, I mean, they pointed a ball right away. No, they didn't start talking about anything more than that. I don't know if they start talking about Big Bang that early or anything like that now.
No, no, not typical. I agree. Like, that's not my point, right? Like, it's just like it's going to lead them astray. As in, later in their life, they're going to depend upon those fundamental things they were taught that they hold to be true to determine their worldview as they begin to enter adulthood. That means that they were deceived with the foundation block that's going to throw off all of their wisdom, all of their clarity.
Yep. And one thing I was actually going to just add to, but you kind of covered it, was just as far as kids and like how they look up to teachers. People, I think you said parents and teachers, but you could probably look back at your own life. You gave your teachers a little bit of a higher amount of respect, that they were trained to be smarter in these topics than your parents. You probably looked up to your teachers higher than your parents when it came to education, most likely anyway. And if you have kids now, or if if maybe you've just seen other people's kids or whatever, like you can see it too, that they, almost anybody who has kids, when you leave them with a babysitter, or you drop them off with daycare, or you take